with the transformer platform at 39 kilometers away. So yeah, this is it, right? This is the proof that Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959. I did some later on. I saw my next vacation I was there. I did another one. I saw a big red oil tanker at 24 kilometers away, in full, right? Just saw the whole thing. So yeah. Yeah, again, this is my journey. Your journey will be yours, and it is not. It's so, because people think, well, flat Earth is the ultimate epic, quote unquote, conspiracy. Maybe, but it opens so much other doors, right? It closes a few, right? Space, which you'll never go. So why would you invest so much in space? I was cranky for a week. I was like, Earth is flat. Now all this space shit. My time I've invested in the space junk, man. I was pretty cranky. I couldn't watch a space movie for a month. But after just realize, okay, so it's just a story, right? I can watch a story. I can watch some fiction. Well, that would bother me, and it is fun now to watch science fiction, because you're like, oh yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Oh, that wouldn't work. So it's pretty fun. But I lost my train of thought.
Well, I could get how, people think also that it's a goal, because you, like, everybody keeps on, like, when people are born, they go to school, that they always get told Earth is a globe. They get shown NASA stuff and all that, books, it's all about it. So it's just like, it's kind of going to be hard for them to understand that the Earth might be something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it called? Your mic is cutting out a lot.
Yeah, Dave, you're roboting.
Yeah, when you hear flat Earth, flat is a description of the surface that we are in, right? We're told that most of the surface of the Earth is water. And when you go to a lake, you go to the ocean, you always find those are at a certain level, right? So flat is a description of the Earth. That's why we say flat Earth. But those two words cannot completely describe what the Earth is as a whole, because this is a very, I guess, complicated place that we're in. Right. But we can see its level. It's flat. It's motionless, because we don't feel any movement of the ground. It's also a contained environment and dynamic. So yeah, flat Earth is just two words trying to describe what we experience. But the Earth is what the Earth presents itself to be.
Yep. Yep. I remember what my train of thought was. So when you come to the understanding that the Earth is a flat, non-rotating Earth, then of course some doors close, right? Space and aliens, maybe aliens, maybe that one is still a little bit open, but they're opening so much more, because if you understand that they lied about the reality you live in, right, then what else are they lying about? And then you go into our history, right? What is real about our history? And you get into Tartaria and other civilizations, big resets. So what the Egyptians done, and the Mayans, and how advanced these civilizations were when you compare it to us, really, right? We couldn't build the pyramids now as they would have done it in those days. So, and there are lots of breadcrumbs, I would say, that there was a big reset, that there was an ancient civilization before us that knew a lot more. So it's really interesting.
Am I still breaking up?
Nope.
Yeah, you're all good now. You're all good.
I was just going to throw in real quick. He said a key phrase. He said when you were young, you were told it was a globe. Did they ever really
Yeah.
prove the globe to you, or they just tell you this is where you live? Think about that. You know.
Mm. Well, when I was, like I said, I was, hold up real quick. Real quick, computer back. But when I was young, you know, they tell you, young people, they always just believe everything. So it's kind of just like, yeah, it's just like it's just like your mom telling you that what's it called? The tooth fairy is gonna put some money on your bid or whatever. Like it's just like, yeah, because you're a kid at that time, so you just believe anything.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's the reason they do it that young, but that's before you've developed any critical thinking skills, right?
But the funny thing is, kids will experience the Earth as flat and non-rotating, and ask question, well, why don't we fall off? Why is the water sticking on? Right? They will, because it's really as simple as that, right? If the Earth is a ball, why does the water, why isn't it falling off? And so they do get this sort of thinking, but then they will tell you you're sticking on the ball because of gravity. You're sticking on, and that is why they always say, well, if there wasn't any gravity, you would float away because you stick on the ball, right? That is where that comes from. You stick on the ball, and if there's no gravity, then you would float away.
Well, I'm just gonna say like one more thing before I go to the bathroom and all.
Sure.
Like when you when you were talking about the water falling off, I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure I watched a video. I think it was posted in the lobby about like ice walls around the Earth and crap.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, we also have Pepsi. We use Pepsi sardines. Pepsi sardines. Welcome. I've unmuted you. I don't know why you are muted. Is that something? Pepsi
Hello?
and sardines.
Yeah, sorry. I was muted in karaoke night, and I was never
Oh.
unmuted. And I've just
Okay.
been waiting here patiently. Thank you for
Okay.
unmuting me.
Okay. Well, I'm here. What's up, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Cool.
Finally came back after I think couple weeks hiatus. I
Okay.
haven't been here for a while.
Okay.
So how's everyone doing?
Great.
Good.
And so I haven't talked to you before, but what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I am indeed a glober. Although
Okay.
today I just came by. I don't have anything much prepared, but
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to see. Huh?
Why would you think you're on a? Let me ask you this: have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Like first, I mean, just pretty much of all the exposure sort of I've had in my beliefs. I think personally that there are more.
Yeah,
There is
that's
more
not
proof
that's
than
not exactly what I asked. So I asked, did you do you experience yourself the Earth as a spinning water ball?
personally seeing and feeling. I mean, you don't really see and feel that.
Okay. Well, that's
but you
great,
can,
right? Yeah, well,
yeah.
that's great, right? So nobody does. Everybody on this Earth experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. So that's what we all experience, right? And then some people, strangers to you, came along and told you, well, actually, your senses are wrong, Pepsi. You don't see curvature because the Earth is too big, and you don't feel motion because it spins one rotation a day. And it's actually a ball, right? And we are orbiting the sun. So we are rotating 1,000 miles around the equator, and then we are orbiting the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. And then the sun is shooting through our galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. And our whole galaxy is rotating around the great attractor with 1.2 million miles per hour. but all your senses are wrong here, right? You experience the Earth as a... Oh, you jumped. Just as I concluding my point.
You experience no motion, no
Right.
stationary and flat Earth. Observer will be flat and stationary.
My question would be: does Pepsi and sardines go together? Is that a good combination?
I don't know. Good question. Maybe
Like-
on a pizza and then a Pepsi can next to it. Maybe.
Sardines. I've never been a big sardine fan, but to
So
each
like
their own.
sardines and Pepsi mixed together, or
I don't know.
Pepsi on the side?
Maybe.
If it's mixed together, then that's disgusting. I don't know how anybody would eat that. If
Yeah.
it's on the side, then yeah, sure.
Oh, he jumped to Indio. He's in the VC check-in too. Okay.
So, Big
Okay.
G's, what did you watch that you still not sure about? Maybe we can clarify it for you.
What's it called? What's it called? Ice walls like around the Earth. So I watched the.
Well, we don't
video.
claim to know what's there because we're not allowed to independently explore it. But, about the Antarctic Treaty, we're not allowed to independently explore below the 60-degree parallel. You know about that?
No, I don't.
Well, so what's beyond that, we can't claim to know exactly what it is. We know there's some kind of containment for the water. Like, can you fall off of a lake? No, right? So there's some kind of shoreline, The land or sea extends beyond the area that we can explore and verify. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, okay, yeah, it does.
when people tell us that we claim, where's the edge and all this shit, we don't know. We have no idea what the hell's out there.
Okay.
And we're glad to tell you we don't know because we can't verify it.
Nobody
if
knows.
So if you do a Google search, right? If you do a Google search, ice walls, then it will show you pictures of Antarctica. It's a globe term, right? You will see then the Antarctic ice shelves, which are the highest lands on this Earth. So it's not something we made up, right? And it's not something from because the word ice wall, people think, oh, Game of Thrones, right? There's a big dragon behind it. No, it's a globe term.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I posted the picture, Roger, how that looks like.
Let me see.
Because the military, when they did the operations to go into the Antarctic continent, they call it Operation High Jump because they had to go above this ice wall, and then Operation Deep Freeze, going into the ice region, which is apparently gets colder and colder, so they call it Operation Deep Freeze to explore the Antarctic.
I'm telling, if you see a picture like this, how you recall that?
That's a good point Jenzy just made, and just in case you don't know, the Admiral Byrd that explored that area came back and on live television made the statement that there's a land as big as the U.S. that's been unexplored past the Antarctica. That's what he said on TV, so take that for what you will. He was a Freemason too, so.
They're saying also that Antarctica has the highest elevation.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's the highest land. Yeah. So when you look at it as a basin, right? So we are as Earth in the Antarctic basin. I stole this from David Weiss, but look at it as the Antarctic basin, right? So you got the lands in the middle, and then the outer edges around us. It's my speculation. I haven't been there, so I couldn't tell you if that is what it is, right? But makes the most sense to me. And when we look at Captain Cook, he did his travels, quote unquote, around Antarctica. If you look at the heliocentric model, but it took him 3 years to do that. So yeah, you can speculate with a high certainty that Antarctica is around us, right? It's south around us, keeping the water in.
And how much miles was?
Ooh,
He
32,000?
allegedly logged like 60,000 something miles.
Six.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
The continent they showed us on the bottom of the ball is allegedly like 12,000 miles or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of big difference, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but those are huge ice shelves. I mean, when you look at the picture, Sasha posted, you see the people standing on the ice shelves. I mean,
Let's go out.
Yeah, but I'm telling that how we will call this? Can you see in the first moment? We will call this. What word you will use for this picture?
yeah, an ice wall.
Yeah, that's it, and that's
Right.
you cannot use. you need to use that word. That's the only point, nothing else.
Yeah, but the
But
funny,
that look like a wall.
yeah,
This
but
wall.
people when they, because of Game of Thrones, right? People, when they hear the word ice wall, they immediately think of about the dead coming to get you, and a big icy dragon is going to
The
kill
best
you.
thing I didn't watch that. Maybe
That
one,
was a good
only one.
series. It was a good series. Only the last episode, man.
I was fan of Lord of the Rings, and I could not watch that. Somehow, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a very good series. Only the last episode. I mean,
Look at the
I don't.
people on the picture. Do you see people on the picture?
Yeah, I
They're,
saw the people.
that
They're
means this
tiny.
is really, really high.
Mm-hmm. Right.
At least 20 size of people.
Allegedly, they protrude up between 150 to 250 feet above the sea level. If you believe the story. On average, they're like 200 feet above sea level, ice walls. We can't verify. We got pictures. That's about all we got. Go ahead.
Well, like what's good? I just searched up the biggest ice wall, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty surprised, honestly. I put it in live stream voice text because it is just. I didn't even know that ice walls could get that high, honestly.
Well, just generally speaking, this is a little bit of speculation, but the sun coverage is not as thorough out on the outer regions of the plane, correct? So where you have less sun coverage, you're going to have more ice. Would that be logical?
Yeah, but
Okay. So it's like we're in this thermal kind of pond and the sun keeps it melted for us to live. Kind of. Does that make sense?
yeah, it really, actually, it does actually.
We're in some kind of dynamic, electromagnetic. We don't make any claims about what the sun is. I'm just giving you a general idea as opposed to the idea that's in your head right now about the globe,
All right, well, I had a nice conversation with all y'all. I'm gonna be heading out. Well,
All right.
yeah, have a nice day.
Think for yourself. Come back anytime.
Yep.
Well, I hope that young man was sincere. Hope he starts thinking for himself. Y'all continue.
Guy was very good, cool. At least he was listening.
What happened? Did Dead Air Dave strike again? Am I still here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ryan and Roger. It's a Roger. We had the listener with the listening pass. Well, that makes sense. That would make sense. The listener would have a listening pass. That's the only person I see.
Yeah, I know who that is. He's cooking his dinner and listening in. So.
Does he think he's living on a ball, or do you know?
No.
Okay. I know it's been said many times, but just the very idea of living on a ball just seems so absurd to me at this point. Am I crazy? How do you live on a ball?
Yeah, you find yourself looking back and thinking, how the hell did I fall for that?
Yeah. It's like the ultimate Homer Simpson moment. Like, dope. Yeah, I was just like everybody else before I actually looked into it. A smart scientists had all this shit figured out, you know. They knew what the sun and the moon were doing and all the galaxies, the black holes and the nebulas. And they got it all covered.
Magic speeds.
Yeah. Turns out there's a magic speed. Somewhere here, we could ask Neil what the shape of the Earth is real quick. No, he ain't here right now.
Yeah, I used to look up to Kaku and DeGrasse Tyson, and yeah, I thought that was into intellectualism.
Yeah, they studied all these years and got all these fancy telescopes and stuff. They have to they mapped out the sky and figured it all out and how it all works and everything, right? You assume that, but then you actually look and they don't know shit. They're making shit up. They're
Yeah.
violating the second law of thermodynamics, so that's a problem that they won't acknowledge. It turns out that's a huge problem. You cannot have gas pressure without containment. Nobody's been able to show me that or anybody else here. We need a demonstration of gas pressure existing next to nothing. That's not going to happen. Anyway, almost 7 years into this investigation, my icon remains true. There is no globe. That's how I started. I started this channel 7 years ago with no globe symbol. When I first started, I was like, I'll be glad to change my icon as soon as I get some proof of the globe. I'm still got the same icon 7 years later. So. But I'm just a crazy Kentucky boy, so y'all ignore me.
Were you into UFOs and stuff like that? Solar, Dave, George, Roger?
I wasn't a big UFO guy. I acknowledged that they probably existed back then. I didn't like dig into it, you know, investigate
Yeah.
Roswell and all that. Go ahead, Roger. You got an answer?
No, not yet. No.
All right, we back to dead silence for a moment. There's a DJ in the house. Feel free. If there's anybody in here with proofs of the globe, feel free. Some globe proceeds, that would be nice. Thank you.
Auto.
Hello, somebody say hello.
Just trying to mute. Sorry.
You're the listener. You can't talk.
Do I need to mute you?
Yeah, you can just mute me. Thank you.
We can't have listeners talking, man. What's wrong with you? I'm just messing with you. If you want to talk, talk.
It's just one of us. He's using another account to listen in. When he's
Okay,
cooking,
fair
so.
enough.
Wants to talk?
No, he doesn't. No. He told me in DM, this is just one of us. He's using his phone to listen in and cook. So cook his dinner.
Oh,
He's one of us crazy globe deniers. Is that what you're saying, Roger?
Exactly.
Okay. You pesky globe deniers. They would have got away with it. That meant for you all. Or they might still get away with it. Who knows? At this point, I don't care. People that are going to see it will see it. People that aren't, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. We have, is it a blobe yet? Oh, never mind, that's Lulu. And she's deafened anyway. So, never mind. Back to dead silence till somebody talks. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah, I can play a song. I'm about to hit the shower, so let me play a song.
Too much information about the shower. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I need to go. Yeah, you have any preferences?
Any chocolate saying?
Okay. I like the Globetards, just to trigger them.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Here we
Is
go.
it logical to postulate a spear with no
You have no
sphericity?
idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into nigga that sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind. So
What? What happened?
I don't know, just stop playing.
No. Somebody muted the bot.
Huh?
I don't know what happened. Somebody muted the bot.
How could they do that?
Oh. Apparently Mimus. Okay. No more music. I don't know why I did it, but
You think somebody was trying to mute it for their sales and they muted it for the whole thing?
I don't know.
I don't know. Whatever. We'll go with silence. It doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Somebody wants to talk.
Yeah. I have to hop off. So talk to you later, guys.
Catch you later, Roger.
Have a good one, Roger. Talk to you later. Just doing a station check. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0. The best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Right now we're having moments of silence for the non-existent globular model of our cosmology that does not exist. Anyone listening on YouTube, feel free to click the link, come in here and tell us why you think you live on a ball. We'll be glad to share information with you and hopefully stimulate some critical thought and get you thinking for yourself. We now return to silence until the next person speaks. This has been Dead Air Dave.
Thank you, Dave. I'm just gonna play a song since we got silence.
Trace the DJ taking over. Go for it. Play some of that Drake stuff. I heard he's
Way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FV commando. With knowledge as ammo. 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
excellent song by Drake. It was well said. What else you got?
I can play Chocolate next. We do have Blitz in here who's muted and VC verified. I don't know if anybody wants to talk to him.
Hello, Blitz. How you doing? Welcome to the server. Are you there, Blitz?
Muted himself.
Okay. If you got any questions, feel free to pipe up. Speak now or speak later. What was that?
That was him again. I muted him.
Some kind of Rick roll or something. What was that?
Some weak sauce. I'll just play it right back.
Here we go. Little chocolate sayings.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to wish them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
It's always a pleasure listening to Chocolate.
Of course, shout out to Chocolate saying he's on YouTube. I think still he hadn't got kicked off yet. His channel is called Chocolate Saying. If anybody wants to look up that and download it, great song.
Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead,
got
Chris.
more good songs. Do you think I can play Lulu and Elijah's cover, or do you think the cover would get flagged?
I don't know. Cover of what? We play that Moonshine one on here all the time.
Then it should be
Good
fine.
one. Yeah.
If anybody wants to speak up, now's your chance.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for.
They make sure to photograph you standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves looking for
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the Globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up. Lies, lies, lies.
You're listening to Flat Earth Discord 24/7, where the globe comes to die. If anybody's out there in YouTube land, you're welcome to join us and have a conversation. If not, I'll just continue playing music made by most of our Discord members here. So
Go for it, DJ Drosh. You're doing a great job.
I'll just fill in dead air. I'm not good at it with just making small talk, so I'll just play the music. That's what I can do. That.
If you could throw a request in line, we haven't heard one of Crypto's. At least I haven't.
Oh yeah, I need to get that link somewhere. I don't have a good link for his song, my favorite one.
If you don't have it handy, that's fine. He was on the list or something. Play whatever you want.
Yeah, I was gonna play Kai next, and her 46-second flat smack. It's a really good one.
She's an excellent musician. Go for it.
Yeah, she is.
NASA lies more than my ex-boyfriend. Oh baby, break up with that ball.
Sorry, little hoe, but you ain't living on a globe. Oh, all the things they taught you in the school, you gotta let it go. Like you can talk your shit, but then I'll flat smack you back with my rap. Call up gravity, like where the hell she at? Cause you need Jesus to see this deceiving since Eden. Calling out the Globers, they ran out of reasons. And 3 questions, we got your bond out gone, and you ain't done no work, but you just say we're wrong. But we know not to be lying and faking. Look what the hell they be saying. Look at the money they taking. They doing it off of Satan. Take a red pill with a shot of Jack. Oh, please don't call me back till you know the earth is really flat.
Yeah, that's got to be the best 46-second song ever. My opinion.
Okay, so Chocolate got me the link to Crypto's song, so we can play that next.
Fair enough.
Here's our fellow crazy globe denier Crypto.
I love this song.
about the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP Part 2. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
That was our very own Crypto.
Well done, Crypto. The Russian judge gives him a 6.6. What's next?
I've got Witsit queued up next.
Cool. Here's Austin Whitsitt with some bars. Enjoy.
That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sippin' pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a simple that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good informant to informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we porting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real?
So good.
Yes, very well done. Wonder is it real? Shout out to Witsit. He's on the ground doing the work. Good luck to
Yeah, I highly recommend his live streams of him doing his activism. It's really enjoyable.
him. He's actually literally spreading the word.
I don't think I have the link so I can make the bot play it, but I have the video, the clip from Vitsit's latest outing where this lady walks up to him and he's like, "Hey, the Earth is flat." She's like, "Who's
Yeah.
flat?" And he,
Oh shit! The Earth
yeah,
is flat. The Earth is flat. Yeah, play it if you can.
her face is
It's
just priceless. It's so
Roger.
good.
Roger played it a little while ago, but play it again. It's great.
Yeah, I can probably find it in about just a second.
Just for anybody that hadn't heard this, this is a random woman on the streets of Milwaukee after the Milwaukee Bucks just won the NBA championship. So everybody's out in the streets partying and stuff. This lady comes up to Witsit, and then you'll hear what.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
Oh, that should go viral. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
exactly. Yeah.
Everybody share that. I want to see that on CNN. That's not going to happen. Oh, shit. The Earth is flat. She runs down the street screaming, the Earth is flat. Yeah, the best part of that is the oh, shit. Oh, shit. The Earth is flat. Anyway, continue, Grace. Grace. I think it's called
no
you
problem.
Grace.
I figure since this is a very common question for a lot of the new people and people who just might be listening on YouTube, so a lot of them ask, why would they lie? So
why would they lie, Drace? It makes no sense.
yeah.
Why
So
would they
maybe
lie?
you should play a song and maybe they'd realize why they would lie.
Here we go.
Uh-huh. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been questing. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Still there, DJ Dre? Just did a quick check for the list, and it's still just Crazy Globe tonight. Anybody wants to talk, feel free.
I was just talking to Karma. We just got a new car, yay.
All right. Is it all electric?
No.
You know, by 2035, supposedly we'll all have electric making gas cars.
Yeah, we'll also own nothing and like it, or something along those lines.
And we'll eat the bugs and we'll enjoy it. It's the plan, right? You will eat the bugs. Anyway, congratulations, Karma, on the new car. Play something with Karma, she can sing. She does a good job in the system if you want to play that one.
Sorry, what?
You know how they raise you in the system?
Oh, yeah. I got that
and you'll
one.
listen to the chief, you know, stuff like that.
I was getting that one.
They fucked it up a little bit.
you know how they race you in the system? Stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home. Paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief. Till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs have gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, happy baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Excellent song by Drace and Carmen. Where can they find that song if anybody wants to look that one up?
Karma drew that picture. She told me it's a bald flower fairy.
Alrighty then.
She draws these weird, funny pictures for the kids to color in her job. Oh yeah.
So I have to ask, is she teaching kids they live on a ball?
Thankfully, she doesn't have to do that, because she doesn't work directly for the school, but rather as like extra school, after school programs.
Fair enough. Just asking.
Critical thinking when I can.
Gotta do what you gotta do, I know.
Yeah. Oh, you tell him about it.
So I have this fourth grade who's really interested in history, science, and smart stuff, you know? So he kept asking me about different things, and I tell him, like, honestly, like, yeah, I haven't seen any scientific evidence for being on a globe, and told him about some NASA fails, and then he'd come up to me every day and be like, ooh, tell me about more NASA fails. How else did they fail in faking videos? And it's hilarious. I love this kid. He's like, I'm gonna go work for NASA when I'm grown up and then find out what they're really doing with the money, and then I'm gonna come back and tell you. And I was like, you don't have to. That's American shit, man. Do something in Iceland. You don't have to go to America.
That's awesome, Carmen. So he approached you. You didn't bring it up to him.
Yeah, no. She just teaches them generally critical thinking and stuff that generally is not taught in the schools, and she does it just by interacting with the kids. Not
cool.
She uses stories and examples to help shape them in the right way. Help them learn how to think for themselves instead of accepting things on.
Yeah, I even used the time when our house caught fire when we were kids to explain how gas pressure works, so they'll understand the whole like fills the available space and all that even before they start learning science. And then how are they gonna explain vacuum to these kids?
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Good job, Carmen.
I'm setting them up.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of good kids growing up in my country thanks to her. So she's making a positive change in my whole country.
Yeah, just think about it. If, hopefully, optimistically speaking, the more kids are being able to think for themselves. Let's just leave it there. You know what I mean? Instead of just what they're taught.
Karma's so amazing. This is not the first time she's also had like this positive influence on my country. The one time she was just working in the store as like as a person like a cashier, a register, and she's just such a nice person that.
And they one of those right behind you. So. Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Anybody who comes up to her, she's like she figures out something nice about them and then compliments them on it and snaps them out of the trance they're in and gets the makes their day. So she did this for years in her job, and this became like known and talked about on our social medias, and like she was brought up as an example to the.
The thing was, we had a staff meeting for all of the staff in my giant chain store that I was working at, and this supervisor from the office, so she's like the boss of my boss's boss, was talking about how she went to a seminar, and this woman was talking about how she went to a register, got a compliment, and the lady on the register said, yeah, my motto is, if you think something nice, say it. Literally, that was what I told everybody when I complimented them. And then my boss, who heard this at the seminar, comes and tells us about this. And my other boss from the office as well, who's boss of HR, she's like, oh, I know who this is because her mother with Alzheimer's would come to my register with her, and I apparently made her day, so she remembered me from that. And they actually pointed me out in front of the whole fucking staff to be like, this is a good example of how you're supposed to treat customers. This is the person to look to. And I got a raise because I got so many freaking emails complimenting me as a staff.
Yeah,
well, good job, Carmen. Congratulations.
Basically became the basis for like a pay it forward kind of movement where they wanted the staff to do this, and people online were talking about how this is a great idea.
Someone video recorded me doing the dance I do to get stupid barcodes through that don't work and put it on Facebook. Yeah. And a person I know knew the person who posted it, and that's why I found it.
But then my country is really small, so it's more likely to spread here than maybe in a bigger country.
Well, that's awesome. Just keep spreading your light around the world. Doing good.
Funny, because her name literally means bright light.
Yep. This little light of mine, she's going to let it shine, right? Always been meaning to ask you, since y'all are in Iceland, I remember like, it could have been like 15, 20 years ago, on all the main news channels, there was a big story about all the Iceland had kicked all the central bankers. That really happened? Or what was that?
There's something called quantum language, and there was a guy who basically came here and messed with our using the quantum language could make any loan agreement or anything like that null and void because they were being deceptive in their use of Babel. So, and all the contracts were just null and void. So what he did, he came here and he tried to get people on board, and he got like a couple of hundred people and got all their debts just wiped out. Yeah, well, most of the public didn't know anything about this. You had to know about him to know about this, and I didn't know about him until after the fact. And our media didn't say a word about any of this, so the public didn't know.
It was on CNN and stuff. Here's what I remember.
Oh
Something
no,
about
yeah, that all came after the fact, and that was all just lies.
Okay. I figured it was.
He managed to help a few hundred people, and those people got their debts wiped, and the rest of us had to sit with all the debt that got wiped. Because the banks just made new contracts and made everybody sign new contracts, and no one knew what. Yeah, no one knew what was happening, and so they all signed away their shit, and inflation just, we had to pay for all that shit. So Icelandic people didn't win any bankers. The bankers won the Icelandic people. And they just told everybody else that, oh yeah, because this guy's saying, I won the bankers in this one case, therefore we can make it seem like, oh, Iceland is really nice, they won the bankers. But we didn't.
Yep, I figured it was something like that. So he wasn't like a crypto guy or nothing. He was just hacking into the bank computers and changing their records. Is that what you're saying?
No. He's David Wynn Miller. He created something called the quantum language, and what he basically does is all the contracts written have to have a dictionary to make sure that you understand what's written in the contract. And so, so what he did is says like, you don't have a dictionary to validate all this stuff. You're just using Babel and different words. So I wrote this in my quantum language, which cannot be used as Babel, cannot be bent in weird ways to make it seem like something else. It's just 100% specific, super long-winded and annoying.
Okay.
Yeah, so he rewrote the contracts and won the cases on the basis of them being not legal, and because he was Postmaster General of the United States, he had authority in their courts. And so he did this in America as well, and some of his disciples are still doing this.
Okay. I thought there was a lot more to that story. Thanks for the info.
Very interesting. I'm really interested in this type of thing. I'm about to take on a kangaroo court here myself and challenge jurisdiction. I just found something on David Wynn Miller, documents of his.
Good luck with that, Sonny.
I put the David Wynn Miller link in the voice text. We are in one, yes. Congratulations, Karma. That sounded good. I only came in at the end of that, but it sounds like good things happening. Awesome.
Yeah, it's great. It's even her boss was like, "It's flat, right?" And Kama was like, "Yeah."
That's the best when you have strangers coming up to you. I've had that happen.
So
I'll
it's
play it.
it's far more widespread than people realize.
How to play this? Hold on, I'm gonna play this. Hold on, just a second. I'm gonna play something.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The earth is
Oh
flat.
shit!
Oh shit.
Which
Yeah, that needs to go viral. That's the fourth time we played it. Play it again.
Awesome, man. I love that. Yeah, it's worthwhile.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! The earth is flat. The earth is flat. She's like, hear ye, hear ye.
The town crier, literally.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
that would have been her job back in the day.
Yeah.
What a
He's
voice.
like, oh shit! The earth is flat. The earth is flat. That should go viral. That should have 3 million a day. Get on it. Sonny, you're in charge of that.
Wow, I don't know if I'm capable of making anything go viral. Gee whiz. I'm not sure I want to be the one.
That is hilarious. So the best part's, oh shit. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Just in case nobody listening, in context to that was Bucks won the NBA champion. Random woman on the street talking to Austin Whitson. She was like, oh shit. The earth is flat.
Yeah, some people are just waiting for them to hear someone say that, you know? Who knows what happened when she went and told all her friends, though, you know?
We may have witnessed the quickest awakening ever. Oh shit.
By the way, if anybody has any good information or something about like the jab or that which must not be spoken of, my friend is being pressured by her mom to go into it, and I need some good stuff to send to her mom. So she needs to convince
Hey,
her.
yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have some stuff, Karma. Let me see on my DMs.
Yeah,
Somebody
anything would be much appreciated because she's already has like a genetic disease, and her doctor keeps trying to like bully her into taking the jab, and is even sending emails to her other doctors to try to get them to peer pressure her into it. And she's like, I'm about to cave. I need something to show these people to back up my claims. And I'm like, I got you. I know people.
Yeah, so Igg sent me something a while back, and what it is hold on a second.
He sent me everything. I'll look it over.
It may sound simplistic, but all she has to say is a human, and that's all she has to say.
Make sure it's the right one.
No, thank you. Thanks, but no thanks.
I know it's just hard because her mom genuinely believes in this shit, you know? So she's like, oh no, you're in a risk group because you have this genetic disease. And I'm like, bruh, you should definitely not take it because you have this genetic disease. You don't want to mess with you anymore than you're already messed up. And she agrees with me, but because her mom is such a big part of her life, she's almost caving just from pressure, even though she agrees with everything I've been telling her. So I just need something to show the mom so we can get her on board.
Yeah, that's a tough situation. Good luck.
I believe we can do it. I've already been trying to convert everybody at work and warning them about this since before it began. These fuckers should just believe me already, man. Am I a prophet? What the hell?
I have one that puts liability on them because it's a conditional statement. So it's I'll agree under these conditions that it does not contain any of this blah 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 like 10 or 15 different things. If it's in that, then and no doctor would ever sign it. So let me see here. What do I got? What do I got? Ay, ay, ay. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, here we go. This is it. All right, let me find your karma. Okay. Oh shoot, I didn't even... Sorry I'm so late on friend requests. Let me see here.
It's fine. I never sent any, so I'm just happy whenever I get some. Unless I'm like, I need to talk to this person right now.
So this one is a jab safety warranty document, and what it basically says is that the physician will warranty that this product, blah, 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 and is a physician licensed in the state or province of or country, blah, blah, blah. The number, medical number is, medical specialty is, and it's saying risk and benefits of the medications that I prescribed. The risk factors, there's listed 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 12 risk factors. I could probably say these. So basically it says, I'm aware, this is what the doctor's going to be asked to sign. So I'm aware that the vaccine contains these things: aluminum hydroxide, aluminum phosphate, ammonium sulfate, amphotericin B, whatever that is, animal tissues, pig blood, horse blood, rabbit brain, dog kidney, monkey kidneys, chicken embryo, chicken egg, duck egg, calf bovine serum, beta-propytin lactone, fetal bovine serum, formaldehyde, formalin, gelatin, glycerol, human diploid cells originate from human aborted fetal tissue, hydrolyzed gelatin, mercury monosodium, mercury thimerosal, monosodium glutamate, neomycin sulfate, phenol red indicator, phenoxethanol, phenoxethanol, which is antifreeze, potassium diphosphate, potassium monophosphate, polymyxin B, polysorbate 20, polysorbate 80, porcine, which is pig pancreatic hydrolysate of casein, residual MRC proteins, sorbitol, blah, 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 viral cells, line of monkey and kidney cell, a continuous line of monkey kidney cells, and washed sheep red blood. So it's going to ask the doctor saying that those are all safe.
That sounds like a witch's brew, not a vaccine.
It is. It's
Witch's
really
brew is better because the only things in witch's brew were herbs that had weird names. It wasn't actual eyeballs or anything. This is worse.
Shit. Yeah, it's really weird. So there's that, and then let's see. Someone else sent me other videos and things. I don't know if that'll help, but
yeah, just send me anything. I love it. I've been having a hard time finding it because you know how the internet is?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was Ariel.
So you know what a glower once said to me? He said, "Yeah, would you eat yada yada yada?" And it was, and it had a quote unquote difficult name. Yeah, that's an apple, right? You would eat an apple, right? I mean, that is what they do.
So I'll send you these links. There you are. Right there. I'll send you everything I can find.
Thanks so much. I really want to help her out, and I was like, these are the guys to ask.
Mm-hmm. So now she's got that document. You can print it out. And no doctor in the right mind would sign it because they're taking liability. They'll never sign it.
Yeah, and the best thing is she's stuck with the doctor she has because there's only one expert in these type of genetic disease, genetic birth diseases, whatever, in Iceland. So even though he treats her like shit, she can't get rid of him.
Oh my
He's even
God.
been like, for years, she was like, I am definitely misdiagnosed and been fighting for a right diagnosis. And he was always just like, yeah, right. And just gave shit, didn't give a shit. And then when she finally went overseas and did a bunch of stuff and got the right diagnosis, he was like, oh, I knew all along you were diagnosed. I've been fighting for this for years.
Yeah, and I'll also
And
send you some notes.
Throw in a quick disclaimer: this is not medical advice.
No.
Dr. Fauci is awesome. We love him. Go ahead,
Great
son.
job. Yeah, we can't wait to see him on the stack of wood. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
take it, man. Just do it. No, just do it.
Yeah.
I got another thing about the illegal patents. Good documents to have. Wait a second. Make sure I don't send it to the wrong person. Yeah. And that so
The government is looking out for you. Don't worry. Just go along to get along. It's all good.
Yeah, the Hollywood elites know what's best for us. We should just trust them.
Oh my God. Those people need to go up also, all stacked up on a big, huge pile of wood. And I'll stop there. Use your imagination. Here's something that'll give you a clue as to what I'm talking about. Hold on just a minute. I'm glad I have a sense of humor, man. This stuff strikes me as just freaking hilarious.
Our health minister was an old school teacher, and he's selling it like nobody else.
Well, he's perfect for the job. A teacher is designed to parrot what he has in his book.
I just sent my friend a message telling her you guys are helping me out and letting her know I'm gonna make her a USB stick and we're gonna be printing stuff and I'm gonna take on this annoying doctor that like since this morning when she told me she's about to cave, I was like, give me his number. Let me call him. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna give you a number. I'm like, I'd like to give him a piece of my mind. And she's like, no, it's okay. I think she knows me too well.
Yeah, here's what I kind of have in mind.
Yeah, this is our health minister. If you watch the video, it's crazy. Watch his eyes, man. Oh.
Yeah, the puppets are demonic or something. There's something really odd about anything they show us. It's just really strange behavior, man. It's almost becoming really self-evident to me that they're just under some kind of a spell, man. They're under like black magic.
Did you guys see Conor McGregor implore people to give up their freedoms?
Yeah, I call on you, powers that be, save us. It's like a chant, man. It's like a magic spell.
And it was like he was reading from something, because that's not how he normally acts.
He was,
that was so scripted.
MK Ultra.
It's called a paycheck.
Definitely.
It was so funny. Someone was yesterday was saying, like, why would they lie? Remember that guy that was stuck on why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would, we couldn't get off? And I'm and I'm
Always
sitting
the
there.
guy stuck on why would they lie? Every day, isn't it?
I know, and I'm sitting there. I put literally probably 10 different videos about high level Masons in different areas that literally state they praise Lucifer. You know, like 10 or 15 different informational videos showing that, and I guess never even looked at that. Not paying any attention
He
to
doesn't
that.
love to see it. That's why he doesn't look at it.
So why would they lie? But I'm not going to look at even the evidence of why they would lie or listen to it. And then
Because
just
why would they lie is an emotional response to begin with. He's just reacting emotionally. He's not thinking logically. At that point, if he's really stuck in it and he doesn't respond to logic, try to pull him out with emotional logic, like fallacy him into logic.
Yeah, that can work.
Yeah.
But I just don't think we should allow them to go too far into that because it's already a fallacy. They're appealing to motive and they just need to like focus on the facts. And if you can stop them from going too much into that spiral, even though we have a bunch of potential solutions to that the question, he just needs to focus on the facts.
Mm-hmm. And there was another one, Trap Queen. He was the same thing, I think. Am I wrong?
Oh, we have King Deeks. He's pinging. He wants to talk. Oh, now he's gone.
Oh, well, come on and talk then.
He's in.
Figure it out.
Oh, King Deeks, you're unmuted. What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, I'm here now? Oh,
yeah,
nice.
welcome to the server.
Oh, hey, thanks. Hi, guys.
Hi, man. So, how did you find us?
I was watching Nathan Oakley on YouTube.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Did you catch today's episode after show?
I was there at the after show, yeah.
Yeah. What can you say? Yeah. So, yeah, okay, cool. So, what is your take on the shape of the Earth?
Oh, so I'm like a flat earther, like full blown.
Okay.
So I first heard about it like 7 years ago.
Okay.
And then like when I first heard it, all right, like because it was or not 7, actually it was more like 5 years ago. But I don't know if you guys remember, but like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, there was like a massive like flat Earth movement online.
Mm-hmm.
This was before all the channels got like shut down and like everything got censored. So it was like a short period of time. I think it was like a span of 6 months where
Well,
there was actually
you're talking about the good old days, 2016, 2017. You could actually find information on YouTube. You go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, I guess once like the people that run YouTube and Google and all that stuff, once they figured out what was going on, they just shut everything down like within the span of like 2 months. And then after that, it was hard to come across like good content. And all you would find is like anti-flat Earth content every time you search flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I stopped like learning about it for a bit. Like I still believed in it, but I didn't have the chance to like learn more about it.
Mm-hmm.
But then recently, now all of a sudden, like yeah, there's like some channels that are getting bigger again. So I think they tried to stop like this movement, but they couldn't.
Yeah, well, again, welcome. So would you be so kind to provide me with, or us with, your best 3 proofs that why you understand that the Earth is a flat, non-rotating Earth?
My best 3 proofs. Well, one time I did like an actual experiment where I just looked at the sun all day.
Okay.
I was outside doing a barbecue and I just stared at it like all day, like for like 10 hours. I was like keeping a close eye on it. And I noticed that it was actually departing from where I was at, not like setting like I always thought it would. So that was one thing that was like big for me, like observing it with like the naked eye and seeing that model, like the flat Earth model of the sun actually moving around the Earth, not the other way around. So that was one thing, and also I've learned a lot about like secret societies and like world wars and stuff, and I studied World War II a lot, and I know about how like NASA was formed after
Mhm.
World War II, right? With a lot of the Nazi scientists and things like that. So I know about that part where
Okay.
like I guess the Nazis sort of perfected like the whole propaganda like tactics, and so I could see that being used in NASA. Like yeah, it was just difficult for me to trust NASA, especially with the moon landing too. I never believed in the moon landing since I was a kid. Like me or my friends never believed in it, and as the years went on, we learned more about like how they faked it, and so that was another thing that added to it. Where if they're if they fake the moon landing, they're probably faking like all these other videos
Okay.
about the globe and stuff, and also even studying like the older empires, like in the 1400s and 1500s. Like I'm Christian, so I studied a lot about like the Holy Roman Catholic Empire,
Mhm.
which was basically like all of Europe. Like at one point, it was like France, Poland, Spain, Britain. Like a lot of these countries were basically one. And during that time, people were getting like burnt at the stake for suggesting that the Earth was a globe, right? So at that time, everyone actually believed the Earth was flat. So, and that was
Okay.
another
So
thing. Yeah.
yeah.
So
So
it's a lot of
I
stuff.
yeah, I understand. I was actually referring to the Earth itself, right? So
Oh, the shape itself, like
yeah. What
um,
about the Earth itself, right? That makes you understand that the Earth is flat, non-rotating.
well, just like when I first heard about flat Earth, I immediately like thought about it, like, and I immediately just went back to like my education books, like what we learned in school. But immediately I knew that it was possible I could have been lied to simply because of what I observe every day. So when I go outside, I play a lot of sports, I run a lot, right?
Mhm.
And if I never felt that we were on a ball, and so that was the main thing, just me hearing about it and then actually just looking around and just feeling like my instincts, and I'm just like, you know what, maybe this thing is like flat, maybe this earth isn't moving. So that's kind of how it all started, and then I didn't I actually want to learn more about like the science of flat earth, and that's why I
Okay.
came to the server, because I want to be able to I want to sharpen my skills when it comes to knowing about flat earth. But it wasn't really one thing, it was like a collection
So
of
so
different things.
you've been listening to Nathan Oakley. What kind of things does he say that makes you realize that the Earth is flat?
Well, he's kind of just confirming everything I believed. It's nothing
Yeah.
like,
Like
yeah.
what? Like
So,
what?
like for example, when he talks about how like it's all observably, measurably flat, like I can resonate with that, right? Because I mean that's what I observe and that's what I experience.
Yeah.
But also not now that when he talks about the
Does he have
cameras,
any? Does he have any specific examples of this?
well, I like when he talks about the cameras, like the new cameras that they have now, and how they can show like a skyline or something that we shouldn't be able to see according to globe mathematics. Something that would be under like the quote unquote sphere edge or the curve. And we're able to see that now with the cameras that we have. So that's one of like the main things that I'm interested in just learning a lot more about. Like, so
I
like,
like I like you
yeah.
so far. There's 2 points I want to address. You said flat Earth model earlier. We don't, or most of us here don't endorse any models. And then you also said experiment earlier, and that is the E word. So, uh,
Right. And
that's
Nathan
something that needs to be addressed.
and I listened to Nathan Oakley quite often, and I know exactly what he says. So he has multiple specific examples, right?
Yeah, well, I just started listening to him, so that's how. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I just
I'm not
found out about him.
convinced. I don't know if anybody else here.
How do you feel about the natural physics of water? What do you know about?
Water, as far as I know, always finds its level, and I don't know. I'm Christian too, so like a lot of it was the biblical cosmology. I know my cousin tells me not to use this in like debates, never to bring up like like he likes to talk about like the facts and the science, but that is one thing that means a lot to me as well. Like when I read the Bible and stuff, and so when I heard about flat Earth, I went to the Bible to see if there was anything I could learn from it there, or if there was any like reference I could find there. And I did find many references. I found about 20, and they all suggested an unmovable, stationary Earth, right? So that was a big thing for me too. I know it's not a big thing for a lot of people, but for me and for like I guess people Christians that were born and raised in the church and stuff, that meant a lot to us as well.
Well, for one thing, I would bring up, people can believe whatever they want. Beliefs, your own personal choice, right? On here, we're generally stick to what we know and say.
Sorry, you were cutting off there.
Shit. Somebody else say what I was saying.
Yeah, and in essence, we tend to we all have our own beliefs, but we here on this live stream we try to stick to evidence and what can be verified and proven to be true.
Right. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what I came here for. Because I mean, I can go off my instincts and my beliefs, but what I really want is more like concrete proof, basically. Because I know what I believe in, but I want to be able to prove it to others as well. I want to be able to like show my friends, my family members, um, like actual concrete evidence, and not and be prepared when I go into like a debate, or because at the end of the day, I do care about like obviously my family members and my friends, and I actually want to teach them this. And some of them are more open to it than others, but I feel like I'm not well versed enough, and I want to learn more. But no one can convince me that the Earth is a globe at this point. Like I'm at the point where like I don't know whether it's an infinite flat plane or a realm. I don't know exactly what it is, but I just know that we're not on a ball. That's one thing I do know. And to be honest, like I don't really even believe in space. I know there's flat earthers that do believe in space, but I'm one of them who don't. And
define space for us.
Yeah.
So like I'm in my mind, like all there is the Earth, like this world, and you can't get past the firmament. And I know they tried to like.
We're talking about the vacuum of space. That's understandable. Because there's
there's
space,
exactly, the vacuum
right?
space,
And there's space between me and my computer.
Exactly.
Me and
Yeah, no, I mean like the infinite, like ever expanding universe, like quote unquote, like that I don't believe in.
Yeah.
And like with the Earth, with the firmament, which is like the dome, I do believe in that. I don't know what it's made up of. I don't know if it's a layer of gas. I don't know if it's a physical wall or
Well, it could
glass.
be a layer of gas.
Like I have no idea what it is, but I know that like there was that CIA operation Fishbowl,
right,
where they try to nuke through the firmament. Like they try to like shoot through the firmament. They couldn't. They couldn't get past their missiles couldn't get past that firmament. So I know that happened as well. And I
Dude,
just think that
you're gonna love it here. The quantum eraser just posted in the live stream voice chat I would recommend going to his channel and looking at his playlists. And he has quite a few playlists. One of them is science, I think, or something along those lines. And it's very worth watching. And he will give you a bunch of citations and a bunch of... He will arm you to the teeth, basically. So you can argue.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you can go to David Weiss, DITRH.
Yeah, I watch him as well.
So yeah,
I
he has
watch.
tons of interviews.
Yeah, I watch him. I watch.
He has a good
RV
way to
Truth.
explain. Yeah, he has a good way explaining the flat Earth phenomenon.
I listen to what's his name. I watch Jeranism.
Okay.
I listen to Iru Landucci. Yeah, David Weiss. There's another guy now. Like I can't remember his name, but he's like a Spanish guy. He does funny videos though. But yeah, there's like a few of them, and obviously there's Eric Dubé and stuff. But I haven't seen any of his stuff recently. But I pretty much watch all of them whenever like I see the video get recommended. But yeah, might also like with the Earth being the center of like the universe, like that to me also it's in line with like Christian beliefs as well, where God basically made us the center of the universe. So like the whole idea of an ever expanding universe could be a way to make us feel less significant, which is something that I guess the rulers of the world are trying to accomplish.
Have you heard of the axis of evil in astronomy?
No.
It's based on their supposed calculations. They assume that we're at the center of on the whole world, so we're at the axis of evil. That's why it's called the axis of evil, because it fits too much with the Bible.
Uh-huh.
I have a bunch of stuff like that where like they choose for... I have a quote somewhere where they admit that they choose the heliocentric model purely on philosophical grounds because it's not comfortable to believe that we're at the center of everything and that like the world is flat.
Oh, yeah.
That would mean God is
Right.
true and they'd have to be responsible for their actions.
Yes, totally. I agree with that.
Wasn't that Hubble who said that?
Yeah, something along those lines.
So yeah, the whole thing, it's what the last guy was saying before about, or sorry, there was another channel, but he was talking about Freemasons and the powerful elites and their hand in this whole thing, right? And so in my mind, these are the people that I guess run these space organizations like NASA and the other ones around the world. Not everyone believes that it's the same group of people that actually own all of these different groups. I think that's part of understanding the whole NASA lie, the whole like space lie, is you have to understand that there's a group of people that control the whole world and have all the money and set up these, organizations all over the world, space organizations, and they all have like the same, I guess, agenda. They're all working together. Is that something you guys agree with, or?
Yeah, well, the thing is...
Irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
The irrelevant. The Earth is not a ball, so whatever they are doing, it's lying.
A lot
It's
of the Globers,
irrelevant.
they'll say, but how? They'll say, how do all? How is it possible that all these space agencies are in on it together?
Doesn't even matter, right?
You
the
gotta
reality is, Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959.
Yeah, you
So
gotta understand they're not all in it together. Just like the Freemasons, majority of Freemasons have no clue what's in the upper ranks.
Uh-huh.
It's only
Exactly.
once you're into the 33rd degree, then you can't get to the 33rd degree without knowing the Earth is flat and that you are
Yeah.
Luciferians. So
Yeah.
that there's it's gated
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
these
Exactly.
ranks, and they cloak themselves with people who are good and just have good intentions, just like NASA. There's a bunch of
Yeah.
people at NASA who just work there making their stuff, and they think they're doing good.
Yeah. No, I that's another great point because I was wondering too. Because sometimes they'll ask me, so they're saying, so are you saying that everyone's in on it, the astronauts? And I would say no, not necessarily. It could be just the top few guys that know. And like you said, everyone else is just doing their job and have no clue. Or when they do send astronauts up into space, quote unquote, they could be just putting them through like a simulation. They could create like an augmented reality and have them
When
think that
you're
they're
right,
going into space.
see what the thing is right there, you're going on speculation. You don't know, bro. And you don't know
Yeah.
what they're doing. I mean, they if they do, I mean, they could fly up in the air and they think they're
Yeah.
somewhere. I mean, but again, most of those people that I mean, you could definitely tell. I don't know if you've watched their bloopers and all their other things. They
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
not. Those are the ones that are in on it,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But
The astronauts are
again,
in on it, yeah.
I mean, how many astronauts are there?
Well, I found out that yeah, you can't become an astronaut unless you're like a Mason or or unless you have some kind of affiliation. So you can't just, and not anyone could just become an astronaut.
I mean, put it like this: CIA agents. How many? They do
Right.
assassinations and whatever. I mean,
Exactly.
not everybody that does work in the CIA knows that, right? I
Yeah.
mean, only a
Yeah.
few might know, or how many are
That's true.
there, and do they actually speak? Why wouldn't they speak about it, right?
Uh-huh.
They're not gonna tell, hey, yeah, I'm a spy. No, they don't even tell their families, right?
So does that mean that the heads of each space agency are working together?
I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate. Well, I don't really care.
Because I think
Looks,
that's where the confusion is. People think, oh, but how's it possible that all these people are in on it? No, it is possible. There's only 10 space
no,
agencies. There's only like
exactly.
7 space agencies. The head of each one could be all best friends. They're all billionaires that go to Monaco on the weekends and have tea together or whatever.
I don't know. So I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like Dre said, the Earth measures flat. We know that society. There's secrets in governments, and we
Yeah.
know governments can't conspire together. I mean, they have a freaking treaty for over 40 years, longest standing treaty in the history of mankind.
Which is what the
Antarctic Treaty,
Antarctic Treaty, right?
which coincidentally, all the space people that have space energies are signed to that treaty.
And that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm going with this.
But
That it's a
regardless,
group
I
of
mean,
them.
you go into how do you know this? You could tell. You got to say this is
You're
my
right. We're
speculation,
speculating.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to try to keep away from the speculation and instead just address something that like shows the same thing but can be verified, like the Gulf of Tonkin or the Vietnam War. So you can show that they in the beginning said, "Oh, they attacked us and sunk our ship. That's why I need to kill
Yeah.
them." So, but then they admitted that they sunk their own ship. So, if they lied about something like that to get people into war, they could lie about anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, 9/11, Iraq, weapons of
Yeah.
mass destruction. NSA lying to Congress, saying they don't listen in on people. Then Snowden comes out with, no, yeah, they read all your emails, watch you naked.
So see, so my background in the truther world is more about like secret societies, governments, wars, manipulated wars. So that's how I came across flat Earth, though. That's what I was trying to explain to you guys. That my research was mainly with like secret societies and stuff like that, and Masons, and like Rothschild and all that stuff, right? And then I came across like these space organizations and the Antarctic Treaty, and then I came across flat Earth. So that's how I arrived to flat Earth. It wasn't so much the science behind flat Earth and like really anything to do with the Earth itself. It was more the global lies, the large scale lies and cover ups is like the list that you just mentioned, 9/11, Vietnam War, all these things. Eventually I ended up at flat Earth. So now I'm trying to learn more about like what you guys are talking about, like the actual facts and science that proves the Earth is flat, right? That's the part I'm missing. That's what I need to like learn more about.
One of the biggest one is Earth. I mean, it's measures flat. You always experience is flat. Second one, I mean, this one top ones are the Earth measured flat. There's no curvature ever. Gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just show me gas pressure without a container.
The second law of thermodynamics, right?
Yep. You gotta tell them, show me gas pressure without a container.
All right. And they'll say, oh, the system in space is a different system than what we have here.
Yeah, then that's called begging the question.
Okay.
That's the thing. They'll try to word salad you to death, but you ask for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Nobody can do that. You just ask for a demonstration. It's over.
You'll notice when you ask someone who's a bit educated, when you ask them, can you have a gas pressure without a container, they'll generally just tell you no, that's not possible.
Yeah. You see, I think it's really very difficult for them to understand, to even step out of like those shoes.
Yeah, but when you tell them something that makes them think it's flat Earth related, they will automatically go to the atmosphere and start begging the question. And that's why it's so important to learn about logical fallacies, because that's the only defense the globe has, and that's what they will all go to.
Yeah, so for me, when I first heard about flat Earth, it wasn't so shocking. It wasn't like, oh my God, this is the first time, our government has lied to us. I have already learned about 20 or 30 different massive lies, right? Such as like the 9/11 and the Vietnam War and all that stuff. So when we heard about flat Earth, at that point, I'm like, of course this could be true. Of course it is possible that they lied to us about the shape of the Earth as well. And then when I started looking into it, and it didn't even take me 1 or 2 days, and I was like, oh my God, like what a fucking joke. Like
I get
I
that.
was lied to. I felt fully betrayed, and stupid, but at the same time, it was very liberating. Like, um, it's hard to explain, but
Almost
like,
funny when you realize that you're like, I can't believe I got duped this hard. It's almost funny.
yeah, like I laughed about it. And I thought,
Yeah. I mean, I
but
so relate to you right now because I'm Trace's younger sister. And this boy's been telling me about truth or shit since I was a kid. And we also have like a staff granddad who was in the secret society above the Freemasons in our country and all that shit. And dad had some criminal history and blah, blah. But so we had all these kinds of truth or stuff already all figured out. And then he went and found flat Earth ahead of me. Like always, he finds things first. And he looked into it and took all the time it takes to go through everything. And then he just started by showing me NASA fail videos. For 2 hours, I was laughing at those retards because it was so badly done.
Yeah.
And then he just starts pointing out obvious shit. And like within a few minutes, I'm like, holy shit, wait, so the Earth is flat? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, shit. And that was it. Done.
Yeah, like at that point, I've already known that they were capable of lying about anything and everything.
Exactly.
So
If
it
you
was
know
just
that, it's
another,
much easier to see the lies.
exactly. That's what I mean. That's why I always tell people, like, you have to have prerequisites. You can't just come across flat Earth out of nowhere. You have to know about the fake moon landing. You have to know about 9/11 setup. You have to know about all of these false flags and all of these things that they've done. and then it won't be so crazy anymore. You won't think it's such a crazy thing anymore. You think, oh, okay, this is just another um, well organized lie, just like the other ones.
Took me
You know,
almost
very
two
profitable.
months. Took me almost 2 months to get over the denial because
Yeah.
I loved space so much, and I had looked into all the conspiracies, which include all of the alien stuffs, and I had all the stuff. So I had my view of what was out there and the space and aliens
Yeah.
and that belief was so deeply founded in gravity and the ball that it was really hard to let go in the beginning. I just like I see Globers do, I latched on to the one word solution: gravity, refraction.
Yeah.
And but because I wanted to help Eric Dubay realize that he was wrong, the Earth isn't flat. Uh, I wanted to get some empirical evidence, the kind he wants to fulfill his uh, criteria for evidence. So I got my astrophysicist friend to try to find experiments, and I got my robotic engineer to try to find experiments for Newton, and then I got them both in a chat at the same time, and I was talking to both of them at the same time and trying to understand how gravity worked. And I used their answers against each other, and before long they were all straight out fighting. They were just calling each other retarded, and I was like, he's an astrophysicist, he's saying this, and he's like, oh, he's retarded, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, and I'm like, yeah, he's saying you're retarded, he's a robotic engineer, bro. And they lost it, and that made me really start questioning, like, is it maybe flat? Because they're not agreeing here. There's
Yeah.
a discrepancy between these fields. They got taught different things, and so I got them to slowly go over everything with me, and I was just playing devil's advocate. I'm like, yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, bro. I'm
Yeah.
with Newton in this, and he's like, okay. Told me all about that, showed me the experiments, and I was like, yeah, that doesn't actually prove it though. And then I went to the other guy, and he was like, these are the illustrations, and here's Brian Cox dropping his feather, and that proves it. And I'm like, nah, doesn't actually prove it though. And the more I looked at it, the less solid it looked, and it just kept contradicting the other things. So I couldn't be honest with myself and still believe it. So at that point, I had to really dig into everything. I had to learn it for myself so that I could
Yeah.
understand it. I couldn't
Well,
take them on their word anymore.
yeah. Wow. And then you did your own research after that.
Yeah, I spent
Grace,
many, many,
do you
many
still
days
talk to either one of
reading.
those guys? Do you still
Huh?
have contact with either one of them?
Yeah, a little bit. One of them moved out of the country. The astrophysicist guy. He went out to study somewhere. Wants to learn something about AI.
As
He
far as
quit
you know,
his
they're
job
both
as an
still solidly
astrophysicist.
on the globe.
We argued for like a year about this, and he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. He really hates the subject
Okay.
now. It's
So
hilarious.
when I learned about flat Earth and I was convinced like the Earth was no longer a ball, I told my family about it, right? Like at a birthday, and then so basically I flat smacked the whole family, and then everyone thought I was crazy and all that stuff. They thought I was on drugs, but
Good old
I wasn't,
times.
obviously. and and especially my brothers. I have two brothers, and they thought I was crazy. And this is a great there's a great like ending to the story. My younger brother, this is like 3 years ago. He thought I was crazy, but every weekend I would see him, and I could continue talking about flat Earth, and I wouldn't talk to him about anything but flat Earth. And I would show him all the videos and everything, and then about 2 years later, he finally decided to like look into it, and he's like, you know what, you've been so like adamant about this and so firm on your belief that I thought he thought I was joking in the beginning, or he thought I was crazy, but he's like, no, this guy's really serious, and he started actually looking at it with an open mind, and he's been doing that for a year now, and we can say now that as of like last month, he officially no longer believes in the globe. And
Hey, man.
yeah.
Congrats,
So
bro.
I never thought like they would come around. I literally thought like, oh, I'm gonna die and like my family's gonna be like like they're gonna be globe earthers forever. But yeah, you'd be surprised, man. You just keep telling someone, and you keep showing them, and you tell them like you treat like show them with love, right? Like because in the
Yeah.
beginning we would fight, we would get into fights, we would name call, right? I would call them like globe sheeple and such shit like that, right? And then, but then after I just started like trying to really teach them and like I said, showing them like with love and care, and then eventually my younger brother came around, and now he's practically a flat earther at this point. So it was like a dream come true for me. I never thought any of my family members would like uh overcome that, but it happened. So it was just yeah, it was a great thing.
It also shows you how the method, as the methodology changes, the reception changes. Uh, when
Yes.
I talk to my whole family are flat earthers. When I talk to them about it, I'm never phrasing it as they're presenting the globe. It's here's a problem with the globe, and it's hilarious because it doesn't work, and we just laugh at it. So because of the social dynamic in the family and people already trust and listen to me,
Yeah.
it's easier to get that across.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough, man. It was really tough, and it was adding a lot of stress to my life because you know I was basically getting into arguments with my family every day over this, right? So I ended up giving up. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm not gonna talk to them about it anymore. I'm gonna like just not bring it up at our family gatherings." But then all of a sudden, every time they would bring it up. I wouldn't even bring it up
Yeah.
anymore. They would bring it up every like few months. They'd be like, "Oh, so you still believe in that flat Earth thing?" And I'd be like, "Of course I do. I believe in it more now than ever. I actually have more proof and evidence more than ever, right? I've been compiling like a list and everything."
Yeah,
And
the mountain
and
gets
I
bigger.
yeah, and I was telling him the movement is also getting bigger. There's more channels coming out on YouTube. There's more viewers. There's more people subscribing. There's a president from Brazil came out and said he was a flat earther. So I was telling them that like this thing's not going away, right? And and I think that's what kind of got convinced my younger bros. Like, wait a minute, this guy's actually really serious about this. Maybe I should take a look. And once he took a look, because that's the thing, until they take a look, they'll never like learn about it, right? And I think the hard part is getting them to take a look because once they do take a look, there's a high chance that they will become flat earthers if they actually give it a shot with an open mind.
Yeah, I have a
But
very good trick for this. If you're really helpful and nice and you do stuff for other people, eventually you can be like, hey, you know how I'm like doing all this stuff for you all the time? Do you mind doing one thing for me and watching this video real quick?
yes, I know. Unfortunately, sometimes they watch 2 seconds of it and they turn it off right away.
Oh no, you're sitting there right with them, and then they're like
Oh,
trying to turn it off, and you're like, oh, hey, wait, you want to talk about this? We can talk about this.
yeah, and but at the same time, I
No
feel like
thanks.
it's almost like flat Earth. You have to seek it. It's not something that just comes to you either. And a lot of these people just have no reason to seek any truth around cosmology because they think that what they were told is the right way, right? So
Yeah,
it's very difficult, but
people are
yeah,
used to being spoon-fed everything. That's what the news does.
yeah.
That's what the school does. So a lot of people are just sitting around waiting to be spoon-fed something. So
Well, that's why I
when,
love Nathan Oakley
yeah,
because he knows more about the globe mathematics than the globers themselves,
and logic, it's really impressive.
right? And so when he gets into debate with them, it's like they don't even know their own like models, like facts, right? So or points or whatever. So that's why I love watching him because
Also, he's not shy to point that out to them because they
yeah,
don't seem to notice it.
yeah, it's
That's
awesome.
one of my favorite parts is when he starts calling people out, and I'm like, fuck yeah.
But we have to admit we were all the same at one point. We all believed it because we were told that we were taught that, and like there was one video I saw too when I became a flat earther, like the first week. I was like starting to not believe in the globe. And one of the videos, it was like, why would they lie to you? And then the next frame said, because they don't love you. And I thought that was kind of funny because it was so true. Like, how naive of us to think that they would just tell us all, like that tell us the truth about everything, you know? And
Dude, this
especially
is
with
the
that,
kind of
that
naivety. Oh, sorry. This is the kind of
no, no,
naivety you
fine.
see in every kind of day. Like, for instance, when I was starting on the work market, working for the first time, I went and worked for a chain store. It's a big corporation. It didn't occur to me that they might try to cheat me out of my salary or pay me less than they're legally obliged to do and stuff like that. But they did.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
It's a trusting nature that they try to breed in us. What can I say?
And exploit.
Yeah, definitely. That.
Well, yeah, there's many reasons why they would lie about the shape of the Earth. One of them I always talk about is just the monetary gain with like the billions of dollars in taxpayers' money going to NASA, and also like all the video games and toys and TV shows that come out revolving around space. It really is like a $100+ billion market. Uh, so that alone is already a good enough reason to make up this imaginary like universe, right?
It's
Uh,
also one of the things that I think are very important is the whole when you think you are created by God and not just an insignificant speck in some cosmic dust,
yeah,
then you have God-given rights. And if
exactly.
you are an insignificant speck of dust, you don't believe that you have cosmic rights, and there's less of a foundation for morals and ethics and stuff. All the things that they want to corrode because they like doing stuff that doesn't comply with that. So why wouldn't they want to push this kind of ideal?
Yeah, money
Exactly.
is kind of the weakest argument because they control the monetary system and they can just inflate and deflate money or print money out of thin air through the banking system.
Mhm.
But it is the easiest to understand and the easiest to prove, so it's still a
Yeah,
decent
it
point.
makes sense, but once you understand the system, they can use that point against you.
Which is why it's good to have
Fair.
many points.
Yeah.
Well, money is just a tool of
So
control, right? Control.
exactly. Control's the other thing, right? Yeah. And
All of this is control if you think about it.
You can also think
like,
of it as it's really good distraction. If
yeah,
you can control progress, they can't progress fast enough to escape your control. So you want to stifle. If you're an evil controller, you want to stifle progress. You want to stifle creativity. You want to
yeah,
confound science, and so that they can't discover things that makes people free of your dependence. So
yeah,
that's why pseudoscience is pushed so prevalently, because they want you to not understand the scientific method and what actual science is, and don't want you to be able to identify what pseudoscience is. They want you to think that if you see on the news that he said it's pseudoscience, that means it's pseudoscience. News is not the arbiter of pseudoscience. The scientific method is.
yeah. So they're using science almost as a weapon to
They do
control
it,
No,
and
people
that's
and
pseudoscience.
to deceive.
The definition of
Right.
pseudoscience is calling something science when it is void of the scientific method. So if it doesn't have the scientific method, or isn't applying the scientific method, using experiments, because experiments are hypothesis tests which are part of the scientific method. So there are a bunch of disciplines today which they call science, and there's a bunch of things which
Yeah.
they call science, but which is not science. It's just literally, by definition, pseudoscience.
Yeah, but the children in school, they can't tell the difference when they're reading their science book. They can't tell the difference between the pseudoscience and the actual science. They think it's all
Yeah.
one and the same, and that's how they trick everyone by mixing half truths with lies. So they'll teach
they try
you
to get us when we're young.
science. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially when you're young, you're a child, right? And that's when we learn about space. We all learned about space in what, grade 2, grade 3 or something. So they're already shaping our minds and the way we think at that young age. So it's very hard to snap out of it, right?
They basically program you when you're so young that you are basically automatically trusting the authority. So it gets programmed deep into your subconscious, and so it's hard to get rid of. It's very malicious, and it has serves no progress or serves no positive progress for the children. It doesn't help them.
And this is why I work with kids.
But also, I don't know about you guys, but after Flat Earth, after learning about it, I felt almost liberated in a way. Like it's hard to explain, but like it's almost like I was, it's almost like I was in prison mentally when it came to like the reality of what I was living on. So like now, for example, I'm not afraid of a fake alien invasion or some asteroid coming and destroying all of us. I don't have these thoughts in the back of my head, whereas before it was somewhere in the back of my head where there was a chance that. So
yeah,
basically, right? Yeah. So there's like a fear tactic as well, almost. It's like they have everyone in constant state of fear.
Yeah.
If I may, how have you disproven that there could be extraterrestrials in lands out beyond the southern pole region?
I haven't.
Not.
Because you said there's no fear of aliens now.
Yeah, I'm not fearful of some alien race from some other galaxy or some other planet. Could there be aliens like past Antarctica? I have no idea. That's a good point. I have no clue.
That would be a positive claim. So if I said I don't believe, it would not be a positive claim.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I can't tell you what's past Antarctica.
Ultimately, in the end, there's actually no reason to actually affirm the belief in the first place that there is anything beyond Earth, since there is no experience beyond Earth. So, logically and rationally, I can't rule anything out in a place that can't possibly or can't even be verified to exist.
Yeah,
so,
I was just referring to
de facto position would be all we know is terrestrial reality.
Correct. An extraterrestrial or extraterrane would be terrestrial existence, but other continents or lands that we're unaware of. Admiral Richard Byrd did mention a continent the size of North America, but then again, he was a Freemason, so how much should we actually trust of that? So,
and yeah, we don't know what's past those lands. There could be lands full of gold and oil, or there could be some extraterrestrial race, but I personally don't believe that there is.
Yeah, but at least the fear from outer space is gone. I agree with you on that.
Yes. And there's also things like planetary destruction and other shit like that, where they just...
I was talking to someone today in real world where they were saying about how the sun is going to consume everything in its path and it's going to keep expanding and we're going to die. And, and you could see the depression in this person's voice. Like it's futile, it's pointless, it's hopeless, we're all going to die anyway.
Yeah.
I just thought, wow.
So in the Bible, there's a story called the Tower of Babel. Some of you might be familiar with it, yeah. And it's when people wanted to, I guess, make a tower that reached to heaven, right? And
up to the
to overthrow God, right?
So yeah, exactly, to make it the God to heaven, yeah. So I know a lot of people may not believe in the story or whatever. It's just a story though, but like it's sort of the same idea now. Like it's almost like we're redoing the Tower of Babel story where humans are trying to shoot rockets into space or get to areas that we're not even supposed to go in the first place, kind of thing. So in that story, Tower of Babel, God ended up like changing everyone's language or something when they were building the tower. Therefore, they couldn't communicate anymore. Therefore, they couldn't build the tower anymore. So he stopped them from doing that, and it was very, I guess, evil of them to try to make it to heaven when God had everything for them on earth, right? So it's sort of the same idea now. So instead of solving, world hunger, other problems that we have, you're trying to spend tens of billions of dollars shooting rockets up into the sky to explore these planets that, or these, the space that really, even according to them, doesn't really do anything for us. So to me, it was it's almost like it's like a Tower of Babel all over again, where the world is getting very evil and selfish, and caring about space more than like their own neighbor. Like, why are these guys going to space instead of solving problems on Earth? That's
Yeah,
a even asked.
the earth was for man and that the heavens were for God. And now we
Exactly,
say
and
that
so
we
that
shoot
act
rockets
alone,
past the heavens.
right? So that act alone is almost like an act of Satanism. It's almost like a spit in God's face.
But they're not
It's like,
going anywhere. That's the
right?
the funny part, is that they're claiming all this grand glory, but they're not
Yeah,
actually doing what they're saying they're doing. Because
exactly.
the Tower of Babel was destroyed and mankind was spread across the face of the earth because of them trying,
Yeah, yeah,
Solar.
And when you go and look at the historicity, like, there were base languages that are found across all continents, whether it's ancient Phoenician or the Sumerian race. So there could have been a common language, and then it's split and fragmented into what we see today. So yeah, I don't know whether it's just a story or whether it's the explanation for why we see so many different colors of human being. We're all the same race, but they've falsely led us into this whole idea that we're different races because of our skin and our language.
Solar.
Yeah.
I
Present
don't know
and
if you've ever.
accounted for.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this before. Have you ever heard of a channel called End Time Science?
No.
So basically, what this channel used to do is it would post daily clips of like all these natural disasters going on all over like the earth. And
Yeah, there's
basically,
plenty of those.
yeah, like there was just like it looked like we were doomed kind of thing. This is how, many things there was daily. There was like volcanoes, things happening in Hawaii, earthquakes, like everything. And then for some strange reason, YouTube actually took that channel down. Or like for some reason the whole channel was being removed. But I think you find little clips online now, but they're not like daily. But yeah, it just made me think about how these elites, it's like, I don't know if this earth is really reaching a really, point where we're all screwed kind of thing just yet. And if that's a good enough indicator, or if there's way more of the earth that's not happening on, or if that's just perception, becoming reality for some, but not us. But I'm thinking about how the elites now, they're so fixated on trying to get to space. And it's like everyone's in a race to get to like, Mars and things like that, as though are they even going to some kind of actual planet, or is it just another flat plane, or just is it a spaceship? Who knows? I'm just wondering. But like, it could be anything. Like they don't tell us that. But I'm thinking that if they're trying to get off this earth, then clearly what that tells me is that they have already known that soon it's going to get much worse on the earth, to the point where it's inhabitable, uninhabitable. Like, so it's like, when that starts to happen, do you think the people who are like looking for this more of this flat earth will end up reaching potentially uncharted territories, uncharted continents, in which we don't get hit by any of the impacts? Like the full impact just does not affect us. If they are trying to get off to go there, but we can't follow them, would that prevent us from also reaching a point of extinction? Because I don't know if it's going to like genocide the entire planet, including all the unexplored parts and people.
Look, John, I don't know if you're mixing two cosmologies here in terms of heliocentrism with stuff that can enter from outside, or whether you're talking about in this pressurized environment which has to be contained, which
Yeah.
means
It's
if
a
there is
planet.
if it's contained, then we don't have a risk of an asteroid causing some extinction-like event.
Yeah.
What is peculiar, though, is that in the Bible, in Revelations, it says that the sky will be rolled up like a scroll,
Wow.
or will be opened, and all the stars will fall to the earth. Now,
So we're all gonna
in the
die.
heliocentric model, the stars are meant to be bazillions of times larger than the Earth. And if every
Yeah.
star fell to the Earth, that just is a non sequitur. What for? Why? It wouldn't make sense in the heliocentric model. But I think that, it also says that the Earth would firstly be destroyed by water and then secondly by fire. So it's potentially I don't know. I'm trying to connect the whole asteroid version to what the Bible says could happen. If those stars are actually like physical things screwed into our firmament and they become separated and do fall down to the earth, then who knows what that could actually be. But
Is it
that's
like
just in the realm of speculation.
fallen angels, or something like that? Because what I was
Well,
thinking as well was not just the fact of it being like an outside occurrence, like an asteroid hitting the Earth, but like more like an inside occurrence, like the whole Earth and everything on it just self-destructing kind of thing, and just all going
what's
to shit.
fascinating, in the Bible, it talks about that God knows each of the stars by name.
Yeah, I heard that.
Another, so then that kind of implies sentience or some kind of consciousness to every light source that you see above you, if they have a name.
They're just higher versions of us, aren't they? Because they're made of more light than we are.
Also, when you look at the ancient Hebrew calls them angels of light, and the angels was sometimes mistranslated from angles. So the angles of light could be what we consider as angels of light.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
there's some interesting things that go on
So those could be
with the
angels.
heavens.
Yeah, and
Well,
I'm
yeah,
just
like
thinking.
I said, yeah.
I'm just thinking. Yeah, is it more the case that we live on a firmament then than a flat sort of pancake?
The firmament is below us also. Well, that's how the Bible describes it. Once again, this is a text that describes certain things, so we mustn't get too ahead of ourselves and start claiming that it's fact. Like Mimus was saying, we've got to talk in the realm of what is and what can be proven. Same like the continents, the lying outside. We don't know for certainty that they are there. So we mustn't make positive claims like there definitely is land. So the same thing the Bible describes on day 2, that God created a firmament to separate the waters from the waters. And that was the waters that were above and the waters that were below the earth. So
oh my days! I just had a thought.
So it's like there's an egg or something, some kind of a firmament that's over the top of us and under us. And then we're like in this plane of existence in the center of those two boundaries or limits.
Yeah, I just had two thoughts. One of them was, considering how we seem to be evolving so much now, it's almost like our perceptibility, like, strength is increasing so much. I'm just thinking, imagine that enabled us to actually catch a glimpse of whatever was on the outside imprisoning us. And then my second thought was, how basically, supposedly, we're in some kind of dome, and nothing can pass through it. But then it's like light, I'm guessing, is like the only exception, because for some reason we're still able to be exposed to the sunlight. So what I'm thinking is, imagine if any attempts by the elites, I've heard like Bill Gates apparently is going to try and dim out the sun or something. He's basically trying to cut off our only connection to source so that we can never ascend, probably.
Well, in biblical cosmology, the sun is actually within the firmament.
Really?
Yeah, it's not as far as like they claim it is.
I guess he's still just trying to block it off when it's the only thing that keeps us source.
Wait, what's he trying to do?
Close to source. Cut us off from the source by blocking it out, by dimming out the sun, supposedly. And they're going to try and replace it with a new sun. I think that's only for the elites to be able to
The
use.
sun's a
And
projection.
everything becomes cold.
It was one of the Microsoft foundations that were looking at when we were still talking about global warming, and that the planet was getting too hot because of the sun, that they were looking at ways of dimming the sun to try and reduce the amount of excessive damaging radiation that could be striking the planet. And then unfortunately we went into a solar minimum, and it's actually shown that the temperatures have dropped by about 2 to 3 degrees over the last, I think it's 4 or 5 years since 2017. So, but they've continued to do high what do they call it? Stratospheric aerosolized spraying or something like that, where they're doing the word, contrailing or spraying shit into the sky. But also, if you look at how Bill Gates has suddenly bought up all the crop lands, and that he's also on the forefront of growing artificial meats. So once again, if, for example, the sun was no longer a viable growing source, he would have to come up with some technological solution to grow with maybe an artificial sun, like you suggested, grow crops outdoors with an artificial sun as like this Microsoft solution to a problem they created. The Hegelian dialectic.
I don't understand why that guy is doing all these things. I mean, you just think about it and you look at all the trouble they're going to. It's just like, why?
Welcome to the gates of hell.
He works for the devil.
Is it actually going to end like that, or are the ways out of that? Because we don't want to all go to hell.
He's a Luciferian.
The gates of hell.
I guess that's like CERN are trying to open that up more.
Are you catching the pun, John? The gates of hell.
Oh yeah. I'm not very good at puns, bro. That's like one of my weak suits.
The Bill Gates of hell.
I'm more like, thinking about words and imagining content and onto them,
See, so what they should say is, hey guys, there's these big lights in the sky. We call them stars. We don't know exactly what they're made up of or what their size is, but they provide light to us at night. And maybe one day we'll know what it is. But they don't say that. They, have a whole story. Because that would be okay if they said, like, if the scientists of today said, okay, guys, we don't know what's past, like, the firmament. We don't know what stars are made out of. Like, that would be okay. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, we're not supposed to know. You're not God. You didn't make them. But they refuse to say that they don't know. They basically claim that they know about everything. They have an answer to everything. There's nothing they don't know.
Yeah, but the thing they say about them is that they're a ball of burning gas in a vacuum. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. There's no way that can possibly be happening. So they're just lying no matter what they're saying. They're just, and they're atrocious lying.
And it's fallacious on both sides. So like that ball of gas would be a high pressure existing in a vacuum without any kind of container of any sort. And then when you think about black holes, they're meant to be more vacuum than the infinite vacuum that surrounds them. So even black holes would then want to equilibrate. So they've got a complete violation when it comes to balls of gas, and they've got a violation when it comes to a more vacuumy area called a black hole that sucks when vacuums aren't meant to suck, but this one does. So very peculiar.
Yo, do you guys know what causes tides? Since it's not the moon.
Is it pollution?
What? You said pollution.
So
dumping things into the sea.
So I've been trying to figure this out because, like, in my swimming pool, if I want to raise the water level, I have to add liquid, and if I want to drop the swimming pool level, I have to drain it, actually pump liquid out. Now, when you think about all the creations on this planet have some sort of like a circulatory system or some way to pump water or pump blood.
Are you talking about
So
the four rivers that connect to the center of the earth and pump water out 2 times a day?
correct. So now when you start to look back at the old maps of the 1600s and late 1500s, they all showed these four continents, but some of them described a whirlpool at the center and some didn't. And they would say for certain times of the day, the water would flow out of those four streams, thereby filling up the oceans and causing a rise in all the water levels. And then for other parts of the day, the water would all rush towards the center and drain into like what they called the world navel. So the world center, the central kind of like plug of the earth that water gets sucked down into. Now, all other explanations for what tides are, wind causes a big thing. So just the air moving over the surface of water can cause waves on ponds and lakes. So just by having air moving over the surface of water, you can get big swells and what can appear like tides. But in terms of tides rising by several feet, it's a really peculiar occurrence. But water is also diamagnetic. So it's repelled by a magnetic field. So if, for example, something above our head was a magnetic field, it could be repelling water underneath it. So, for example, the sun and the moon on that track that they do, they might actually be pushing the water down to low tide in certain zones based on a magnetic effect. But the pond or the whirlpool at the center, they called it in Norse mythology. It was should it slip me now? I'm going to say Idrisil, but that's the tree. Anyway, so that like some people claim that there's a giant whirlpool at the center. If you think about how most of the systems that we know of eject water at really high altitudes, like at the top of mountains, that's where most of the rivers start. Now, if you wanted to pump water up to a higher elevation, you either need some sort of pumping system or some kind of a capillary action whereby you're using suction or like a vacuum pressure to suck the water up. But most of our rivers start at incredibly high altitudes. So if there was like a central pump sucking it in and then it ejected it from certain other locations, that also kind of makes sense. But if anyone else has anything to add about tides.
No. But I have an idea just that came to me about this is more to do with like the sun though. So you know how they're like dimming out the sun? Essentially that's gonna make Earth cold, correct? Or is it gonna just do something else?
Well, it can do two. It can do two things. It can reduce the quality of sunlight, but it can also create a greenhouse effect. So it also has the ability to trap the radiant heat that's being bounced off the Earth if it was sufficiently insulated. But like UV penetrates dust and dirt, and so that's why they use like silver nitrate and certain metallic things in that aerosol so that it actually like reflects the light. But I don't know. I think it can do both.
Yeah, because I think, there might still be a way that we can cope if they do try to make us freeze up or, lose heat. And I got this idea from this song. Have you ever heard of Mr. Dramatic?
No.
He's got this song out and it's called Powers. I'm just going to say this verse because he's really like, he's like really tapped in. And he's trying to wake people up. And basically it gives me an idea. It's like, he goes, my mind's regenerated and it's elevated to the highest of platforms. So I use my third eye vision to see if I ever get lost in a sandstorm. If I get stuck in a blizzard and I'm freezing cold with no transport, I will use my powers to heat my solar plexus and keep my hands warm. Don't be small-minded, you cowards. Embrace your powers, stand tall. You can manifest anything using your mind and imagination, I'm damn sure. Positive attention's key. No negativity or bad thoughts. Just change your diet and do some meditating and watch your life transform. Do you agree that's possible?
No.
No.
Because when I was 19, I would have had hundreds of naked women every day, if that's the case.
Did you used to manifest a lot? Or try to?
I don't even know what any of that is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just talks about solar plexus and how it could perhaps keep us warm in the times, the sun and things go cold. Because, like, we have inside of us some kind of energy, receptor and things.
I
don't
think
we? So,
I think there's part of that that can be considered good advice for life, like staying
yeah.
positive, having positive mental energy. All of those things are very positive. The one objection I would have there in terms of manifestation, real, truthful manifestation or fulfilling manifestation occurs when it's aligned with your creator. So when you are fulfilling a plan that's greater than your chosen plan, things happen on a scale that are unmatched by any other type of manifestation. In smaller scale things, there's a lot of counter religions or psy-op religions that want to praise the creation and not the creator. So then they praise mountains and they praise the thunder and they praise all these
Nature.
various natural things, but that's the creation. So you're praising the creation. Now that also extends to human beings. So when you start to think, I am this magical being and I have the ability to manifest and you are now falling into that same trap of praising the creation and not the creator. So you need to sort of dig deep on that one and see how your soul accepts that information. But it's, for me, what I'm finding is that we often have very selfish desires that are actually not beneficial for us in the long term. But in the short term, we think they're absolutely imperative. And then often when you apply that manifestation in line with some kind of a spiritual direction, far more magical things happen that exceed anything that you could have ever imagined, because you're kind of like in the zone or in the flow. You're where you're meant to be, doing what you're meant to do, rather than I'm just getting what I want through manifestation.
I definitely want to take the straight and narrow. I've always known that. And it's like, what is it that you think that God's will is for us to be doing right now in order to, reach that manifested life you speak of? That exists for us, each of us.
Sure, I can't speak on behalf of the Creator, but I think He's laid a template for us in the Bible. I think there's more wisdom in that book than any man could have ever imparted, which is why I still think that it's divinely inspired.
What about the Bhagavad Gita? Do you think they're similar?
I don't know, esoteric knowledge kind of falls into an interesting thing. Once again, it explains more the creation. So it'll explain more about the stuff around us rather than necessarily who that Lord of Lords or the being above all other beings, the one that created this place.
And they believe in basically some part of this book that the Vedas follow is it talks about motherships and different forms of extraterrestrials, all written by a really well-respected Swami. And then it goes also the Vedic links with Egyptian culture, how the pyramids were built with laser technology and mantras.
Yeah, I think that sound is definitely a crucial component to the whole creation aspect. Even with
Yeah.
Edward Lee Scullman in the Coral Castle, he said he was using acoustics to lift those things. So I think definitely the Jews talk about the word of creation. So the Kabbalah are trying to search out what is that specific word that God must have uttered at that point of creation to create all of this stuff, which is once again a sound or a vibration,
Yeah.
or an energy, some kind of frequency.
It could be a mixture of all of them, and it has to be balanced perfectly.
But you know, when I was still an alien believer, then that the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita and all that, that then started to make sense from an alien perspective. You know, that information was always delivered down to this place.
Yeah.
But it's peculiar now when I think about the flat Earth paradigm. But once again, the whole idea of air travel, that's an entire lie. What we think of is the historical narrative. We're told that the Wright brothers invented flight in the early 1900s. And when you go back and look, you know, the Chinese lantern was invented 4,000 years or 4,500. So if they knew that using hot air could make things rise, you're telling me that they never thought about a hot air balloon by making a slightly larger one? And then when you start to look at the old maps, they show blimp type objects everywhere, like littering the skyline. Like everyone, kind of like how you had a chariot, you would have your own blimp and you would go travel wherever you needed to. And they called that lighter than air travel. Now, somewhere between the 1800s and now, they rewrote everything and told us, no, we've never been above the ground. In fact, we were on like these little ox wagons with wooden wheels going over the mountaintops.
Everything's just a lie.
How did you take an ox wagon or some kind of like cart? How did you take that up over these cliffs to go climb these new terrains and stuff? Oh, no, easy, you know. Here's the photo of before and here's the photo of after. And that's obviously how they did it. So no need to look further.
Cart ruts my ass.
And it's like, you know, we can manifest with sound vibration. So like what I'm wondering is if they were able to do those incredible things back then, like lifting, you know, pyramids and stuff, like when are we gonna have that like become common knowledge, or like be able to be capable of similar and the same kind of stuff, you know? Just from like an utterance of a word or something. Or does it take devotional service or like a lifetime's worth of God-centered activities? Which is what they always speak of counts the most for manifesting your, you know, righteous life.
That's a good question. Because either it just takes so long for you to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
And then once you figure it out, it's like, oh gosh, you know.
I bet you
Was
it's
it
something
really
really simple like silence.
But yet there's
Something
still
paradoxical.
there's something about scrubbing yourself of other distractions. So for example, if you work listening to white noise,
Yeah.
or if you take away some other sensory input while achieving another task, it seems to have a focusing effect.
Yeah.
So there's almost like when you go and meditate and you are closing your eyes, you've taken away vision, then you try and clear your mind so that you're not thinking about distracting things. So then you're like present and in the moment. And I think that it's a culmination of feeling it, knowing it, believing it.
Yeah, and I had an idea as well, just like all the chakras when they're aligned. Essentially, you look at the top very last final chakra, it's the crown chakra, and it kind of acts as like an antenna coming out of our head, you know? So the most powerful signal to be, you know, emitted would come from that initially, maybe, and maybe the prerequisite is you have to have a fully activated crown chakra or Merkaba light field, and it's like that crown chakra then acts as the transmitter that pushes out the frequency needed, and it just comes from that, your mind and things like your soul, the soul mind heart coherence.
This is also where you got to understand that a lot of what we've been taught is our best guess at trying to describe it. So, for example, like a diagram is often the way that everyone understands how it works. But in reality, it's our best guess at how we think it works. And then we've created this concept. So now we're definitely these energetic beings. They created certain cameras that could capture the aura of a human on actual film.
Wow.
So that we definitely have some interaction, sometimes for up to 2 to 3 meters around us, which is obviously why they want us to be 2 meters apart or 6 feet apart.
6, yeah.
But so there's an aura, and that aura, when, like how these guys describe it, when there's something called field coherence, when I've got a tight sine wave and I'm pushing the power through that line on that same sine wave, and there's coherence in that frequency, there's strength in that frequency. If there's any destabilization in the incoherence of that field, or say field lines overlapping or interrupting one another or conflicting with one another, you have loss. So the way that I think of it is that when you get yourself completely aligned with your creator's purpose, that field is now in a coherent field, which means you can really create the ripples around you. Whereas when you've got conflicting fields, so maybe they might have described it like a heart chakra or a belly chakra, whatever they call them. But in terms of, that's our best version of how we would explain them and how to kind of work on each one as an individual. But it's all this bigger system, and that's just a description of parts within this bigger system, which is our best guess. Kind of like with an atom, no one has even seen an atom, even under the most powerful electron microscope. But our diagram says when you go inside an atom, this is how many protons and electrons and neutrons. And so we haven't even seen an atom. And then they take the audacity in the diagram to explain how it's all this empty space and that the electron is like everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. And so they create this diagram like the chakras to give it the best explanation of what we think it could be. It doesn't mean that that diagram is factually accurate.
Yeah, and they do say as well in the Vedas and stuff that apparently there are monks, I think they still walk the earth today, and basically they have the power to literally shrink their entire physical vessel in like to the size of a pip. Basically they can expand and shrink at will and do other things like that.
Have you seen any footage of that, or how
I've
would
never
you believe
seen any
that?
footage of that, but I'm just saying that if I was just interested to know if anyone had heard about that, what's been mentioned in that sort of tale, or like some people have actually just told me that that's the case, but I've not said this 100%. I'm just wondering if, because I've heard that those types of people, the real deal ones, they tend to live a life in seclusion, and that's the life they sort of choose. And they say a lot of them come on to the earth as already matured souls, but they come to help, but they don't, make a spectacle of themselves. The real ones, the ones that do are like fakes, basically. It goes against everything to do with the, wanting to live for God and things.
I've seen a couple of chi masters that can do amazing things using the focusing of that chi energy. That chi energy could be etheric energy. It could be how things get levitated, or it could be how maybe fire used to be a skill that we all possessed, the ability to just force the energy down and create an ignition point below our hand. Maybe this was knowledge that we all possessed and has been systematically removed from us so that we have to buy products to fulfill something we were capable of. In terms of shape-shifting, in this finite realm which I've existed in, I've never seen anything that possesses anything remotely possible like shape-shifting.
Like the saying goes, you don't know what you don't know.
But on a spiritual realm, I very much believe that shape-shifting and the possession of objects and people, and so I think potentially maybe people with spiritual eyes may be seeing a blending of between spiritual and physical, and then they see that as shape-shifting. But I don't believe in the physical realm. A man standing upright can turn into an eagle, can turn into something else, you know?
Yeah. There was this young black kid from America called Nico the Soul on YouTube, and he put this video on, which is a message to the future. Because basically what happened to him was he started to feel more awakened because he's been on this for like a long time. And he was practicing like, retention, like semen retention, like retaining your life force. And that's like your physical soul, they say. And like he was basically, people thought he was kind of insane, but he was coming so awake. He actually ended up getting sectioned. And like he said that he could see like spirits, and the Indian man and like this nurse that came up to him, and they actually tried to get him to like sign his life away. He knew for a fact if he wrote his name on this piece of paper, they would have killed him, but he refused to. But then he ended up becoming free. He said he feels like everyone around him has no soul except for his grandmother. Like he said, he wishes he could see his grandmother. She's like the only
What's
real
his name
person.
again?
Nico the Soul, Nekothe, yeah, the Soul, yeah. So basically, he was just talking about how he's finally figured it out what's been going on, supposedly. And he said that, because basically, Corona is Spanish, is crown. So it's Spanish for crown. And basically, they're saying that we, the awakening ones, are the coronavirus, but we haven't figured it out. He was like, you guys are so stupid, you haven't even figured it out yet. We're the coronavirus. And this is why this was set up, so that they would turn against us, because we're becoming more awakened, more light and things. It's like our auras, a lot of them are becoming too hard for these denser beings to handle. So they start to act different around us, more naturally and things. And he said he can't even go, because he said his manifestation powers are so strong now, and his melanin's like so activated, that he said if he even leaves his house, he starts attracting CIA and people who are after him, kind of thing. And he said he could manifest anything almost instantly if he wanted to. But he said it's so powerful, but he's too scared to just lose control of it. And he was just saying, we're the coronavirus, we need to wake up. And that's what this whole plan has been all along, to frame us in the most twisted of ways.
Sounds like a cool story, if I'm honest. A guy that can manifest something but doesn't use it because he's scared.
Does use it, but he just said he could have done it on the video, but he was trying to make this message clear.
Yeah, so what Roger's saying there, like, why didn't he manifest that the CIA don't chase him in public?
It's
because I remember Isis Wisdom. She said when you're doing like energy work, this is kind of like a given. This is like the law of duality and things like that. It's like you put out two beacons to the matrix. One attracts the people who you most resonate with, who need you in their life, and vice versa. And the other one puts out signals like agents to the matrix, which people just unconsciously keeping the matrix alive by serving it. They don't even know why.
This sounds a bit new agey, right? You can be God, you can tap into powers and manifest stuff, right? So you think you can be God, right?
I'm not saying God. I'm just saying like co-creators. I would say more
co-creators. So we can create now. So it's not God's creation, but we can create.
And
I believe it's more God's. He's the overarching creator. It's just he gave us the power to, unite and cooperate, and just like we collaborate and we do amazing things on the earth.
But that's
energy and things. Yeah.
That's exactly the point I was saying by when you are co-creating alongside your creator's plan, that's real manifestation.
Yes, I agree.
If you're talking about I can manifest anything I want, I'm so powerful, look what I'm capable of doing, you wouldn't co-create something selfishly. Co-creation implies like a partnership or
That's why he wasn't doing it. 'Cause
middle
he wanted
ground.
something more meaningful. Like he wanted his grandmother
But
back.
it's so. For example, there's people who say that they can tell the future. They've just never used that skill to pick the lottery numbers that make them a millionaire.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like this guy
you
who's
wonder.
got all this ability to manifest, and he's living in a single bedroom apartment, and he does YouTube videos. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It makes you wonder
just
if those people, if those people get that power, maybe they reach a state of realization where they no longer have that ego, and that's kind of a requirement for the real ones. For the ones who say they don't, they're liars. They just got it by luck.
There is
and then
no
it's
power.
Or it's a sham.
Right.
There is no power.
There you go, Mimas. There you go.
The way I look at it is
So
like
you can't be God, right? That's the whole point I was making. You can't be God. So you were created by.
I think history repeats itself, though. So I think people who figure out the future have just looked into the past deep enough. I think. I feel.
You know, I think, like when you say future, what do you mean, like probability, or do you mean like events that happen?
Like I feel like things like happen cyclically, like they sort of happen in a loop for some reason. Like I feel like because we look at the past events and they seem to be reliving themselves in a different way. Like,
Let me ask you
this
something.
Pandemic.
Have you ever met someone who makes bad decisions in their life?
Yes.
Do
Some people
they
never learn.
do they start from the time maybe about they're 15? They start this pattern, this cycle of make bad decision, make decision to fix bad decision. It's a worse decision. Everything falls apart. They hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
They get lifted up out of rock bottom. Then they make another bad decision. And they repeat it over and over and over and over. There's this thing that's endemic to humanity. It's called hubris. And because all of the systems that we experience are run by humans, it is going to follow the hubritic pattern of expansion and collapse, expansion and collapse, expansion and collapse over and over. Because that's how we are.
I guess we need to evolve out of that.
And then there's a lot of unverifiability in history, so we can't take too much credit in that.
Yeah. I guess when they point something out that's in a textbook that starts to look like now, you can probably find there's some origin to it may be happening. If it, because they always say history repeats itself, but I wonder where that's saying.
That's a big part of it, because you can cherry pick a lot of things and just show you select things to give you the impression that they want you to have. So
yeah,
it's hard.
Who said sham about YouTube, right?
I don't know. Someone said.
I did.
So do you think out of these millionaires on YouTube that do YouTube videos, do you think they pick some of those and some of them aren't really real?
I think some of those guys got super lucky. Maybe they're in the right place at the right time, because none of their followers are getting rich doing their thing. They're getting rich off their followers.
Is it a situation where you have to get in at the beginning, and once it's set, then you have no hope of? It's like a window.
That's like everything. It's like these guys create these systems. They make a lot of money. They get a bunch of people involved, but by then it's like so diluted. You're pennies on the dollar to what it was originally.
Yeah, after some point, it's so diluted, it's not even worth doing it.
Yeah, it's not.
Like I know this one girl called Sniper Wolf, and my daughter, she's young, and I try to limit the time she's on YouTube because she's always watching Sniper Wolf. And supposedly she has like a big house, she has like millions on YouTube, right? So I'm thinking that she's legit. I'm just guessing, but I think other people are not legit. I think other people maybe they just give them a lot of views and they cut out the small guy trying to start from scratch. And that's why they made it 1,000 followers for monetization.
Sniper Wolf is rich because Sniper Wolf is a thought who knows how to market herself.
E-thought.
Yes, she's an e-thought. Well, an e-thought
E-bagger.
is a thought. An e-thought is a thought.
An e-bagger.
Yeah. Well, and not even that. It's that she has a Patreon, and she has millions of subs, and at least a quarter of those subs are giving to her Patreon, and your minimum on Patreon is $1. I mean, that's $250,000
Like YouTube.
from 250,000 people.
YouTube is pushing an agenda.
Yeah,
Most
and
definitely.
two, YouTube's algorithm favors. They favor certain things.
The CEO had a meetup with James Charles, because whenever they do something like publicly like that, it's like an agenda thing. So I wonder why. Everyone just wants
because once you bring in enough revenue for YouTube, because now he's out of favor with
creation.
YouTube, isn't
he? Yeah. I just want to stop anything that leads to creation and life, flourishing of life.
So Sniper Wolf is legit. She's not a sham.
I mean, if being a thought is legit, yeah, she's legit. She made her money in a real way.
She does do a lot of clickbait, don't she?
Yeah, but that's not a sham, though. That is making real money, and it's not fake product. Essentially, it's not like on my ground level. It's just people.
It's still thottery, though, ain't it?
It's simps giving her money. That's what it is.
And she's accepting it, but that's like thoughting.
Hey, that's.
But if it's clickbait, that implies deception. It's saying something that it's not, and then you click on it and you're let down. So you usually click on the next one in hope that it's going to be better than what you just watched.
I mean, think about how dumb the user is, though. Who's getting taken by clickbait? What kind of person? Is this like the person who's like, I sent my money to the Nigerian prince? I don't understand.
I feel like everything is a bit clickbaity to some degree, but just very small a degree.
That's the thing about normies is
something to reel you in.
It's okay to defraud normies because they're just swine anyway.
Well, it never ceases to amaze me, like my normie friends. I'll send them something like really thought-provoking and something that's real world, and then they'll send me back like the most retarded video that I can't even imagine how you stumbled across this. And they're like, oh, just been surfing YouTube, going to the next recommended, next recommended, next recommended. And then they say, check what I found. Like they went on a mission to actually go and find it. And it's, some animation of like a baby with a hammer and this thing doing this. And it's just retarded crap. And you think like how like you were saying, which normie would? I think most of them would. They kind of just click the next recommended, and
they deserve it.
They're being filled up by someone else's playlist.
Think about it like this: being tricked is what fulfills their lives. So they're getting what they want.
True.
So I got no complaints. I don't get taken by clickbait because I'm cynical and jaded, and I see reality for what it is. Not everyone can live like that. Some people it's all, vanilla clouds and sunshine. That's how they gotta look at everything and just, the video, thumbs up it even though it wasn't what I thought. That's how people are.
But it's like, that was what I was trying to say to John Smith just now. Like, if you're just falling for someone and a just so story, then you can fall for anyone and anyone's story.
And anyone's story, yeah. Yeah,
and
sure.
you got to have some way to be able to say, all right, prove it. Show me something tangible.
This thing on TikTok where they're like, if you do these numbers, this number is this, and it's like they get different things, like one's for money, one's for health, and it's like the dumbest thing you could imagine. Because they're like
just adding more codes to the matrix.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all they're doing is just
adding more bot-like patterns.
But like, for example,
like psychological
energy.
you know, like for example, when it's something that's just random and pointless, there's usually nothing important about it. But say, for example, you pray about something and you and your family's life is in danger, and then you watch the doors open. Like the new house is made available to you a week before it was even on the show. Your house gets sold within 3 days. You can move in.
Yeah.
When those doors open, they open in a way that you land up in a house you never thought you could have had, because your creator has shifted you. Part of you needed a new house, so you're going to go manifest this new house. But when it's in alignment, greater things can occur. Whereas people who think they can manifest like a chocolate bar in their hand, or a slightly higher salary, or, you know, it's there. There's always been spells you could do to demons to acquire certain earthly things. So if you want to do magic tricks, there's certain jinns and demons that you can correspond with. You know, it's like, so when they start telling you you've got to do this and say this mantra and this, if I don't know what that actually means, I'm not repeating a single thing. I'm going to go do all my homework to see exactly what someone's trying to program me with before I start to repeat a single line from their mantra, because that's how spells are cast. And this is why, John, I hope that you're not, you know, just falling for someone else telling you a story. So like these flat earth guys just telling you a really interesting story. You need to go and critically analyze this and try and rip it apart, because when you've learned that skill, you'll never fall for any bullshit again.
Yes. Amen.
There's a
it's hard to
there's a
look
lot
at
of
Earth now
yeah,
the same way.
there's a lot of charlatans on YouTube, especially in the woke, or not woke, but in the I guess you could say conspiracy community. Truther, yes, truther movement. It's a bowel movement, is what it is. I'm not a truther. I'm just someone who loves, you know, the truth wherever it takes me. You know, I'm a human. But like there are two types on there. There's the shyster, who's in it to like get some attention, maybe get some money. Maybe he believes, maybe he doesn't. It doesn't really matter. But then there's the absolute loco, crazy whack job, who thinks if you sign your name in blood, you can wake up from the Matrix and you'll get like this weird body outside the dome. So there's a charlatan every direction you look.
I watched a documentary on a guy called Aleister Crowley, and it talked about how he was all into like Satanism and things like that. The reason he did it is because he wanted to oppose what everyone's being told to follow as much as he could, just so he could see if he could find answers. And I think they said something like he figured out that perhaps the god many people pray to apparently may be Satan in disguise. So they say.
Actually, that's true.
And apparently he was trying to figure out real ways to
Here's
escape.
here's what's happened is like 95% of Christendom is praying to the demiurge.
Yeah.
They ascended in ascending from their physical form because the physical form is filthy. That's not you know Gnostic God is Satan, obviously. So who are they all praying to?
But I think, you know, there was a subtle undertone, almost as though like I don't know if you were meaning it like that he wasn't really believing that there's a devil, but that he's just wanting to oppose all the Christians and their viewpoint.
Yeah.
But Satanists very much believe that there is a devil, and he rewards them for their their services and then destroys them because he values none of them. And then
He
you've got
doesn't. He
the
doesn't
real
admire
creator.
any of them.
And
He
then
doesn't
there's
admire any of them.
Yeah. And then there's the real creator. And that group of atheists who believe that they're morally superior because they neither believe in a Satan nor a God, and they think that they're above it all, that's actually a very small minority. And the two opposing sides can both prove incredible evidence for the two deities which they focus their attention on. So it's not that Satanists are doing it simply just to ruffle the feathers of the Christians. They very much believe in their demons and their God with a lowercase g.
I wish I just knew the way around this trap and I didn't fall into any New Age traps either. And basically, I just wish that I would find out which one's the fake God and not to like give him my energy type of thing.
Think about it like this. There's no such thing as New Age.
What do you mean? That's not
New
helpful.
Age. New Age is actually old. Right? It's the worship of Nimrod. It's the worship of Nimrod.
It's the creation and not the creator.
Right.
So it is an
had
ancient custom, but they've called it the New Age, praising the universe, man.
Right.
You know, the universe.
It actually means the New Age because every time the stars would come in alignment, it would be the new dawn. And so it was just the God of new beginnings. And so it was always going to be called the New Age because it's always renewing itself. That's what they believe. They worship the creation.
I asked this guy called Flat Earth Boxer, what do you think the universe is infinite? And he was like, the F is a universe. Is that what you guys subscribe to the same thing, or do you believe there is like a universe? Or
a universe is not an objective thing. It's a subjective description. I could say the universe of hot rodding, the universe of video games. That's all it means. It means, essentially, it means environment. If I said
what was
the universe
first
of
universe
Earth,
you mentioned? What was the first universe? The first
like the universe of hot rodding. The universe of hot rodding.
Hot rodding.
Like a subcategory or a category or a categorization.
Yeah.
You could use the word universe.
It's one. It's one spoken, one intonement or something, or one sound or something like that.
But
it's a description.
The question in itself, the way that everyone thinks of the universe, is the expanse of space and all the different galaxies and all that sort of thing. So in that paradigm of the globe Earth model, it's only a fantasy that exists inside of your little head.
Right.
So it's only in the mind of the person sitting at the desk that all of that stuff must be there, because it has to be, because someone told me it was.
Do you still think we're infinite beings?
No.
So we're finite and we're limited.
I think that there's a signal. Each one of us has a signal that's infinite. That signal can be seen as your soul. And right now, your body is like the radio picking up that signal. When that radio breaks, that signal didn't cease. It's just now being broadcast or being received somewhere else.
Can you guess where that signal might be coming from? Is that just come from the Earth, what this is? Or is it okay for us to acknowledge it?
It came from the creator.
Yeah. People say the creator, sometimes they personify and say it's a person. Others say it's the universe. I'm wondering, what if it's actually the Earth? Because the Earth's supposed to be like a bunch of divided different discs, isn't it? If it was the Earth and the Earth is all there is and there's nothing outside of this radius,
the only qualifier,
the
only thing that would qualify as a creator would be is if it existed outside of the reality you would experience. It can't exist in the thing, and it can't be the thing.
If the universe exists, must they live in it?
Right. The universe is the environment. It's actually beneath the creator.
But
it's not
beyond the universe.
the universe basically means
Like an
like the
outer bit.
verse that you are aware of.
Yes.
So it's like the way that they sold it to us is it's infinite vacuum, blah blah blah. But we're inside of this magnificent creation, and that is our universe, because the sun, moon, and stars are, as the Bible describes, inside or on the firmament. So that means everything that we've perceived as the universe ends at that container. And everything we've ever seen is within or on that container.
Wow.
So
They
it's
also
still a
have a term.
universe. So it's still a universe per se, because it's still the distance to the moon and all that stuff. But it's everything that's within this container. This
You have to
giant
listen to the term they use. You know what the term they use is, right? The visible universe. That's
Some
essentially
people actually call it
everything you can
multiverse.
see from Earth. Oh, well, those people are crazy.
Oh.
But they call it
there's no
the
proof.
visible.
Everything is a paradox for real.
They
Yeah,
call it the
multiverse
visible.
is just escapism.
And vision has a limit. Based
Right.
on the Rayleigh criterion, vision has a limit. So if this is the visible universe, it is a distance restricted experience.
By how far you can see. Yeah.
And these are the kind of things that are, you can say very boldly, because you know that vision is limited. And then we can use telescopes, but a telescope is effectively like a microscope. Sorry, Meme, you've got some background noise there, man.
Yeah, I know. It's a child. Hold on.
So effectively, a telescope that looks upward is very similar to a microscope that looks downward. Now, as I zoom in on that little piece of bacteria between my slide, you're told when looking up, that's going millions of light years away. Now, as I magnify down onto my slide, I'm not going millions of miles towards my bacteria. I'm simply changing the optical focus of something that can be visible. So it's such a conundrum that with a microscope that points downward, that uses lenses and uses magnification toward the eye, I know that that bacteria, as I zoom in on it, isn't billions and billions of light years away. It's right here. So when I look up at the sky and I start zooming in, I'm simply magnifying like a microscope. And therefore, that thing that I'm magnifying now has to be at my visual, or has to be at a limit where my vision can resolve it. And thereby, when I magnify it, doesn't mean I've now traveled millions of light years closer towards it so I can actually see it better. I've just magnified it the same like a microscope.
It's like, you know how they say the body is a prison, and they also say the mind is a prison. What if the mind is literally a prison, and it's a prison for our souls? So when we let them freed from the body and mind, and etc., basically, what if we have the ability to actually perceive this that you say is a conundrum that we still can't wrap our heads around because we're not like, designed to.
So this
have the
whole
instruments to
prison,
perceive that right now.
This whole prison concept is very satanic. So effectively, the biblical idea of it is that we were given this creation to be custodians of, and it gives us everything we need. It's right here. Anything that a man packages and sells back to you, it originated from the ground. It originated from somewhere from the earth. So this thing is remarkable. The idea to be wanting to get away or get out are for the demons and for Satan or Lucifer, who know that they can only descend back to hell. And right now they want to try and get out or break out. And the whole concept of the prison mind, prison body, prison planet, prison universe, all of that, we've got to get to the next place. Why? Because this place isn't good, because in this place, the creator rules. And that's why we need to get out. Because if we get to the next place, then we can rule. And then we won't have this creator above us who's the final judge of everything we do. So that whole entire, everything that starts to imply like that you're constrained or restricted or that you need to get out is completely a satanic principle of do what thou wilt. I want to get out, therefore I shall. Whereas when you realize that you're created and you're inside this perfect creation, it's to do the best while here, because you know that there's a point where you will get out. So there's a rule set for how you get out. And that rule set, if it's broken, you'll go to the other exit. And if you comply with the rule set, there's a way to get out of this place successfully.
I would say that you never get out, and that after he restores everything, it's going to be like it was in the Garden of Eden, right?
That's what I was going to ask. Because I know that the word says that the meek will inherit the earth, but then again, this is not our home. We are citizens of heaven. So how does that all play out?
Are we? Adam was a citizen of earth, and he was. So here's what Adam's mandate was: it was fill the earth, subdue it, have in subjection all the animals, and also get married. Those were the 4 things that he was mandated to do. So death only came after the fall. So if Genesis 3, which is the promise of restoration, happens, that means death will, it says it in Revelation, death will be no more.
But that's my point. So then the whole prison thing, because what he's saying just, it's a different perspective for me. And it makes a little bit of sense. So the whole prison mentality is what's making sense to me, right? So if we're thinking about the earth being this quote unquote prison for the fallen angels and whatever, until the day when it's renewed, but then the word also speaks of we are not citizens of this world. Now, maybe that has to do with what he was saying.
Well, he was saying you're in the world, but not of the world. And when he used the word world, he actually didn't say earth. He meant the secular world, like the world of like man's philosophies and stuff.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I get that.
Just 1 second, guys. Excuse me. I can answer a question real quick. So the whole part about being our citizenship is in heaven. Your citizenship is written in heaven. However, that holy city comes down out of heaven from God to earth.
Right.
So even if your citizenship is written there, it doesn't mean you're going there. Right.
Right.
Wow.
It's because the meek will inherit the authority. Earth. But it says the meek will inherit the earth. The earth.
Right. Right.
Exactly.
So this is not necessarily like, I mean, if it becomes a trap, is what I'm trying to reconcile in my head. If it becomes a trap, it is only merely a spiritual trap, not necessarily fleshy, or the other way around. What do you guys think?
I think if you inherit the earth, maybe that's seen as a downgrade. So in other words, maybe they mean the young souls who mature and graduate will inherit the earth, whereas the older souls will ascend beyond.
I think earth is actually the upgrade. I think physicality, all the physical
must be on the higher.
I think physical experience as we experience is actually the highest spiritual experience.
The density, yeah.
So let me ask you a question.
Because they left heaven to come here.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. I mean,
ascend as a human body. The elites know this.
If you're talking in a scripture wise, where does the temple goes to? Or you think everybody's gonna go to heaven?
No.
Are you asking me? No, I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think.
You understand that
very
in the end it says that pretty much temple's gonna come down and God and the Son would be here, ruling over.
Which is why I'm asking about the whole earth being kind of like a trap. I mean, it's not okay. So it's a trap, and we're trapped with the
It's only a trap
evil
if you're wicked.
for that, right? And we're only trapped here because we're born into it, right? So that's why we're trapped. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I just wanted to like reconcile that. Thanks. It's clear.
It's not like we're trapped here and there's a better place to go. Is that what you're saying, or
We live in a great place that just happens to be ruined at the
Messed
moment.
up right now. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it's getting restored. It's going to get restored.
Yes.
Though. I mean, that's the promise.
Amen to that.
It's got to be flattened out, actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, and I would say just from the way I perceived it, it's like I don't see it as a trap. I think like people have a choice, and like to echo what Meme was saying, this is the pinnacle. So the people that live righteously, they're literally living in heaven on earth, and then the people that are perplexed or plagued or like just negative, they are living in hell on earth. But you're not trapped because like you could just kill yourself tomorrow and leave. So you're not trapped. You choose to stay here to some extent. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to get morbid or anything.
I've seen animations before, like the diagram of like how the Earth is supposed to be laid out, and it starts off like a giant sort of disc and that, and then it sort of divides into different discs, like one each on top of each other. So it's like we're in this one right now. It's kind of good and kind of bad. Apparently, it's more bad than good though. Supposedly, it might be one of the hell planets, they say, like the Vedas and stuff. But basically, you look at the ones underneath us, and they look like much shittier, and they're like real dark, wasteland, desolate and things. And then you look at the ones above us, and they're all more complete, less polluted and things. I think maybe the trap is, essentially, it's all on the same one plane. But we don't know that. We just look at it. That's like how we divide it with our mindsets to get like a grasp of the multidimensionality of it all. But it's like we go higher or lower, depending, and if we go lower, that's the real trap. But it's still Earth. They're trying to make us go to a lower Earth, or thinking it's the newer Earth, and we want to go to the higher Earth, which is all one Earth.
Here,
just in our minds.
Did you know that if you turn off the news and don't watch any television, apart from like occasionally getting sick and eventually growing old, it's actually really great here.
I don't watch TV or the news.
I don't watch TV.
Well, I know, but we are all very informed people, aren't we?
Yes.
Here, you're informed. Well, if you just lived, growing food, having babies, exploring, and you didn't have to worry about everything around you, it'd be awesome, right?
Yeah.
Living,
Yeah,
laughing,
that's
loving.
the thing.
But Mimas,
I speak to.
I just want to say one thing about the Bible. It says that you get to heaven by putting your trust in Jesus Christ and then following him. In Matthew 7:21, it says, and I'm reading now from it. It says, "Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven." Then in Revelations 14, it's said to believe that 144,000 faithful Christians will go to heaven to rule with Christ in the kingdom of God.
That's not what it says. That's not what it says.
It says kingdom. It says
One
kingdom
thing.
of heaven. So just to clear this up, nothing in the text. There is, I repeat, no verse that you can ever find that's going to tell you someone's going to heaven to live or to stay or to retire. There's no place, not a one.
Well,
so the kingdom is of heaven, and if you remember how he taught us to pray, right? Yeah, if you remember how he taught us to pray, right? We pray for that kingdom to come on
down.
earth. It's kingdom of heaven because it's of heaven, right? So that kingdom to come here on earth as it already is in heaven. So when people think that, it's once for man to die, then the judgment immediately, the word immediately is not there. So there's a judgment day. It's not once for man to die either, because look at Lazarus. There's so many things that are taken out of context, and it's really weird. No one's going to heaven. The text doesn't teach that.
So
Matthew. Okay, I agree with you with that. But the whole thing about nobody dies, I don't agree with that. Because with Matthew, remember with Lazarus, the Messiah said, "Oh, he's sleeping." See, we look at death in a way, and the Creator looks at it in another way, right? We say that ourselves, like, "Oh, it's sleeping." Remember, it's just a body that's being put down. Like Solar was saying earlier, this radio.
I'm gonna interrupt.
But
I'm gonna interrupt.
Matthew
We are
5:12.
sliding. hold on, y'all.
Says,
We are
rejoice
sliding
and be glad,
into.
for
Hold
the
on.
reward is great in heaven. Your reward is great in heaven. For so
It
they
might be great
persecuted the
in heaven,
prophets that were
but
before
it's
you.
coming here.
Okay, but
Yeah,
all
just
I'm
like the
saying is,
holy
like,
city and your citizen.
from a Christian
He's
point of
gonna
view, they
bring
used to
it with
say
him.
your
He's bringing it down with him.
sacrifices here will lead to great rewards in heaven. Like,
So
that's kind of the layman's narrative of how most churches have presented that
I
narrative.
consider most churches to be satanic. 95%
I
of
agree.
Christendom is teaching demiurgic philosophy.
But like I said, I've just read a couple of verses where they talk about the 144,000 that ascend to heaven, and Matthew 5:12 that says your
say that.
reward is great in
What
heaven.
verse? Excuse me. What verse in chapter 14 are you reading? Because it doesn't say they go to heaven.
They don't go to heaven.
They are standing upon Mount Zion. And if you want to know why they're standing upon Mount Zion and the great multitude is not standing upon Mount Zion, you just need to go to Obadiah 121. You need to go to Zechariah Isaiah chapter 2, verses 1 through 8, and Micah chapter 4, 1 through 8. If you go to those verses, you'll understand who they are. If you want to understand who they are even more detail, you go to Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 13. You can go all over the place and find these things about Mount Zion being here on earth and all the nations flowing to it to learn his ways and walk in his paths, right? Now, these people who are standing on Mount Zion with the Lamb are ruling with an iron rod, just as he is. They've been given that authority, right? So these things are laid out in scripture, and it's detailed, it's very specific. Now, when you say a kingdom of heaven, we're not saying we're going to heaven. Even those who meet him in the air, he's on his way here, right? So there is no verse about a man going to heaven. It's only like when the man dies, the spirit returns to he which gave it. But there's a resurrection day. Those souls under the altar still cry out, but they're asleep. They're not alive, having a party, having a good time in a great house in the sky, right?
So it's like Abel's blood crying out.
But Enoch was raised up to heaven without having to die.
No. Enoch did
He
not go
doesn't say
to
up to
this is
heaven.
excuse me, just 1 second. So Enoch lived for so many years and then he was not. If a man lived, that means he lived. Past tense, he lived. What do you do when you're not living? You're asleep if you're in Messiah, if you're in Yah, you're asleep. So he's not a God of the dead, he's a God of the living. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But the thing about it is, no one has received their new body. Your grandmother, your aunts, and your uncles, and all these people and all your ancestors have not received their new body. There's one resurrection day for everybody. I mean, there's a first resurrection and a second. We can get into that. But ultimately, to say someone's living in heaven, it doesn't happen now. It doesn't happen when he returns. When he returns here, you'll find in chapter 11, Revelation, verse 15, he takes the kingdoms of this world become his, right? That's the regeneration. Matthew 25:31, Matthew 19:28 through 31. The regeneration, when he sits on his throne, right? Not, this is when he takes his rule. He's not even ruling yet, bro. So when he takes his rule, those will rule with him, and they'll be resurrected at that time. But yeah, there's no verse saying you're going to heaven.
Look, I agree. I was also, I think I heard this discussion a couple weeks back or a couple months back, and it made a lot of sense to me what you guys were saying about, here on Earth, the second Earth, the new Earth. It does seem to fit a lot of the puzzle pieces. What was interesting is that there are references to you achieving the kingdom of heaven, and if you follow Jesus, it's the only way to enter the kingdom of heaven. If that kingdom is here, I think that this is definitely needs a bit more discussion. So that's why I brought it up. But I'm sort of straddling both sides,
I've been begging for this study in biblical and this server for a while. So if you ask everyone here what the kingdom is, you'll get many different answers, right?
Many, yeah.
Now we know that we have been told the kingdom has come near unto you. The kingdom that is to come that we pray for. All these different versions of what the kingdom is. Put the kingdom first, and all things be added to you. You need to take all these things into context and all of it into the whole puzzle piece and put it together and explain what the kingdom is. And yes, it's a very deep study, and you'll get into preterism, you'll get into mid-trib, post-trib, pre-trib, you'll get into all different kinds of doctrines that men teach, right? But if we get into it, we can really go through scripture, and it's very detailed.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, but back to flat Earth, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the position of Mount Zion, if it's on a ball or is it on a plane.
It could be Mount Meru. That's what I think. The central mountain, or that magnetic mountain at our center. It could be literally that every single one of our compasses point north towards Mount Zion, and none of us proceed to walk that way. It's quite a peculiar thing, but yet it also says that from a mountain, Jesus was able to see every land. So maybe, I don't know why we wouldn't be able to see the mountain then from every land. Or maybe it's got some kind of you need to attain some kind of purity before you can see it. But to me, it's amazing that every single compass points north, and yet we just use that as another way to get somewhere else. Whereas if we just kept following where that thing is pointing, it could lead us to possibly the most incredible place on this plane. But could that mountain also be a petrified tree stump from the original world tree? Or Idrisil? I don't know. Could there have been a magnetic tree? Kind of like Avatar with that giant tree at the center. And why the concerted effort to remove those 4 islands at the center of the maps from the late 1500s, 1600s? Why did they suddenly just disappear? Are they no longer traceable? Has like not a single boat tried to travel that way? Or are those islands so much further than we even realize? And we're just traveling in nearby waters near the coastline. I don't know.
Do you think the answers lie in sacred geometry?
Nah.
As I mentioned the other night to you, it's all cymatic. So the sacred geometry or any of that is just a cymatic frequency that fits on a larger scale.
Well, who invented geometry?
Do you think it can be used to trace back the origins of everything, then, if everything seems to result in that pattern over time.
So, like I say, it's just a frequency. So, for example, if you look at some of the temples at certain times, they might have hexagonal patterns or pentagram patterns or octagon patterns. And when you go and look, there's a certain specific frequency that generates almost identical to their stained glass windows that they had in these buildings. And when you look at how the architecture's made, there's almost like a sound aspect to it. And when you see the giant organs that used to fill those cathedrals, you realize that their connection to sound was a lot deeper than we've been told. And if, for example, they were playing an organ that could vibrate and be heard for the entire city wide, what would that do to a bowl of water placed in front of it? It would start to create these patterns. So if there was water sources like they have with the holy waters, then you would start to see these cymatic patterns created through sound. So I think they like us to think of our ancestors as these, really dumb brutes with a horse and wagon, but yet they were in a harmony, and the sacred geometry, because it's sound based, or that it's basically certain specific frequencies along an infinite line. That line is limitless. So if you want this specific shape or pattern, if you want like the cellular pattern of trees, like the actual xylem or the phloem of the things that transport the water through the trunk, there's a specific cymatic frequency that generates that. And if you want the spiraling Fibonacci sequence, there's certain frequencies that create that. But it's the link that sound is the matter in physical form. So the matter takes the form of the sound.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like each one of those frequencies, they have like a deeper point or deeper meaning, purpose to them, but that we just don't know about yet, perhaps.
What if you're looking for answers in strange places because they don't give you any real answers?
Possible to a degree, I'd say, but I try to ground a lot of it in reality. Sometimes I just venture out some, I try to keep an open mind on everything.
You could say that, but at the same time, it is coincidental that on the back of the turtle you have the 1328 connection, which is very similar to the moon calendar. So there are connections in nature that do relate to the natural cycles, but just something else that popped into my head.
And have you seen the cymatic frequency that generates that pattern? The 1328.
I have not seen it, but if you have a link to that, I'd love to check it out because I'm really into what you're talking about. I do design and stuff, so I've been researching and been researching this stuff. It's a lot of fun.
I think the Schumann's resonance is getting better for like the Earth, which will result in better reality.
If you look at the picture that Miguel's just posted, it shows like all these different cymatic patterns along the bottom, and then think about a head sticking out and the fins, and pretty much any one of those patterns you can find a turtle that will have either rings, or it'll have little segments, or it'll have a 5 pattern or a 12 pattern or a...
That's very true. And
coincidentally,
where did you post it to, Miguel? It's on the Livestream voice text.
Voice text.
Also, when you look at the cymatic patterns, when you look at the cross section of a fruit, let's say like an orange, you'll get these number of divisions, which are frequency patterns from like the toroidal field that the plant creates to create fruit. So some interesting stuff. It's all kind of in a way connected, but we do have to be careful to not be looking into like answers for things where we shouldn't be, but we should also expand our awareness to possibly find more answers in nature. That is like the greatest teacher that I've found, at least. So I like to look at every side.
Nice. Nice picture. Really makes you think. Damn. Interesting to see how the shape's sometimes slightly imperfect, or I don't know if that just happened out from environmental reason. You know?
I'm going to be honest.
Some are like
They
perfectly
they don't really mean much to me.
Oh.
I am stricken with empiricism, though.
Empiricism.
Yeah, patterns and correlations, not my thing.
Okay. I wonder if they mean something to the creator, probably.
Have you looked into star forts, John?
No, I don't think I've ever really heard of that. Besides, it might ring a bell. Star forts.
Type it into Google.
Okay. I'm guessing it's like a fortress of stars or something made out of stars. Formation. Or just a random kind of shape.
I'm going to post some pictures. This is one of the star forts in South Africa. And it's phenomenal when you realize how in tune our ancestors used to be with nature.
Wow. They built that?
And that's jutting
That
out
just looks
into the
like
ocean.
impossible. That's like the
It
Pentagon
was.
and stuff, isn't it, in the States?
And then you can see the cymatic pattern that leads to those
Can you hear me?
things. And yeah. Can you hear me?
Wait there. I think you're cutting out, bro.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Let me join back with it.
No, you're fine, Flight of Solar.
Can you guys see those pictures in the voice text now?
Yeah.
And you want to tell me that our ancestors were just simple-minded folk with carts?
Yeah, they really got the people thinking less of themselves than they should, right? I mean, I used to tell people, if you really want me to believe, it's survival of the fittest, right? There's no moral standard.
A signal went.
What's stopping me, right? You should thank my God daily that I believe, right? Because if not, I would just cut off your head and take everything you have. And I would feel no remorse, right? There's no moral standard, survival of the fittest. So when we look at the children today and how they feel about life, and there's no natural affection for life anymore, how they can look at little babies as nothing, this is what we come to. And it's very sad.
Those star forts look so suspicious to me. I feel like there's something going on with those. They're being used for something.
Well, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
I mean, I've heard about the Merkabas, which are planted around different energy focal points on the Earth for some reason.
Yeah, these are also
Like
at very special
energy nodes.
locations. These are also on ley line positions.
I bet one's in Egypt, near there.
But the interesting thing is that, like, wrap your head around the fact that that shape is a sound, and that a specific sound is that shape. So that if you were dwelling,
it is a sound or was a sound?
it is a sound.
Wow.
That shape is a sound. So when you put that shape on anything, it makes that sound. You just are unable to hear it, but that shape has a sound because its origins are from a sound, and it's a representation. So if you dwelled inside of that fort, effectively your water, your molecular structure would start to pick up that resonance of that object that you're in, and each snowflake has its own structure because of how each little water molecule sort of has some kind of a resonant imprint, and each one is slightly different because it's picking up different resonances as it falls. So each little snowflake is technically a sound captured in ice.
Because of how
when
strongly
it
it
comes down.
reverberates, it makes you think, is it possible that they could be being used as like death instruments in a way? And I also wondered if a bunch of people, humans, just like gather around the outline of that and they all produced like a certain frequency, do you think something would happen? Is that like something that they would ever try?
If we were allowed to study
range.
this more, I think that this is definitely something, because now we've discovered in the last 10 years something called acoustic levitation, using sound to levitate things. So sound is incredible when it comes to manipulating matter or forming matter. And now what they've done is all these star forts no one's allowed to dwell inside them. They're usually like a museum or some place that people can come and visit for very short term.
I bet there's only fake ones. They're like fake replicas they put out there to distract people. So you could come and see this one, but don't actually ever let you near the real ones. And I'm guessing they're all off limits, like Area 51.
Well, sometimes when you see how detailed they were in the late 1800s, they often had multiple layers outside of them. And then in today's society, we've stripped back all those layers to make new dwellings. So now you just see the core shape. But when you look at old photos of that area, you'll see it was far grander than what they've left. So in most instances, they've actually tried to hide, cover up, or take it as a government building, or, so that the public can only go and see it as a marvel, but can't actually use the facility.
Go anywhere near it, like.
And even like lighthouses, often when you go to lighthouses, they're built on top of star forts. And you're like, now, why was the lighthouse always the original purpose? Was it just for light, or was it potentially for something else? And then we've adapted it to become a little light source. Potentially, if it was like a power generator or something on top of a star fort, picking up some kind of energetic resonance. But
maybe via the sunlight.
But
like,
literally, go and blow your mind when you understand that shape is sound and sound is shape.
Yes.
It unlocks your whole idea of thinking.
Yeah. It sounds a lot like the thing Six was saying, when I sent, basically in his Telegram Truth of Three, he goes into deep depth about how it's all, everything in life, he says, is like reflective geometry. And it's all about light and, shape and sound and color. Not so much number, but that's what we use to understand things.
But with Six, you must just ask him for some evidence. So he makes a lot of claims.
I'll have to wait for him to come back.
But
he
just
gave
he
gave a book that he believes. He mentions a lot how he's interested in like string theory, and he mentioned this book called Impossible Physics by Michio Kaku.
Oh, really? Oh my.
Yeah. And
Okay.
he goes on that really deep shit.
Have you got the memes lined up, guys? So Michio Kaku has said that in their field of science, none of him or his colleagues even use the scientific method. So anything that's not using the scientific method is called pseudoscience. And then he went and said, in most of cosmology, they're out by a factor of 10 to the 120th, meaning that's a 10 followed by 120 zeros is their margin of error in terms of distances to planets and galaxies. And he even says in most of science that would be very laughable. If you were out by a factor of 10, they would say that wasn't science.
It's leaps of logic, seat of the pants. It's just guesswork. So yeah, don't take anything from Ichikaku.
He mentions this one video.
I wouldn't take anything from Ichikaku.
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
So
I'm gonna
if a
tell
guy-
you all I heard him say about
if a
that.
guy, was it the same guy that tells you he can manifest stuff?
No. That was no. That was just from a
Anyway,
song.
Michikaku is a big globe proponent, right? So why
So
would you
check
listen to
those
him?
two
I
memes.
think that's because there are two different worlds going on right now. And I remember when Solar, when you dropped into that other chat, and that one guy kept saying he's astrophysicist training to be, he was into that Michio Kaku because he backs Neil deGrasse Tyson or is backed by him. And I know there's something suspicious about Neil deGrasse Tyson and what he says because I've seen him being exposed as lying and things. But all Six said about that guy, I'm just saying I looked up the book because he mentioned his name. So, and he also mentioned he's interested in string theory, but he said something like, but to me that video is like the interdimensional geometry for dummies. I think he's on about a different video, and then he goes,
how would you prove that? How would you prove
he says,
that? It's all concepts.
I'm going to ask him more when he comes back, but he said, it sounds crazy, but mathematically and scientifically it is not. If you do your research, you will see that modern day science points to the same conclusion in less fantastic words: quantum physics, magnetic frequency. I was listening to the book Physics of the Impossible by Michio Kaku. In it, he mentions tests where the subjects, after having frequency transmitted to the brain, realized things around them were controlled by angels and demons, and they saw this. What I am saying is I saw the same thing, identified the frequency, and understood it. These angels taught me the workings of the universe. What I am saying, this is no hallucination, but reality. I didn't come to this conclusion in one day. It was months of contact, analyzed constantly. I was not fooled and did not imagine 2 months of my life. Nobody is seeing the videos, but it doesn't matter. Part of this is proof for the future. In the future, this truth will be revealed, and I have the proof online now and dated.
This is
When
a
the
message from
mathematics,
him. Yeah. Is it some message from him or something?
Yeah, it's from his
Okay.
Telegram he posted.
No.
He says, so when the mathematics is revealed, I will have the evidence of the knowledge
I will.
predating its
I will
release.
have it. It comes later on, right? So there's nothing, right? It's all ideas and him saying he got the math, which every glober says, I got the math, bro. It works out. Here's your heliocentric model with the math. I mean, none of it can be validated, right? Earth is not a ball with the radius of 39.
I don't think he's said that yet.
I got the math, bro. My math is a description, bro.
Similar to what they would say, I guess, but I don't think he's
It's the
heliocentric
same.
yet.
It's the same. It's getting lost in imagination, thinking that there are other multiple dimensions where we maybe travel to if we take a lot of drugs. I don't know, right? So it's
what about
just
our dreams? How do we explain where we go?
So John, this is why I asked you. Does flat Earth sound interesting because someone's telling you the story, or have you been able to go and empirically prove it to yourself that it truly is flat?
Like far, I've been connecting the dots based on what I've heard a lot of people say, and so far it seems to check out. Because I remember someone mentioned, you only need to measure like 100 meters to tell there's no curve and things. And I'm thinking so far now, even when I was outside this one day, I started to actually think the Earth was flat, and it made me look differently at the Earth and feel different for some reason. But I'm just saying, like, if it was a very powerful feeling, it was like a powerful realization moment. But since then, a lot of the things I come across have confirmed that it's possible. I'm not saying we're on a ball or anything like that. I'm saying what I think is it might be an element of like people who are being deceived, and they're the people who are bought into, you know, the lies and the propaganda. They're being sold some completely different perception of what it is, and we're correct because we're looking at it outside of that.
These lies don't matter, right? I've told you it doesn't matter. What matters is reality and how it presents itself. Earth measures flat. I mean, they could lie all day. We could speculate all hours about how they lie.
Can we look
why
at the
they lie.
Bible as reality? Yes, I think so.
Well, even that I would be careful with, right?
Look, the Earth, like Roger says now, the Earth is flat. It measures flat. It's observably flat. It's demonstrably flat. All aircraft navigation assumes it's flat. It is flat. And then there's also this book that says that it's flat. So the book doesn't necessarily mean that it trumps all other evidence, where a lot of globers like to say flat earthers are just religious nuts who want to use the Bible as their proof. The Bible just supports what we already see and what we can observe and what we can test.
Yeah, John, I would encourage you not to get you sound like you're still kind of like unsure about the whole thing, and we've noticed a large influx of people here who are tying flat earth to a lot of weird concepts like Marxism, feminism, and so on. It sounds like, I don't know, you might have gotten contaminated by some of those people. For example, someone like Michio Kaku. When someone is a proven liar and is part of an organization or a group of people, aka astrophysicists, that are clearly not grounded in reality, that obviously put out deception every day, we don't need to waste our time paying any attention to their ideas about this thing or that thing. I mean, I'd hear what Roger, Flat Earth Solar, Mimas Aurelius, Mrs. Musk, like, I'd rather hear what an ordinary person who has been studying flat Earth in the real world, who knows about the measurements, who is absolutely sure there's no evidence for the globe model. I'd rather hear what they than Michio Kaku. Come on, just throw that one on the all day long fire. Making a marshmallow s'more would be a much better use for anything that man writes.
Yeah, I probably got my wires crossed along the way somewhat. It's just I've had to rethink my views quite a lot of times. So every time I learn something new, like this flat Earth being another one that's shaken up a lot of my thoughts and pre-beliefs. So I'm just forever thinking, trying to question everything.
Yeah, it does that. John, it's one of the most incredibly liberating things. So in the beginning, it can feel like, oh, wow, like everything's a lie and everyone lied to me. And it can feel a little bit depressing. But when you realize that this place that you actually reside in has more questions that still need answers, and that they've presented it to us like the answers are already been known for hundreds of years. And when you go and look and you see that, oh, wait, there's more study here. And for me, what I realized is I had to not trust anyone any longer. What got me into the mess with the ball was trusting what someone said. And when you realize that if you apply that logic to everyone, so you don't trust what I said, don't trust what anyone in this room says. If I say something to you, the next thing you do is go into whatever search engine you use and start checking to see if what I said was accurate. And when you start to see the information yourself, then it puts you on your own journey, and then you don't really need to trust what I say because you've done the research yourself.
It's like,
it's really imperative, because it's that discernment to prevent you falling for just so stories, even on our side, in the speculation realm, like Dandelion was saying now, there's a lot of these guys who they hear someone say flat earth, they don't do any research into what could be or couldn't be, but then they go straight off into speculation. And from
it's like, even though
from that, it's just a faulty foundation,
yeah, it's like even though the details they always seem to change. It's like things about flat Earth and this and that. I'm not 100% definite on my exact views on every angle of it yet, but I'm still learning and finding out. But one thing that I keep in mind always that no one can take from me is that I believe that there is some kind of, fundamental connection between me and source. And that I always hold on to that no matter what I place my belief models on. I know there is something about me reconnecting to that source fully in one form or another, no matter what,
Amen. Amen.
pace that may take, entropy or otherwise. And there's nothing anyone can do to change my mind about that because I felt it myself. So whether or not anyone wants to believe that doesn't matter. It's just my personal experience I go off of. It's like, don't believe or disbelieve anything I say. Simply have your own experience. It's one of my favorite quotes.
Have you seen the long distance observations and the laser test? I don't know how long you've been here. I just got here a short while ago. So
No, I've heard about the laser test. If you're talking about testing the distance with a laser, yeah, I've heard some people go into that. And
show him. I don't think he's seen much. I don't even know if we've gone over the 3 questions properly with you yet, John. Did someone?
Hang on. I said,
When you first came in here, did someone ask you like the 3 foundational questions? Does that ring a bell?
I don't think so. No. When I first dropped in here and was actually spoken to, someone asked me just, if I want. They were like, "Oh, next up, we got me," and then they asked if I wanted to say something. I was just like, "Well, I just want to learn more, and I just want to ask, what can you teach me about? I was just here to listen, kind of thing." And then they got somebody called Tap to come to speak to me one-to-one in a different chat, and then they went on to the next caller or person tuned in.
Okay, well maybe Dandelion can do it because her voice is prettier than mine.
Fair enough.
what are we talking about here? The 3 points or the long distance observations?
The 3 points and long distance. John's very new here, but he's very open. He understands that there's a deception.
Okay, I just gotta set the timer for my noodles. Yeah, we should be able to do it by the time the noodles are done. So John, this 3 point that Flatter Solar is talking about is a 3 points that the kind of the technique or approach, I guess I would say, was started by this man Miggy, who's a member of our server, which was just kind of get people thinking about how we know the things that we think we know, I guess is the best way I could put it. So if you go through these 3 questions with me, then we can give you the 3-point participant role, and then people will know that you've already gone through them, and then they won't try to go through them with you again. So yeah. So the first one is when in history have ever been directly measured, and how and when was it done, and who did it? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know. And that is kind of surprising because it's this thing they say is settled science, and but they never tell anybody how it was settled or determined, do they? So most people just kind of take it for granted that somebody sometime must have measured that there curvature. And some people have some fairy tales about it, but you're not even going to tell us that you have fairy tales, so that's good. You don't know. Perfectly fine answer. So the second one is, at what time in history was the rotation of the Earth scientifically proven or determined that we were rotating?
I don't believe it ever really was by this point, so I don't know.
Okay, yep. We got another one. You don't think it was, and you don't know. Got it. That's number 2. And number 3 is how is it possible? Well, first of all, gases, that I'm sure you're aware that gases, by their nature, when matter is in the state of being gaseous, it expands to fill its container. And so therefore, how is it possible that we're told in the heliocentric model that we have the atmosphere of the Earth right next to the alleged vacuum or near vacuum of space? How is the atmosphere of the Earth kept from dispersing into this outer space region, which we are told is a near vacuum?
I'm just thinking now about how it must be obvious that we're in some kind of there's something containing all the water inside of this. Otherwise, it would just do that. I'd say most likely, unless there's an unknown force that's holding it back. But many believe that there is, and I don't think they're able to fully prove it. So.
Yeah, it seems to indicate, for the gas to be uncontained right next to this area of outer space, it goes against natural law and what we observe to be the nature of gas here on the Earth. So, basically, and what these 3 points are driving at, which I will give you that role, 3 points participant, is that a lot of these are just stories that we've been told that they don't actually have any scientific evidence to back them up. And if you're just kind of new to looking into the flat Earth thing, you might not totally get how it relates to this fantasy realm of outer space where we're told these magical places where the laws of physics are defied and things float around and, atmosphere is magically clinging to this ball that's supposedly spinning despite never being proven to do so or scientifically demonstrated, and despite it never being shown to be a ball at all. So have you looked into much about that, about why outer space can't exist the way that we're told?
I've heard a lot of people give some really good arguments about it and how it's not the vacuum we all perceive it to be, or some people actually think it doesn't really exist, just a concept that we kind of imagine, but we've never actually seen, I guess, beyond the night sky, which we just assume is space. For all we know, that could just be the sky that's all perceived and contained within this so-called dome, And I'm just thinking about now, because I actually did watch this video, because there was a point maybe a little while ago where I was somewhat subscribed to the flat Earth model, or I figured it was somewhere in between. There was something either side of us weren't missing the point of, and that was part of the trap. And so basically, I saw this video that then it goes on to a bunch of arguments against flat Earth. And one thing I don't think they took into account, though, is the fact there could be a barrier there, because they talked about how all the water would fall off. But it was a very compelling video. If I ever could find it again, I would have.
Yeah, there's nothing for the water to fall off into. That's the thing, is when you come off of this, you're talking about going on to another model, which we do not do around here, because you're coming off of a very rigid model that claims to have the answers for everything, even though all of those answers are mostly just made up by bad science fiction writers that have no actual science to back up the claims that they're making. They've just gotten everyone to believe it because they've gotten control of the educational, media, and government institutions. But we don't need to jump onto another model, and we don't view, there'd be no reason for any water fall off. For many reasons. We know that the Antarctic ice is keeping in the oceans that we are aware of. That's the area that we can look at, but also we're not flying through space. You do realize that we don't even we don't claim to know that we don't think, we don't just take the flat, we don't take the globe and just flatten it out and keep everything else the same. But that is a common misconception.
May I interject a little bit?
Oh yeah, please do. Who's that?
And hello everyone.
Oh, it's Elijah. Hi. Oh, you sounded different. Your mic sounds really good. Did you get a new one?
No, don't praise it just yet. Might go back to being super low in a second.
Okay, well, start talking while it sounds good, because it sounds really good right now.
Thank you. So have you ever thought about the question itself? Like, what wouldn't the water just fall off, or why doesn't it fall off? Like, have you ever thought about the question itself?
Yeah, well,
and thought
people.
maybe this is really not a good question?
I just don't know how the science of it all works because I'm not very
No,
that
I'm
versed.
not asking you about any of that. I'm not asking you about the millions of things that we could be thinking about. I'm just talking about this one thing that you brought up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This question that most people have for whatever reason. This is what I mean. Like there's this question. There are certain questions that we're programmed to ask. And all I'm saying is, have you ever thought about the absurdity of the question? For example, anytime you've ever experienced water, it was contained in some way.
Yeah,
So
it's just
now
I
we
didn't
have
think about that enough until someone pointed that out, and I thought about, and I was like, well, yeah, because before those who had led to believe about the global way would look at the sea as though that's the exception to that, you know. So that's what my head was at the time, and then so when I seen the model and they tried to say, you know, the water would fall off the flat plane, it sort of made sense to me because I could have imagined there was an invisible thing actually containing it because I thought maybe the sea is the exception because it goes all the way around and then people say that gravity holds it all together, but I don't believe that. But it's just, you know,
I
so
wouldn't
much
even
lies,
say
so many
that it's
lies are
like
being unraveled now and exposed, I believe. And now since then, people have got me thinking now clearly it must be some kind of, I guess, fish tank or some kind of container of some sort. That's obvious. If now I'm subscribed to that's the opposite. The sea is not the exception. It is also subject to the rule.
yeah, even given the container, it's easy to think about the water. As a matter of fact, when you think about what they say about the sea, it's just a depression of land. That's all it is. So you're at sea level, and then the land beyond um, that, you know, beyond the beach, where it's all of that ocean, it's just land under there. The
Yeah,
same
yeah.
way,
So the
the
land is
same
the
way
real
it,
container we don't see often as well.
right. So that's what I'm saying. The same way
So
it
there
would
must be
be
land
for a
on the outer
pond or a
edge
lake.
outside of the beyond the South Pole. You know what we can't see. There must maybe be land beyond,
All I'm
which is what
saying is
maybe people couldn't pass.
all I'm saying is there's no reason to think that water doesn't need to be contained.
Yeah, I
Now,
understand that
Can you
now.
see
It's
the
just when I was
picture I
younger,
posted?
can,
I had a
and
different
it,
mindset.
yeah, but you understand, anyone can speculate as to how it could be contained.
Yeah.
But the only model so far that doesn't have containment, physical containment, is the globe Earth itself, because the outside of a sphere doesn't qualify as a container.
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
consider the definition of a container. So
yeah.
Look at the
Like they
picture that I
talk about
posted
some
in the
people.
live stream, John.
Okay, I just want to say some people talk about how, you know, maybe imagine the Earth. I can't really think of a good example, so I'll just say like Kinder eggs. You know, you open up the thing and it's like half this, half that. There's like a smaller one inside this, and they sort of rotate inside of each other. Like, you know what I mean? They constantly. So there's always like an outer shell and an inner shell, and then you could see half of one at any time. And they acted like that was some form of container, some belief models. Because I've seen some like animation and diagrams of those, but I don't subscribe to that. No.
well, you don't have to subscribe to any model. That's the thing, because there's not going to be any model that's going. I mean, you would have to be outside of creation itself to understand it, right? You would have to know all of its moving parts to say, okay, here's a model of the thing that I already understand, and thus now have a model of. That's not what we have with the Earth. That's not what we'll ever have with the Earth. All we have is, religious text and maybe historical books or whatever. But outside of that, no one would ever have a model, so you don't have to subscribe to any of those.
Mm. And like you know how there's like these underground cities. Have you seen about those? I've seen the videos, and like under all the major cities, they have like shopping malls and everything down there. supposedly for like the 1% to escape to when things get, you know, unbearable on Earth, like completely. And it's like what I think sometimes is that there are some people who say that, you know, we have heaven and hell the other way around, and that, you know, heaven is below and hell is actually above. And maybe that's why they're trying to get us to sort of ascend up there, because actually perhaps it's a trap. But if that's the case, do you think the elites might be trying to tunnel down because they want to actually ascend by, you know, to the lower plane, which apparently might be closer to whatever this singularity or source is? But like they stay, you know, supposing with that in mind that was the case or something, because they all seem so like itching to get underground or off of this ground, because some think the answer is beyond or in space.
Or the creator is above looking down, and they want to
Yeah.
be away from the creator's gaze, and they fallaciously think that being below ground somehow makes them hidden. Or it
But how
could
do
be
you
that they're
explain people like
closer
Elon
to
Musk who want to go to
Sheol.
space?
Like I've also heard that, for example, when you put a vibration into water, it travels very far. Like a whale can communicate for thousands of kilometers.
Yeah, they're so powerful.
And it's the same thing with being in the earth. If they do vibrational energy in the earth, it also transfers really far throughout the earth.
Yeah.
And with CERN
I can-
and with the Hadron Collider, they placed that quite deep underground in certain parts. And then that vibration can carry. So the way that I've also seen it be described is that they're closer towards hell, and then they're trying to use a frequency to try and sort of, I don't know, create a portal or something.
Yeah.
So they want to create a
think
portal
about-
to hell?
Consider
Sorry to
what you
interrupt.
said. No, look, that would be speculation, obviously. Okay?
Absolutely speculative.
So don't
yes.
go too deep. Now, what the other guy said.
I got your
consider-
pun. Nice one.
I don't even know if I don't even know if I did it.
Don't go too deep.
Oh, okay. So now let's consider what you said. Elon Musk, like, explain him believing he's going to space, right? Well, if we just talked, matter of fact, well, we talked about needing containment. Sorry for the background noise, but the bottom line is he already said he put a car in outer space.
Wow.
And that's already verifiably a lie. So why would I have to explain something some other man says?
'Cause I
Like, why
feel like
would
if you
anyone
did
even?
attempt to
Why
go
would
to
anyone
space,
think that that's a like? How is that fruitful for you to think of this question and then ask it,
yeah, I
and
feel
then
like
get in
if
it?
you
Like,
want,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
I just feel like you're asking the wrong question.
I feel like probably. Maybe I just don't know yet where to look. But like this, I think maybe they're trying to get people to think that they're heading up to space because some kind of psyop, or it's like they think they can get there, but it's like that story in the Bible where they tried to get up to heaven or something, but they failed miserably. It's like these people are so arrogant they actually believe they could cross this barrier, and they soon to realize or end up getting a rude awakening, perhaps. You know, or maybe it might start something if they try to break through it enough. It might cause a cataclysmic reaction. I'm just, you know. I don't know if space travel is possible right by this point.
Guy from Mobile asking for donations for whoever wants to win 2 seats to go to space.
You're cutting out a little bit. I caught some of what you said about 2 seats.
You started really soft. Jamesy, repeat.
No, I just said I just got a donation to actually an advertisement from the Virgin Galactic guy that went to space, whatever. And they saying they're gonna have 2 seats for people to go to space. All you
And
gotta
by
do is
space-
all you gotta
space,
do
they
is
mean
donate.
low Earth orbit, still well within the atmosphere, right?
I saw that too, Jamsey.
I think within this dome, they have the ability probably to make us believe that we're going to space, but they've not actually left the dome. They could just go so high up where the night sky is, it looks like they can see something, but they won't see what everyone's claiming, and they'll see some kind of roundness, unless it's like a holographic illusion or something. Which I think that's what the moon might be. I'm starting to look at it now differently.
I guess they can go pretty high up, but that place called they claim space is the fantasy land.
Sometimes I wonder, what if the barrier is either getting bigger or smaller on us? Because if it's closing in, it's probably going to confine us to some kind of like, you know.
Well, there's a peculiar
like
patent. There was a peculiar patent that was filed for inserting television screens into the windows of spacecraft, so that if they needed to project, say their argument was toward the sun side, so that you couldn't see anything, they could then project an image onto the screen, so that at least you've got visual pleasure while traveling.
Yeah, but I think that might be.
Then they can manipulate. Then they can manipulate anything that you see.
I've heard people say that anything that's like a screen essentially is like a possibly a demonic portal of some sort. And go back to what you said earlier about the auras you can catch on camera. That reminds me of a certain guy. He said his name's New Life Tools. He practices like magic and things, but I don't know if it's like black magic. But he said that there could be people right now. You could literally have haters who are going through your Facebook photos and putting curses on you. And the reason that's possible is because every time there's a photograph taken of us, there's always a tiny piece of our spirit contained in that photograph, they say. And one thing I just want to ask you as well, a lot of these truthers, they mention this thing about, they always mention this thing called the Emerald Tablet, which I haven't looked too much into, but what can you tell me about those?
I've read them, I can tell you.
Sure.
It comes from Hermes Trismegistus or Thoth, depending on what region you know him from.
Matic.
And it's allegedly 13 emerald tablets that we would not be able to create today. And the fact that they're not really emerald, they're more like synthetic. So they're like man-made. And the 13th is missing, so you only get to read the 12. But when I read it, I was like, I'm a Christian, but I still found it to be extremely profound. But in a way, it kind of puts you into a trance, because towards the end, they start making these sentences, and they're using the same words in each sentence, and they rearrange the words to make it say different things. And I walked away from it and thought it was extremely profound. I probably need to read it again, because it's been like 10 years.
Sometimes the truth is probably so simple.
The more you learn, right? Hold on just one second. The more you learn, you go back into a document, and your knowledge and understanding has grown, and you read it again, and you get another level.
Yes, definitely. When you mature.
And truth has a certain taste. Truth has like this vibrational, it has like this certain, sometimes you hear it and you just think, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's so true, And it's like
certain the resonance.
There's a real deep thing, but it has to be like unequivocal or empirical. You can't have ambiguous truth. You can't have something that's slightly true today and something that's slightly wrong tomorrow. Truth is truth.
Yeah. There's this guy who questions loads, and he's really intelligent. His name's Mark Passio. And he said that basically the way the government maintain control is that everything is what's called a third dialectic trap. They use in dialectic mechanics. So it's like out of the frying pan into the fire. They try to craft these scenarios where we think we're actually finding a way out. We actually walk into like a new age ism trap net, or like of subscribed philosophies and things, And yeah, it just gets me thinking, how much of this stuff is like, it's like trying to navigate it, I always say, is one hell of a thought trap minefield. But it's like so long as you tapped in to like that inner deeper resonance within, I don't think you can go wrong, whichever way that leads you. The journey will probably be different for almost everybody. And then at one point we'll converge to the same kind of reality, physical reality.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
It starts off in the sweet matter fabric, and then it manifests into the physical realm.
A lot of what we think is fiction, or that someone has imagined, when you actually look back into it, you see, oh wait, it's actually just like a historical character, and they're describing what was written about him. And we often assign great creativity to these stories that are just rehashes of history.
We're so imaginative because we're all expressions of the same source, I think, and it just wants to experience itself through us in different ways. So it's like a submarine or something, sending a bunch of drones on cables to the bottom of the ocean to explore the unknown, just to realize what this place really is that he created and projected.
But it's also like they've shown that the human mind learns best through storytelling. So the great guys who practice their memory skills and can remember pi to the 1000th digit and can memorize a pack of cards and all that, when you ask them how, they're creating a story in their mind. And I've heard it be described that like this is how profound the biblical narrative is, in that it provided little parables and human examples or case studies that are little stories that we as human beings could attach in our mind very easily, because there's names and references and there's a whole story around the name. And by nature, that's how we learn the best way, is through that storytelling metaphor. So even the way that the Bible chose to share the wisdom in that allegory type, parable type way, was a profound way for incredible retention of that story. And it's the same with us. That's probably why we fall for stories so easily, or just so stories, is that we're hardwired to seek out a story.
We haven't yet fully integrated the proper stories, but I left a quote on a video by Agent of Divine, and his video is called "Truth Cannot Be Told, but Only Experienced: Formula to Wisdom." And basically, it was like mostly a collection of quotes about like what the truth is and that. And it says, remember hearing the phrase, "The truth is stranger than fiction"? That is because fiction can also be interpreted as general information that is commonly agreed upon as the norm, whereas truth stands opposite of the devil's advocates, provoking physical, mental, and spiritual independency amongst its seekers. Truth is completely unified knowledge. Without knowing the nature of the world, it is impossible to know truth. What is the use of trying to find your inner self before you understand the world? Every man superimposes his own experience on others and imagines that their experience is like his. This is the fundamental fallacy of humanity everywhere. Philosophy is the interpretation of the whole. Is it possible to get knowledge of the all? Vedanta says yes, not in its details, but in a sense of knowing its essence. Nobody has 360-degree vision of the entire spectrum. Attachment is the root of all evil. Doubt is the beginning of knowledge. Advaita goes to the very root, where there is nothing more to doubt, nothing more to question. Jhana, or knowledge of truth, cannot come if anything is left out. The whole universe must be included. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself.
I think it's really profound how it said that every man projects his experience onto every other man, assuming that they've experienced similar things and should understand.
Yo, John Smith.
Yeah.
For how long have you been in this server?
About maybe 4 or 5 days now, I think. And I've only been on here like maybe 3 times to chat. I think this is like the third time.
Alright.
Is this Shinji, by the way? Sound
Yes.
familiar? Yo, what's up, bro?
What's
you
good?
Just joined, yeah? You just joined like today?
No. I've been here for a week or two, I think.
Oh, fair enough, man. Wait, was the first time you heard a solo when you dropped in the chat and we were all talking to him, Mr. Bar?
Yes, that's when he invited me.
Yeah, same as me then, but I've just not been on here as much. But I joined straight away.
It's a pretty interesting server, to be honest.
Very.
Like, lots of open-minded people.
Way more than War of Words.
And how many times can you ask a question like, do you know of the emerald tablets? And someone in the room says yes and teaches you something about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can ask any question. There's someone in here who will know.
Well, can anyone tell me about the Metatron cubes?
So the cube is a satanic symbol.
Yeah, some of the small hats wear it on their forehead.
Small hat.
From a geometric standpoint, all it is, in geometry, all it is circles and a pattern that can create in the middle all of the platonic solids. So not looking at it from like the occult or anything like that, just looking at it from pure geometrics. It is a range of circles that you can create all of the platonic solids within that in a 2D plane. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know too much about it. I've just heard it a lot, and apparently it should be common knowledge. People say.
It comes from one of those illuminaries. Supposedly, it has the image on the top of it, one that has the rings around it.
Does anyone here think Nikola Tesla was telling the truth with his teachings, or do you think it was slightly misleading in any way?
Honestly, if you want my honest opinion, anything they try to suppress, there must be some truth to it, because like Nikola Tesla hasn't been relevant for ages. They took all his works and credited it to Thomas Edison. Like,
who took his works?
Excuse me?
Said, I don't know if it's true or not, but do y'all know who they say took his works?
Thomas Edison.
I mean, like actually went in and took his stuff. They say it was like one of Trump's grandfathers or dad or something like that.
Correct. I heard that too, but there was a document that showed that it was Drumpf or Trump, whatever their surname was before it changed to Trump. But it was one of his ancestors.
Maybe the cube is the tesseract, Flat Earth Solar. What do you think? Is it the tesseract?
It is. Anytime that they start to use this cube shape, when you draw a pentagram, it creates the shape in the center of the star, and that shape is effectively like creates like a hexagon, and the hexagon.
Oh, it depends on how you look at it. The hexagon, yeah, if you look at it from one of the corners, it's a hexagon. Now, if you look at it from one side, what about if you take the cube and fold it out? What does it fold out into?
A cross.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Just wanted to bring that up. It's the tesseract. And this is often brought up in the Marvel universe, right? So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Just throwing that out.
Maybe when it says the cross, it represents liberty, because it represents it's no longer closed off on anyone like a prison, but it's more like opened, freeing everything. And that's why we use the cross as a symbolism, perhaps. Well, one of the reasons.
Well, the Freemasons and all these occultists are very well known for studying the like geometry and a lot of those things, numbers, science and symbols. So all of this stuff is, I'm sure, stuff that they study that they don't really, they don't really tell us about or that they put in schools. But this is stuff that is public knowledge that we can all kind of research on our own. So it's just something cool to look into, because when you look into geometry and stuff like that,
hidden knowledge. It's hidden knowledge, though.
Yeah. No, it's not
that's
hidden.
the point.
It's not hidden.
That's
it's not.
no. It's Well,
It's not hidden. It's right there.
It's
You
not
gotta go
hidden. The
find the
thing is,
oh, it's in
Kabbalion.
front of your face, but
Hold on,
but
hold on. What's the
Hidden in
most
plain
go ahead.
knowledge?
sight.
Go ahead, Hank. Hank,
Well,
go
I just
ahead.
want to say real
Please.
fast. The most knowledge that you can find is the law, right? The law is the most important thing, I think, right? And then Jesus followed the law perfectly, walking in equity, never harmed anyone else. And that's why his example was the way to follow. So there's many, many books on the law, but nobody's in the law library, right? Who's reading the Kabbalion, right? And you know, we talked about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Well, this other book that's about Hermes Trismegistus, the Kabbalion, that's a way better book. I mean, it goes into the law like in depth, like the natural law, right? So, you know, the information's really out there. None of us are suffering from nations as much as we're suffering from ignorance.
Sure. Yeah, we're suffering from ignorance, right? Like
True
we talk
ignorance is
about
a
flat
bliss.
Earth, and we deal with people that are just focused on flat Earth. Which flat Earth is a tool that we can use to reach people to open their minds to what how they've been manipulated over the course of time.
But
And
can't you say sorry?
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
But can't we say that nations try to promote this ignorance? Like,
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
like
and here's the thing. You can obviously see it in the symbols. Like Ariel posted something about Nikola Tesla. Like if you look at the logos, like all of the logos of the flags, and you know when they go to space and put all those geometrical patterns in the back, those things mean something to those that understand science and symbols, so they can communicate between each other just by putting a specific pattern that they all kind of know about.
Well,
That we're
what
just
was
kind of
what
not
was
aware.
that? There was an image shown. Who showed it? I'm gonna have to scroll up in the chat earlier. It was like people. It wasn't flat Earth, but it was a. Let me find it really quick. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Well, it was this. It's on. It was just like a graph, a circular graph chart, helio, and there was like a not me, but like heliocentric model versus everyone else that actually has an open mind and wants to take a chance to look at something outside of what everyone else believes. It's kind of and it was like 98% of the people believe that the earth is heliocentric, which I don't actually believe that, but 98% haven't been exposed yet. I think people in YouTube that was like, hey, you guys just don't understand evidence. Dude, I've been in this for a very long time. Long before flat earth, I was into it for a very long time. So it's not like I chose flat Earth. You're the one that doesn't understand that what you've been the ideas proposed to you was programming. It's not for us to decide what you think. I'm just kind of breaking free from that bullshit.
I was going to say, Helio, one of the reasons why I don't think it's like hidden, it's not that it's not hidden, right?
Yeah, and Hank was right about that. I didn't want to take
Yeah.
that away from Hank
Okay.
either. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Go
Maybe
ahead.
I didn't hear that part, but yeah, it's not hidden. It's just not promoted, and all of that information is out there for everyone to search. But I think you guys went over that, so sorry, man.
No,
It's
sure.
probably flooded from other information and overload, flooded out, so we don't see out of the consciousness.
Right, man. It's kind of like an ocean of bullshit. That way, it's just like we're in a thunderstorm of bullshit that just like has been like lasted for hundreds of years. We can't get out of. But
Every time
some
truth
people
comes
will find
pouring
it.
out,
We'll find each other,
flooded
and we'll find each other.
contamination. Like all these apps to distract you and that. All materialism.
Yeah, and it's like some of these globers like, hey, why don't you have an intellectual conversation with us? Like, well, how can I when you you don't use intellect. You're actually using just programming that's just like, hey, everybody believes this. Why don't you? Well, I mean, I can give you various reasons, but you're just going to make fun of me, and I just don't. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just don't believe that nonsense anymore. So, I mean, I really can't have an open dialect or an open conversation with you because that's not a debate. That's just you saying, well, why don't you believe everything that all these freaking, all the vast volume of quote unquote scientists are saying? I just don't buy their bullshit anymore. And it was like, well, it's just because you're dumb. No, I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb.
But it's like you
Look,
said, it's
here's the thing. We're all looking at the
for
same
molecules of
experiment
truth.
results. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Just quick, it's like looking for molecules of truth in an ocean of bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all right. Every time a scientist does a test, right, we're all looking at the same shit, and we have different worldviews. So, same shit. I mean, same results, same datums, right? But the problem is we have different worldviews. So one person might look at the double slit and think, wow, how does this do that? And another person's like, oh, I know how that does that. Let me tell everybody. And then they go on the mainstream media and they tell everybody that they know how it does that, right? But really, the person that goes, I wonder, is actually in a better position, right? That didn't really plant their roots and say, this is settled, right? Because science is never settled. And the problem is today that the orthodoxy has crept into the scientific community and the scientists have become a high priest, right? So you got like very loyal blind faith followers to something that, is basically science fiction because the experiment is the actual science. And then whatever comes out of the scientist's mouth is, probably his best guess of what happened.
And you know what's really sad about that, Hank? That form of quote unquote science is only about 100, 150 years old, and most of the world being ignorant about it, and with all the propaganda and everything, they are convinced that anyone that contradicts them, because they have the support of all the mainstream media and all of the colleges and everything, all these pseudoscientists, they have the full support of all of that. And when we come in these platforms and say, these guys are full of shit, they think that we're ignorant about these topics. It's insane to me. And so this is why, I get frustrated sometimes. And so but guess who's coming on a platform and saying, I'm frustrated now because, past couple of days, people have been freaking blowing up the YouTube chat and they're just like, why don't you say this? Or are you avoiding this? It's like, dude, I'm in here all the time. Why don't you freaking come in here and spout your pseudoscience and see if you can convince us to believe it or not?
But the problem is also like they contradict themselves as well. Like look at the dogmas within the scientific community, like the whole evolution theory, right? It hasn't passed their own scientific method, yet they see it as fact. They push it down so much.
They have no evidence for the evolution theory, and it changes every like 10, 20 years. All their evolutionary ideas just change every 10 to 20 years. They're just like, well, we don't even need to dig down in the earth to figure out evolution. We just use genetics. This is their idea now. They don't even have to use anthropology or archaeology to figure out evolution. They already have it through genetics. And I've heard them say it.
And when I argue with them on it, they're like, you know nothing. But when I respond with, like, I have actually 2 to 3 years of archaeological studies behind my back, like, I studied this, and I can show the flaws within it, then they fall silent. Like, they all assume that we're dumb just because we believe in something else, but...
Sure, yeah, they do definitely have an idea about flat earthers, of course. And so they're just like, well, you think the earth is flat, so I'm pretty much going to discount everything you say, and I'm going to believe my priest that told me this and that.
That's the genetic fallacy. So he said that, the evolution hasn't passed the scientific method. As far as I'm concerned, it hasn't even passed the smell test, right? Because what we're learning about epigenetics is like the opposite of evolution. Evolution says we started out as this and we gained functions and gained functions and gained functions. When everybody who's studying the Wuhan thing, right, they tell you that you can't gain a function unless it's done in a lab.
That's pretty fucked up, man. I ain't gonna lie about that one. There's so much propaganda and manipulated nonsense. Imagine what this world would look like if the news didn't exist. Modern day propaganda news stations didn't exist. I don't even think there'd be any wars necessarily. I mean, it'd be local wars maybe because people don't like each other or whatever. But all wars are started through propaganda, and they create enemies because humans are selfish conquerors, I guess.
Yeah, wars are started with lies.
Real wars.
Oh yeah, God Rockin'. Hey, what's up, bro? I haven't seen you in a while.
Not much. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
I'm just venting a little bit because, man,
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Crazy shit going on out there right now.
Yeah, they've been blowing up the live stream. I hear people, making all these accusations. Oh, you guys are just idiots, and why don't you believe this? And just going off. Well, I'll challenge anybody out there listening right now to come on into the live stream and challenge me or any one of these people in here with some facts and some real evidence. And we'll just go over it like men to men. And we'll look at it, take a serious look at it. And you guys can come on here and show us the evidence. And we'll show you our evidence. And there's just no comparison between the two.
Yeah, it was kind of when I took all the wrenches from everyone on the live stream, it was a social experiment to see what would happen. And I knew exactly what would happen. It'd be a bunch of freaking trolls and normies that would just come in there and say, "You just don't have any evidence. You don't believe evidence." And I kept asking them for evidence. What do you mean by evidence? Well, it's just evidence. Everybody knows. It's like everybody doesn't know. What are you talking about? Show me some evidence. And it's just like, you know what? And then they start calling people names. Well, you're just dumb for thinking the earth is flat. Everybody knows that the earth is a globe. And it's just like, dude, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's worse than that sometimes, and certain people that just insult people in the chat all the time. I was just like, bro, it's time to freaking bring back some moderators. Not to just ban everybody. And so it's what do they call it? Where everybody
Echo chamber
or whatever. No, man, we want you guys, everyone that's listening in the YouTube chat, to show us where your evidence is, and then we'll get back to normal. I mean, just and here's what I might want more than anything, because I hate typing out. Even though I like messing with people in chat, sometimes I don't like to just type all the time. I mean, I'd rather talk than type. You know what I'm saying? So get your ass in here, and we'll give you privileges to post links. You can do a presentation. We can set up a one-on-one conversation. Anyone that's being freaking in the YouTube chat, saying, hey, I could prove to you that the earth is a globe by this. We can set up a one-on-one convo with me or anyone in here that you choose to talk to, and we can do a live stream. No problem. Bring your evidence, and then you can show us how we're wrong. Don't freaking talk shit about people in the chat and just be very vague and just like, oh, flat earth is falling apart. All this kind of weird, dumbass shit. Dude, if you think flat earth, If flat Earth wasn't a thing, we wouldn't be here doing this for 6 years. What are you talking about? Flat Earth's still a thing.
Yeah, can I just come in there for a sec? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw on a military website they claimed they can laser target a beach ball on the Empire State Building from the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, how can you laser target from the Golden Gate Bridge to the Empire State Building?
So you were in a chat where somebody said that?
No, I was looking at a website, and this is what they claimed on a military website. This is their claim.
Oh my God!
If the Earth wasn't flat,
That's
how
freaking
can you
like
do that?
2,000 miles. Nobody can target a beach ball that far away.
No.
Yeah, they can.
Laser
This is
light.
what they claim
No,
on the
they
military
can't.
website.
No, they can't.
No, they can't.
The atmosphere
Well, yeah.
would dissipate
Where's
light.
the echo
Yeah,
coming from?
Where's
It
the
must be
echo
from
coming
his
from?
mic. Who was that?
Yeah,
talking?
it could be from me.
Who's that talking?
It's
Who was
AK,
that?
the one with the AK profile pic.
You can't even see 2,000 miles. I don't care what kind of lens you have across the Earth. You can't see 2,000 miles.
No, the atmosphere's got too much in it, too much water, too much.
Even with no atmosphere, you wouldn't be able to target a beach ball from
Right.
New York to Paris. No.
Yeah, the light would dissipate. It would get too big. A laser light.
Just the angular size of the object to be too fucking small. I mean, that's just
Right.
ridiculous. Anybody that tells you something like that
tells you something like that
is just
No one
they're
has
just
told
lying
me.
to you.
They're just lying to you.
No one has told me that. This is from a website, a military targeting website.
Oh.
Well,
Okay.
what if they could shoot the laser and amplify it through a lens and actually direct it over a long distance?
Well,
is there a
Imagine
technology like
targeting
that?
something 2,000 miles away, Ariel. No, I mean it's
Or
going to.
just making a laser beam that can travel that over a vast distance. I'm not talking about the object that they are targeting.
Yeah, a laser beam. Yeah, of course. You have to collate it so hard. I mean, you'd have
You
to
can
have
send it through a
you'd have to
lens
have a machine probably a
that
mile
amplifies
high.
it.
Yeah, with-
there is one way they could do that, Helio, and they could
what?
actually paint the target from a closer region. Like from maybe 50 miles away with the laser. They could paint the target, and then they could send the missile in like a cruise missile or whatever to that region, and then let it. And when it searches out and finds the laser target, then it could hit it from there. But that's
that's already exist. That's as much as I mean. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, we already know that we are, or
well,
I do. And if anyone that would say any bullshit like what he was saying, that's
Right.
not even possible.
Right, I agree. You could paint it from a closer region and then send the missile from further out. That is possible.
Yeah. Or you might even be able to use like the what's the shit, no, I can't even think of the name of it. The ballistic that goes like 200 miles. Oh, shit. What's it called?
Railgun?
The railgun, right? Boom. It goes so fast. It travels like 50 miles before it even starts to drop. It's so fast. But it only goes about 200 miles.
I'd like to know how they keep the projectile from melting. I wonder what it's made of.
I know it's so freaking fast. But
You know what I
anyway.
mean? Be a lot of friction.
Anyway, so anybody that claims that you'd be able to see or shoot anything without an arc, talk about a straight line, from over 2,000 miles over the ocean, that's just ridiculous. That's just silly, man. It's like, or like people come in here something. Well, if the Earth is flat, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower? Why can't I see Mount Everest? Just like, dude, it's too far away. Dumbass.
Silly. If you look at the distance, right? For example, if you're on like the main shore, you see an island in the distance, you'll see it's fogged out. Even if you can see it, you see that it's starting to like blend in with the horizon. So yeah, it is far away, but these people don't understand that.
Oh no! Even if there was no atmosphere, it would still be too small for you to see.
Yeah, correct.
From 3,000 to 4,000 miles away, it would just
Things
look
get
like
smaller the
yeah,
farther it gets.
yeah. I mean, of course we use the atmosphere, but I'm just saying that's why I always say, it's like, why can't I see this from there? Dude, it's too far away. You can't see it. It's the angular resolution of the object. I mean, it's just like it's the Eiffel Tower from New York. Dude, how big is the Eiffel Tower if you can see it from New York? It's just way too small for you to see it. You can't see it. You don't even have to bring up the atmosphere. It's freaking 2,000 miles, over 2,000 miles. So, no, of course you can't see it. I mean, do you think it would be like right in front of your face? I mean, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard. And I intend to make them feel dumb for asking that dumbass question. You can't even see a house 4 blocks away from your house. You can barely see a big ass house 4 blocks away from your house, and you think you can see the Eiffel Tower from New York. This is insane. What the hell's wrong with people?
Well, on this website,
all right, I'll shut up.
On this website, they were regularly doing targeting planes 500 miles away, and they call that like it was relatively easy to target a plane 500 miles.
Oh, what's the targeting system? What are you talking about?
From a ground targeting system, from one sort of like military base, they were targeting planes 500 miles away.
Well, were the planes in the sky?
Yeah, planes in the sky, yeah.
All right, so planes in the sky, they're above the horizon, not directly across the ocean.
No, but they also tested how far they could take this technology.
That sounds like bullshit to me. I mean, if something's 500 miles away, I mean, once you target it and you fire a missile at it, I mean, the plane's not going to be there anymore by the time the missile reaches it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just
typically range maxes out about 89 miles, 90 miles.
They can take a cruise missile and they can target the terrain of the ground and program it into the computer. So when it cruises along the ground, and it can cruise for 50 miles, and then it recognizes like landmarks, but you got to program that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think a good example is
a regular radar, right? Regular radar on a standard airport is set to 150 miles, but it can go up to 300 miles. You just got to make an adjustment to the system.
Astro K, is there any way you can put some headphones on so we don't get the echo?
It's really weird hearing it. So I was going to say, like an example is a Sea Sparrow missile, where it can target about 90 or 100 miles out, but it has to keep refreshing that as it goes, and it has a maximum range. And if you go up to 500 miles, that's limited by fuel and stuff. It's not really because it can see that far. It's just that's the ordnance, maximum distance. But its targeting is only up to like 90 miles.
Can you do a mic check? Is this any better? 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, it's pretty bad. I kept hearing myself. I don't hear myself now. I hear myself now.
If he's listening to the YouTube channel, then that'll do that every time.
Are you listening to the YouTube channel too?
No,
I'm not. No.
Okay, what it is he's got his microphone too close to his speakers. You don't have headphones on, do you?
Okay, no. I've moved the speaker away. Now, is that any better?
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be better because I get this. I do a lot of gaming. Anyone who's just running their voice through their television always gets an echo on it.
Yeah.
So
yes. So is this acceptable now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. It seems like it's because I'm not hearing myself. It's not us hearing you echo. It's us hearing ourselves echo in yours.
Yeah, I'll just move the speaker further away. Okay,
thanks. It's working now. It's working.
You know, there's a lot of different targeting systems. Like I was saying a minute ago, you can program a cruise missile to the landscape, like from like a Google Earth map or whatever, a map of the terrain. And when the missile gets, it can just cruise along and on a certain heading. And then when it gets to the area where it's supposed to find the target, then it notices the terrain, it finds landmarks, and then it finds the target, and then it hits it. It has nothing to do with laser. But, you know, maybe this, you know, there's a lot of ways that they can do that kind of stuff, but it's not painting it with a laser beam 500 miles. That's not possible.
Right. You can only paint because the laser diffracts. It like splits apart.
Right. Exactly.
And I think it's the Sea Sparrow missile that has like a range of a 90 mile. It can paint at 90 miles. That's it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So it may be that there's some ordnance that's limited to 500 miles, but it's not targeting at 500 miles direct line of sight because you just can't see that far.
No, only they could be painting it from an airplane close by or something. You know, they're
or an operative is painting it with like a gun, like they're pointing their radar at it.
Right. And then when the ordnance gets close, it recognizes the paint and then goes for it. Yeah.
It only has to be in generally the same direction, and then it finds where the target's being painted by the guys on the ground.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what the trick is going to be to try to get these people to come in without spouting off with their, oh, you're just stupid and all that kind of stuff. Long enough for them to just calmly look at the evidence and use some critical thinking, you know, without jumping to this, oh, you're stupid, all that kind of stuff first. I mean, it's going to be a task, I'm telling you, because they're so brainwashed, you know, they just, you know, they just.
Yo, God rockin'. I figured it out, dude. It's all about water level. If you just stop them at water level, then they're beat. Any question that they ask after that is irrelevant, and they're not proving water level, and it has them beat. Like, I've lost a lot of friends over the last week, dude. I've been going really hard with this.
I agree with that. But then, you know how people obfuscate. A lot of people just, well, what about this? And what?
Yeah, I know. And that's why I lost friends.
To recognize what you're saying.
That's why I lost friends. Oh, stupid. I don't want to hear about this. And it's like, you're beat, dude. If you don't embrace water level, fuck you, dude.
But are you really winning then?
Yes, fuck them.
Well,
it's a little extreme.
You're really winning them when they realize they're wrong and they see it with their own two eyes and go, oh my God, you're right. That's where we got to get to. And how to get there, I'm not 100%. I don't have the answers right now because they just want to obfuscate. As soon as they see a problem coming, well, what about this and what about that? They just.
Yeah, mine is water level, God rockin'. And I'm separating the wheat from the tares, dude. It's over. It's over for them. Water level and biblical cosmology.
Well, I agree with you. I'm not saying that you're wrong at all.
Yeah, I know. Right. It's fucked up, dude. I'm sorry about that. But that's where it starts, dude.
You don't have to be sorry to me. I'm just saying it's hard to get these people to stop and look at it long enough to say, you know what? Oh my God, you're right. You know what I mean? That's the
They won't until
Hey,
until
Chemtrail.
they embrace water level.
I mean, you can't.
Hey, Chemtrail.
You can't
Yeah.
just wake them up instantly. It's done layer by layer. You need to like be patient with these people.
Yes.
Oh, I've gained a lot of friends too. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I've won a lot of hearts over because this shit is so real. But anyway, like I've
Chemtrail.
lost friends too. Yeah.
Chemtrail, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So what does the Bible say about spreading the gospel? What did Jesus
To
say
every
about?
single creature.
Right.
And if
So
you're a
when you
woman, to cover your head when you pray and shit.
Come on, bro. What does he say about the seeds?
What? Yeah, plant seeds
What
and let them grow. Water level. Fuck you. Have fun with that one.
Yeah, plant the water level seed and walk
Yep.
away. You
And
ain't
that's
gotta
it.
like rub their nose in it, right? Because
Yeah,
there's this
that's what
bias,
I
right?
do.
When you
That's what I do. I've left friends. It's over. It's over. If you don't embrace water level at this point in my life, dude, I planted the seed and I'm out, dude. I don't have time for nonsense. Ball earth. Fucking personalities.
But
NASA
NASA told me so, bro. NASA never lies.
It appears that some people plant seeds with their middle finger.
Yeah, fuck those ball earth personalities.
But why be mad at them?
Because they won't embrace water level. They're denying something they've never seen. I can show them simply. Like I've won so many people over. You don't get it. Like Black Swan is no joke. We just see too far. It's just water level. Water level is a fact. And when they deny facts, they're actual science deniers, and you can call them out. That's why I'm mad at them. You won't even look. Will you watch this 5-minute video or not? And if they do not, then they're fucked.
You mad, bro?
Yeah, but
you mad?
Hey,
them.
hey,
Yeah, I'm really mad.
I won't watch somebody's 5-minute video either.
Well, then I'll pay you $20 to watch True World documentary. You know what I mean? I pay people money to watch these videos because they deserve to know it.
A little
and
weird.
Fucking water
I'll
level.
I'll charge you 40 to shut up.
Yeah, I give people $40 to watch Eric Dubé's 200 proofs.
Good one.
So fuck you. You know what I mean? That shit's no joke. I love you.
Mate, are you fully balanced? What's going on?
No.
Are you fully bellied? Like I'm out.
Yeah.
Dude.
Hey, Chemtrail, who's the one that's mad? Them or you? Who's the one that's mad? Them
Yeah,
or you?
me. I'm mad as
Okay,
shit.
then why are you mad?
Because you shouldn't.
Listen,
You should be mad as hell and not take it.
Look
anymore.
sharp. You should be calm because you're the one who knows what's going on.
Yeah, I know, and it's hilarious.
Maybe there's some problem there because if that was the case, you wouldn't be mad.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not mad. I'm not
propaganda.
Go ahead.
It's propaganda and stories that tell you to get mad as hell. In the past, it was the Stoics, the people who were always calm, who won.
I don't care because water level.
It's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah,
Hey,
I know, but water's always level.
I'm mad.
No matter
I'm mad as
whichever way
hell,
I
and I'm not going to take it anymore. And
but
I'm doing
why-
what I'm doing. But
But
you can't
why
force
be mad
someone
at
to see
people? Why be mad at people? Just move on.
You can't force someone to
water
take.
level. That's what I did. I left friends because of it.
I don't mean
Chemtrail.
leave friends. I wouldn't leave a friend over.
I haven't lost friends over this.
I haven't lost a single friend over this. I'll be honest with you.
But I talk
'cause I
about
let
it.
them-
If they
it's 'cause
want
I
to talk
let
about it,
them-
I'll talk about it. I've talked about it.
I let
and
them
they
have
don't-
their views.
No, I don't stop. If you're
Honestly
being
said,
all you're
I would rather have friends who
This
see
thing
the truth.
reminds me of Hollywood, man. Holy shit.
Hollywood.
All right, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to, but I was just letting God Rockin' know that it's water level. That's
We're
it.
giving you good advice, Chemtrail. You should take heed.
No, I
here.
hear you.
And
I hear you. But it doesn't matter how I teach water level. It's always going to be level. So fuck.
Sure, but
like,
yes,
oh,
of
man.
course, we all say the
if
same
they
thing to people. You know, if they don't accept it, then they just don't accept it. It's like
That's-
I don't want to talk
level is
about it.
curved.
You know,
If they
freaking
reject
shove
it,
it down,
that's their
try to
prerogative.
shove it down their throat. I mean, that's
They
level
are
is
their own.
curved.
They
Shove
are
it down their
own
fucking
being.
throat. Shove it down their fucking throat. Because if they don't get water level, then they're fucked.
Have you read the
Oh my
look,
goodness!
Have you
Why
read the
shove it
gospel?
down their throat?
Shove it
Have
down
you
your
read
throat,
the
bro.
Gospels? Oh, Chemtra, have you read the Gospels? Do you not know how many times Messiah moved with compassion? When he lambasted people for a good reason at the opportune moment. And when he got physical with people, it's because they were defiling his father's house, not because they didn't understand what he was saying. Go read it again and humble yourself.
Yeah, and
So I'm
also he
getting
spoke in parables so that people could understand the kingdom of God.
How do you
And,
know
yeah,
that
and the
I'm
these
people
people
getting
that
the
didn't
I'm getting
understand?
the
understand it will
Satanist.
just walk away, right?
Have these people that you talk to ever even thought about the concept of water level in their life?
Well, they've been dealing with me for like ever. I mean, yeah, they should have by now. And when I give them the chance and they don't, then that's it.
Then you're going to scream at them and say, "You just don't understand water
Well,
level."
thanks for making all of us. Thanks for making all of us look like we need Thorazine.
Yeah, cool. Well then, well then, show me something that's not like water level then, because it doesn't fucking
You
exist.
have to meet someone where they are. You don't freaking shove flat Earth down their throat. What are you talking about?
You gotta condescend to
This
these
is not
people's
They
level.
Live. It's not They Live with a 15-minute fight scene. It doesn't work like that, man.
Yes, it is with my friends. It's what I've been doing this whole time.
They've changed the definition of level.
Well, apparently you said your friends just left because you screamed at them about water level. I don't understand
But
why anybody
they've
would do
changed the definition of level on Google. If you type in level, it says level like the curved Earth's surface. So now they're making this level equals curved bullshit. So I don't think level is a dead silver bullet that you perhaps think it might be.
No,
To a
measurement
normie,
is the only
Cool.
thing.
I don't care then, dude. Sorry, I was just
Measurement's the only thing.
Mention gas pressure. That's what gets them always.
Yeah, gas pressure and measurement. That's what you want to go with. I never go with water level.
There's no measurable curvature. Water is level. Like, oh my god, bro, you guys.
Hey, chemtrail, we say that we
We're
express that every
1,000
day.
times better at this than you are.
Oh, cool story, dude.
It is a cool story.
Hey, we seek the seekers, or I do at least. I seek the seekers. You know, I'll bring up the topic if they have any questions. Listen, if they have any questions, then they'll ask me, and I'll have the conversation. If we get to a certain point where they're just like, yeah, I think I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just like, all right, cool. Now you have the information. You know, take it somewhere
And
else.
then I
You know,
leave.
take it with, yeah. Yeah, and then I just
That's
go
what I
on
did.
to, and I find another person. Okay, cool. But it sounds like you say you lost friends because you're screaming at them about water level. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
It makes absolute sense, dude. Because if they won't embrace the very fucking fundamental of the Earth being flat, that's all we have is water level.
Bro,
I think
you know
you're
I'm a
missing
big,
the point.
I'm a big fan of you, bro. Right? I'm a big fan, Kimtro. But here's the thing, bro. There's this bias, right? When you tell 18-year-old kids that they can't drink beer, right? They want to drink beer, and then when they turn 21, sometimes they're just like, I don't want to drink beer anymore, right? So I forget what the bias is called, but it's like I'm gonna do the opposite of what you say because I'm the fucking boss. Bias,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, yeah,
So
like
you
that's
don't
how
wanna-
it works. Like
Right.
people have these
Hold on, let me
confirmation.
finish.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I pause a lot when I speak because I'm thinking of the next thing. All right. So you don't want to like trigger this in people, right? You want to circumnavigate the parent-child relationship in psychology, right? You want to have like the adult-to-adult, like the man-to-man conversation, and you want to stay away from treating them like a child because they don't understand. Plus, you have to remember that they've been brainwashed for 13 years in a row. That's a lot of programming that you have to get through, right? But it's not your job to get through it. It's their job to break their own programming. Remember, Neo took the pill. He chose the red pill.
And speaking of pills, that could be a seed, right? Someone was saying, was it Elisha or someone was saying, you have to plant the seed, which is fine. I mean, everyone in my family and friends circle that I have, they know what I do. The seed's planted. it's not like they don't know what I do, but I don't just force it upon them. It's like, don't you see it? Every time I meet them, it's like, don't you see the water's level? Blah, blah, blah. I would just
I call
would use
people
my
out for
entire.
being planet.
Yeah, see, chemtrail, you're just wrong, bro. Don't do that to your friends and family.
Yeah,
That's just
right. How am I wrong? Earth is not a planet.
I'm not
So,
saying
like,
you're wrong
No.
about the truth. I'm just saying you're wrong in your
Talking about
relationships.
delivery. In any message or
Jesus Christ,
communication,
what the hell?
you have a
I hear
you
it,
have
but
a
no
receiver.
matter which way I deliver it, right?
I know you're
No,
impatient.
Doesn't matter how I
It really
deliver it.
sounds like you're
not-
impatient.
It
You're
doesn't
impatient.
matter. The
Yeah.
point
Can I
is that
address
it
something?
doesn't matter. It's not that it doesn't matter how you deliver a message. Any message needs to be encoded, and then the receiver needs to decode that message for the communication to actually take place. Otherwise, it's a monologue, and then there was no communication that actually took place. So you need
Yeah.
to be able to keep your audience or your receiver receptive.
I instantly stop listening to people who monologue at me. People who just talk at me, I don't even listen to them.
Yeah, but what I want to address here, like how you say something also matters a lot, because when you confront people who have a different belief system, right? If you confront them too harsh, they'll even stick harder to their beliefs. They'll cling to it. It's called belief perseverance. And how you want to approach people who don't believe in the same system as you need to like take it step by step. You want to let them explain to you what they believe and then address their points one by one, like layer by layer, like an onion. You can't just like throw every bit of truth out there, because that will just confuse them more than anything.
Shinji, you're exactly correct. I've been I'm not I don't work on people. I will when I have the opportunity, and if they ask me, because like I said, they know what I'm doing here, and they know what my position, even before I even started the YouTube channel and got involved with Flat Earth and all that stuff. They already knew this about me. So I was always the guy going, oh, well, that's freaking hoax or whatever. It was like, well, I saw it on the news and all that. It's just like, I was always had patience with them. It's like, all right, cool. I said my piece, and then I just walk away.
I've heard people that they call me Flat Earth Larry, right? So when someone calls me Flat Earth Larry and someone else hears it, right, then that's automatically me planting a seed, and I don't even have to do anything, right? Because they already know, right, what I think and what I believe. So, it's going to.
As soon as you get
cause certain
aggressive
people
with
to ask
them,
questions,
they
and
put
there
a
are-
wall up. As soon as you get aggressive with them, they put a wall up.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it doesn't matter like if they don't want to be your friend or anything like that. You can't really lose a friend because a friend isn't losable, right? A true friend is going to stick by you through thick and thin, right? So yeah, you just lost contact with these people. I wouldn't say that they're not your friend, or maybe they never were your friend, and maybe that's just me trying to rationalize it. But
Well,
the
yeah,
really
we're all
important thing is
skateboarders.
you got to be gentle because
Unless you
people are
turn them into the
complex.
villain. If you turn them into the villain and make them the face of all the liars that came before them, then you can alienate your friends, and you can make them not want to be around you.
Oh, and then they'll start to talk about you as the crazy motherfucker that's
And they'd be right. And they'd be right. No, and look,
Exactly.
I'm serious. If you act like that, you need to be diagnosed.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
keep
joking.
saying that, but I make flat Earth music.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know you don't.
We make
That's
Flat
you.
Earth music too. I mean, what the fuck are
Jim
you
Carrey
talking
is
about?
insane. It's
So
clinically
what I'm saying is
insane.
it
And makes
cannot
art.
be silenced, right? Like it doesn't matter what they say or like you know what I mean? How they interpret it, it does not matter.
Chemtrail, let's. I don't. Maybe we should have a Flat Earth psychology room out of the live stream so we can.
That's our
teach
private
people how
admin
to
chat where
reach the
hey,
public.
Helio,
But
we already
the thing
have that.
the thing is, you're still speaking to people. Like, you look at them as misguided, right? they're still people with family and feelings and emotions and goals into our life. It's not really right to villainize them. Like when I see someone who believes in the globe model, I feel pity because they've been indoctrinated with all this bullshit, and they don't
compassion
know
is
they've been
first.
deceived. They don't know they've been deceived. If they knew, would they believe in it?
This
Like,
is you're exactly right. That's the way I address them. I have compassion.
The thing is, I tell them all about it until they just can't take it anymore.
Why?
Yeah, but then you're no better than these globers who push their beliefs on
See,
us. Like,
they've been indoctrinated.
It's not a belief.
Listen, bro.
I know it's not a belief. The Earth is flat.
They have been manipulated by all of their indoctrination through the indoctrination system. They believe almost everything they see on TV. Whether left, right, freaking all the freaking hoaxes and shit they see on the news. Why would you just start screaming at them? It's like, look, water's level, and they're just not in a place to receive any of the information you're talking about. I mean, you're really, why are you trying to force them into a concept that they're not even prepared to handle? I mean, it's just, and you're going to judge them for not understanding why they're going to look at you as a crazy
because they
idiot.
but they don't care. They admit that they don't care. It doesn't matter. So I get fucking mad that it does matter, and you won't even look at it because you don't care. So fucking you're a waste.
All right, chemtrails the new Hollywood.
Hold on, this is like
chemtrails the new Hollywood.
Hold on,
man.
Helio. This is like stuff I was telling my mom when I was angry when I was like 14. That's what it sounds like.
Well,
I go through this. I go through this. Hey, guess what? Chemtrail, you say you have lost friends over this, but me, and other people in here have already said we've never lost friends over this. You should take our advice.
I used to be where chemtrail is, battling
not hanging out
everyone
with
that
those
I
people.
come into contact with, but it takes a little bit of introspection to realize that if you continue on that path, you're going to estrange every person in your life until you're a recluse.
Yes, I don't want
including flat earthers.
But
All
I
I
think you
need
lost
is my
friends
wife,
because how you
my daughter.
confronted them, not what you believe in, or like
All I need
what
is
you
my
know.
wife. All I need is my wife, my daughter, and street teaching. Like we go out and street teach together. We both fucking like, oh my gosh, bro. I guess you just don't. Like, I have no loss.
At this point, chemtrail, it sounds like you're just like not taking our advice. You're just saying, fuck you guys. I
Hang
don't
on.
want to take your advice.
Do you have a video of you flat smacking? Is that what you're doing? Put it in live stream. I want to see it.
Yeah, I flash smack every day, but I stopped recording it because it's like real shit. There's one on my channel, but other than that, I don't record them because it would make it ingenuous, and I'm really actually mad at people. So fucking the camera takes away from the passion.
Yeah, we can tell. We can tell.
Put the link in live stream. I want to see it.
Okay.
Is your wife mad at people too?
Yes, very much. Worse than I am.
All right, so you and your wife as a team go out and flat smack people and just like, why the fuck don't you believe that water's level?
Yes,
just
because
screaming
we
at
have
people,
it right
just
here.
like,
We can show you.
don't you see? Don't you
Don't
see
you get
that
it?
water's level?
And that's it. And if you take a split second of your time, you're fucked. You'll learn it, and it's over for you. But if you don't care, have fun. You're fucking beat.
Hey, do you mind if I play this on the live stream?
Play it.
All right, cool. Let's see what chemtrail's doing out in the world. Hold on. Give me a minute. Hold on. Copy the link. Let's see what chemtrail's doing out.
This was like 3 or 4 years ago when I was in Florida.
Okay. Oh, well, do you have anything modern that
you have any new ones?
No, it's pretty much been the same thing.
All right,
We'll play
cool. So let's see what this sounds like. Wait a minute. I forgot to put the command. Hold on. Dash
You can get like a master at it. You could be like, what if I told you NASA lies?
What
And
if I
show 'em
told you
pictures of
NASA?
clouds with clouds down
All
with
right,
the
so
cut
this
tape.
is he's claiming that
What's
this
up,
is
dude?
what he's doing.
Yo, can I ask you a couple questions or what? This is gonna be for my movie. I started a YouTube channel, Flat Earth Autopilot. I'm just trying to spread the word and wake up our brothers and sisters about how the Earth is indeed flat, and they've been lying to us, and it's the Great Deception. Have you heard of that yet? No. Well,
Well,
it's
yeah,
the
I
one.
mean,
Yeah.
I've heard about it, but I don't think it's flat.
Could I ask you, if you were raised as a young child and never told the globe model, would you believe that? Would you come to an understanding that we're spinning and moving and the Earth is a globe? Or would you follow your own eyes that can see and your own senses that can feel that we're motionless? And what you said when you were a kid, right? You argued the globe model. Everybody did. Everybody argued the globe model and said, why when we're upside down we don't fall off? And they tell us gravity, and then we never ask any more questions.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It never goes deeper than that. And it's just a shame what they've done to the world. Once you look at it with a critical eye as an adult now, everything has changed and flipped over. Everything is. It's all the reversal of truth. I'm not here to tell you what's the truth. I just want to tell you to wake up, and the Matrix has you. And even do a split second of research. Even 30 minutes of listening to Eric DeBay's 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. Just like that. And all of these lies that NASA and the elite have told us crumble down, dude. The flat Earth is their entire house of cards that comes tumbling down, and we're all trying to get that to happen. We don't know why, but we're tired of being lied to.
Yeah.
That's all. It's just a critical mind.
Yeah, I'm dealing with a lot of shit right now.
I know, dude.
I'm not even worried.
I know. That's what I mean. No, that's the whole thing. You're put into the societies where you don't care. You have too much going on. That's what they want you to think. They want you to think you have too much going on. You're too busy to even worry about it. You do have time. You do have time, because you do have time, at least to free your mind. I mean, you might not want it because it's your own satisfaction. Take it for what you will.
Yeah.
This is for your own satisfaction. If you think it's a distraction, then you can keep living your life without researching it. I'm just trying to let people know that we're out here and really trying to wake people up, doing our best to tell you to research. It's up to you to want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out.
That's all it is.
Hell yeah.
That's all it is.
You be easy, man.
Yeah.
And so we were listening to that. So hey, Flat Earth, chemtrail.
I actually like that. That was
I
awesome.
wanted to jump in for a
Yeah,
second.
it was
I hope
pretty
you guys
good.
don't mind.
I just paused it. So
Chemtrail?
comments
Can you-
so far. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chemtrail, can you see what I posted in the live stream voice text?
Drace,
No, Larry. Sorry, Hank.
you're way
They
up
like
there.
that,
Hold
man.
on.
The
Yeah,
Matrix
Tom.
has you. Neo,
Thank
the
you.
Matrix has you.
Thank you.
That
Thank you.
delivery was
Hold on,
fumbled.
too many people talking. Let Hank
on.
talk.
Yeah, just
Let
give me
Hank talk.
just a second.
please.
I won't take long, and then I'll put myself on mute. Yeah, so the backfire effect. This is a cognitive bias I was telling you about, right? And if you push people too strong, you're going to trigger this. And a lot of people don't understand the biases. So this little website's pretty good. So first they got anchoring bias, right? Then they got confirmation bias. And then you come along and push this down their throat, and then they have backfire bias. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I love that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your openness. Please continue.
You
what
want
I
me to
live for.
continue the video, guys?
No, that's it. That was it. That was the whole video.
Yeah, well, I paused it. I guess
Well, no,
it
that was
close
it.
to the end. Yeah.
That's the end of it.
So, yeah, sure. You met somebody on the street. I think we were talking about our family and friends. You said you lost family and friends because you pretty much said the same thing to them.
All right. Well, do you want to see? Because I have it. I get really angry in this video, but I have it private. I can make it not private.
I want to hear
It's
it.
not necessary.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not necessary. No.
All right, whatever. You asked for it. I was just letting you know that I do have
No,
it.
no, I didn't ask for it. I actually said not to post it.
Yeah.
Didn't I just say that?
Yeah.
Okay, then there we
Well,
go.
I'm just letting you know that because they're.
Hey, if you want to post
it,
if you want to DM people with your unlisted video or whatever, send it to someone else. I don't want to play it on here.
Damn it to Godric.
That is
Damn it to
funny as
Godric.
shit. Oh man, that's a good one. All right, guys. I won't. I won't make it unless I smack it.
I have a feeling that chemtrail's never going to convert anybody. Which
I've gotten a lot.
My purpose
of people. I'm gonna talk to
with
somebody
this
right
channel
now.
or any, I don't think any of us are here to convert people. We're just trying to introduce the idea so that people can find it. They're going to find their way here. That's been the purpose from the beginning. None of us are out. I mean, even if you go, we have a lot of people that do go out on the street, but
yeah, I'm one of them, right?
Okay, you went on the street, and then you admitted tonight that you're just like lambasting your family and friends, and it's like, I lost friends because they don't believe me about level Earth. I mean, you already said that. I mean, it's retarded.
Get rid of all the
nobody would
Satanists
do
in your
that to
life.
their family and friends.
You identify the Satanist and you get rid of them in your life.
Oh my God, this is retarded.
Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry.
Chemtrail,
Well,
do you think
I'm
it's
not going to
possible
say you
that maybe
don't have to be
hold
sorry.
on, Ilya, do you think it's possible, Chemtrail, that you are wrong in how you approach?
Nope. Because show me bendy water, I'll give you $300.
No. That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Well then
That's
fuck
not
you.
what
I don't
he's
care
asking.
about what you think I'm wrong about.
Chemtrail. I said in your approach, not in your facts. In your approach, do you think you could be wrong?
Well, yeah, of course.
Like, here's my problem is I don't know about your cognitive abilities because I say in your approach and you think I'm talking about what you said.
Oh yeah, the approach is fucked up. I get that. But it's only fucked up to some people. Other people really,
Hey,
really
Chemtrail,
get it.
that was the only thing that I was addressing and Meme was addressing is your approach.
Oh yeah,
I gotta ask you.
really
I gotta
bad.
ask you. Do you think some people might have just agreed with you to shut you up?
Nope, nobody's ever done something like that.
How do you know?
Because if they're like, oh yeah, Earth's flat, I
Wait
ask
a minute,
them.
you can't know that. It's like saying
we
you
have
know a
a
girl never faked it. Come on, bro. It's like saying you know a girl never faked. How could you know that?
Hey,
How could you know a female never
because
faked
we have.
Come on, Chemtrail, man. You need to friggin' dial it back. Take a Valium, bro.
Well, what I'm saying is I ask people, have you ever heard flat Earth water is level? And if they say, oh yeah, I heard about it, I ask them questions. I don't just let them get away. And if they don't know, then they immediately say, I was just kidding. So like, I've never had that fucking problem.
What I'm hearing is you say immediately, it's like, motherfucker, I told you.
Yeah, you need to look at this information. It's the most important information
he's
of your
agreeing
life.
with me. See?
Hang on. Let me comment. Look.
But I
There's two
think his
types.
delivery was good in that video. It wasn't
There's
as
two ways.
aggressive.
No, that
as
wasn't so bad. Yeah, it wasn't
that's
so
how it
bad.
always
But what he's
starts like
portraying
that,
to
but
us
it's
tonight
bad.
sounds like it's bad. It sounds he like keeps telling us he lost families and friends because he does this, and they're just like, they don't like when I say water's level, and come on.
It's not that they don't like it, it's that they will not look. They will not look. They do not care.
Why would they?
So
Why
people-
would they?
Let
me ask
they
you,
got the
Chemtrail.
rest of their life to look. They got the rest of their life.
Do you want them to do it immediately when you talk to them, and then change their mind right there in front of your face?
Pretty
much.
Ilya Skeptic has a point. Like the thing is, if you're too aggressive, right? They will shut down that topic, like more likely. But if you give them the information and they still don't want to listen, they might go home that day and start to think about it. Actually, like they might see, perhaps he made some sense. He talked some truth. So I might do some more research on this. But when you're like villainizing them and when you're rude to them and get angry at them, they will shut down that whole idea altogether.
Could I ask a
100%.
follow-up question here? I'd like
If
to
you
ask a
make it
follow-up
fun
question.
and
Hold on.
enjoyable, they will want to talk about it. If you make it scary and something they don't want to talk about, they don't want to talk to you about it.
Chemtrail, I do have a serious question here. Have you gotten into a argument, like a shouting argument, and then someone come over to the flat earth?
Yeah, I mean, those are kind of the guys that convert the most, is the ones that are yelling and I'm yelling back to prove my point. Like, those are the guys that respect me more.
Those are the guys who were just agreeing with you to get away.
Well, yeah, because they don't want to fucking fight.
Hang on, let me make a comment. Hang on, you guys. Look, there's two ways to sell a product, right? There's in your face, you need this now, and then there's kickback, layback. So
no, there's two ways to sell a product. Insane people or people with schizophrenia. That's the two ways to sell a product.
Chemtrail is going to reach some people with his tactic. That's all, and he won't reach others.
I don't think so.
Other people are laid back, and they'll get a different audience.
Said all the people, most of the people who agreed with him. Most of the people who agreed with him were the people he was shouting with. That to me says those are the people that definitely didn't. Because I'm neurotypical and I have a completely normal psychology.
I think his delivery is just fine.
Can I just explain?
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just come in there for a
No,
second?
that video is 3 years old. That video, the delivery in that video was fine. We're talking about today.
Can I speak up again? I know I'm kind of hogging the mic today. I apologize, guys. Okay, so I've been watching this. Never mind. The short of the story is culture matters, right? None of us live in New York, so we might need to ask, or New Jersey, or wherever the hell you're from.
Yeah,
we
New
might need
Jersey,
to ask,
New Jersey is very ignorant. I think that's part of my problem. That's just how we talk.
Yeah, so maybe this is cultural and it's different because, in Texas, we don't scream at each other like that, right? But maybe in New Jersey, they do. I don't know. So just, devil's advocate, look at it from both sides of the coin if possible, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, can I just come in there for a sec, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I explained how I have had success in converting globals. So what I normally do is I talk to them to say for an hour on all the subjects that they like to talk to. So we get into a nice friendly conversation. And then I slowly introduce, say, a few photographs, and I say, what do you think of that? And they think, I was talking to this staunch Glober, and he said, no, I don't believe any of it, none of it. And people have been talking to him for weeks and weeks and weeks. So when I got in there, I said, what do you think of this photograph? He said, well, that looks suspect. And he said, well, suspect for what? And he said, well, yeah, that is making me doubt things. I said, what are you actually doubting then? And I said, well, how much percentage doubt would you say? And he said, well, 0.5%. So you're doubting the globe by 0.5% now? And he said, yes. So that's a start.
See, Astro, can I explain something real quick? The people I talk to, I can't show them my phone. Like, here's my phone. This is what I'm talking about. They'll smack that shit out of my hand because they don't care. I have to get them to the point that they care. Hey, excuse me, do you care at all? Like, do you give a fuck even a little bit? And then I'll start my conversation. Like, people conversate with me, and then I snap. And we have this good conversation of fucking yelling back and forth. And then eventually they understand where I'm coming from and I can show them my phone. But until then, like, if they don't care,
yeah,
they will fucking hurt you.
That's a hard sell, That's not the way I do it. I've got loads and loads of patience, and I just go into it like very slowly. I get them talking on the subjects that they like to talk about, and we're having a nice friendly conversation, and I do that say for an hour or whatever, and then I sort of like show them a few photographs, and they say, well, that's interesting. That's a bit unusual. how come that looks like that? And I've gotten to doubt things now. You know, that's how I go.
Chemtrail.
That's a pretty good
Maybe
one.
you should
That's
ask
pretty good.
questions. Maybe you should ask them what interests them about the flat Earth, right? Because if you talk about what people are interested in, maybe that would help.
My new question is, why are you denying water level? That's my new question to people. Why do you deny water level?
What's their answer?
I haven't gotten a lot of response.
That's because they don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I just thought
You have to establish a baseline, otherwise it's meaningless.
I know.
You don't just talk to a child in Chinese and expect them to understand what the hell you're saying.
But it's like having a little bit
Yeah,
of
because you know what
salesmanship.
water level is.
You've got to have
They
a bit
don't
of
know what
pillow
water level
talk.
means.
You've got to have a bit of pillow talk to get the panties off. You've got to have a
Yeah.
little bit of softening of your prospect, a little bit of chit chat before you get to, are you ready to sign on the dotted line? If you walk straight into a meeting and start saying, are you ready to buy? Are you ready to buy? Are you ready to buy? They're going to say no, no matter how great that product solution was.
Yeah, but it's
you
a
gotta
great
build a
product
little rapport.
solution. Like,
Look
if it's
at
water
the-
level, like, you're ready to
Sorry,
buy,
bro.
whether you fucking like it or not. You're fucking
No,
buying
listen.
or else.
Listen, watch a couple of interrogation videos where the cops start talking to the suspect. You only have to watch like the first 5 minutes, and they build rapport, right? Because they don't want the person to ask like, "Oh, this guy's a dick. Let me talk to my lawyer," right? So learn how to build rapport a little bit. I know it may be difficult because, like you said, people are what we call pig-headed in New Jersey. You might call it stubborn or something else.
Ignorant. I call it borderline ignorance.
But you can't get mad at someone for ignorance.
Oh, I'm mad as fuck.
But you can't get mad at someone for ignorance. That's immoral.
I know, I get you. Well, I mean, I
But
bring
they-
it to them. And then when they're ignorant, I let them go. Like, I don't.
But
I guess I'm not mad towards them. I guess like I'm not like what Helio's saying. Like, fuck you, blah blah blah. I'm more like what the fuck? Like, why?
All right,
are
I
you
got one
denying
last thing
water
to say
level?
to you, bro. Do you know why the Athenians were so successful? Because they were like talking and thinking and, exchanging ideas. Do you know what caused them to fall? They tried to force it down Spartan's throat. So think about that.
Well, there's no way that I'm the lone person that's going to destroy flat Earth. Like, water is level whether I destroy it or not.
Yes, of course,
Like,
chemtrail,
holy
and
shit.
and there's a good reason that a lot of times people on here we have different methods of trying to speak to new people, right? So I think that a good method is is to say, hey, here are the major claims about the globe Earth, right? So you would say, hey, are you aware of any tests that has been done to prove the curvature of the Earth? Is there any measurements in the past or in the present time where they've measured the curvature of the Earth? Second claim is that the Earth is spinning. So is there any time in history?
I know. I offer people money. To do maybe 3 points. And I also asked them Witsits 3 questions for $100.
Well, what?
And they don't fucking get it. He's right. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. It's over.
I listen, Chemtrail. I think you're too aggressive. Well, I think you're a little too aggressive.
You need to take that black pill stuff off of here.
Yeah.
That's
just a
weak.
little too aggressive. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Black pill, that's a pretty good one.
That's people who, it's hopeless. There's nothing to do.
Yeah,
it's over, bro. Nobody cares.
No, but that's not true, though.
How do you explain me? Like, how do you explain me then? Like, I was a
Well, that's
Glober
what I'm
before.
saying. That's why.
No, I was a
that's
Glober
why I
before,
teach
and
people.
someone changed my mind. They argued with me civilly. Like, they took all my wrong beliefs and addressed them one by one, and I
It might
changed
be
my
the way
mind.
it might be the way that changed my mind. I was woken up by saying you're a silly human slave. You know nothing of truth. You need to wake up before you're dead. Like that's it.
Right.
It's over for you.
Chemtrail,
Like you need to wake up or else.
before you found this, what were you doing?
Watching International Space Station videos. And then there was a side pop up.
That's
Boom,
what
that
woke
was
you
it.
up.
You're-
So
you
you
need-
woke
you
up.
need to
You
learn
woke up to the
forgive,
cartoon
my guy.
ISS videos.
Yeah, I
was
was researching the New Horizons 7 years ago. The drone that went past Pluto.
So there were no conspiracies before that.
That was the first video that I saw. No.
Right, so you woke up to cartoon space
Forgive
videos,
them.
right?
You need to forgive them and move on with your life.
Forgive them. Well, that's
I
what I
actually
did.
don't
I said
believe him
you're-
on that one point. I'm pretty
What?
sure you
Forgive
saw
them
some
for
bullshit
quasi-luminous?
before
what
the
No,
the ISS.
quasi-luminous.
Oh
There
my
was a
god!
there was a
No
sidebar.
wonder.
Quasi-luminous was out.
Quasi-luminous
Like,
is a known schizoid.
I
The known
know, but
schizoid.
back in the day, the symbols are everywhere. That's all it is. It all depicts flat Earth. I don't care about bloodletting. That shit's against the Bible. I get that. Fucking he's Satan, blah blah blah.
So
but
hold
you're a
on,
silly
hold on.
human
Before,
slave.
well, I'm chemtrail. Before you found Quasi, what were you doing? I mean, were you just
Researching
just a
the
total
New
normie?
Horizons.
You were a total normie.
I was #1 in the world at Battlefield 3, and I graduated HVAC school, top technician.
That's what the Morgul said. He said he was like #1 in not Call of Duty, but what's that other one that everybody?
Battlefield.
No.
But I have a knife
Anyway, he
only
said he was
channel. I was
#1.
#1 in the world with the knife.
Quake.
Knife only. Yeah,
So
that's
now
what
you're, now you're going down the street saying, "I promise you, the Earth is level and stationary. I
yes.
promise you." And
Yes.
you're an idiot if you don't believe this. I'm
No,
gonna
no,
punch you
no,
in
no,
the
no, no,
face
no, no, no.
if you don't
No,
believe
not
it.
you're an
Guys.
idiot.
Now,
Not you're an idiot.
Guys, can we just take this off of chemtrails delivery? I think that there's horses for courses. I think each person in this room has their own unique abilities and talents. And there's going to be certain people who will hear chemtrails message and wake up. And there'll be certain people that will look for more calm information sources, and then they'll hopefully the seed is implanted. So I think I think any person in here could get tips on how they could do things better, myself included.
Hey, Flat Earth Solar, that was a good transition. And chemtrail, yes, of course you've done your thing, and yes, good stuff. So I mean, and so we're not going to belabor the point, but yes, I like everyone, me and other people have said we didn't lose any friends or family over this. There is some estrangement with friends and family because of this, but I just don't bring it up, when I go to the family meetings and stuff like that, because I'm not gonna do that.
I did, so I can identify with what chemtrail's talking about. I'm also very combative. If I know I'm right, I'm not backing down. And I went and tested it on my friends and family. And most of my friends said to me, "Stop talking to me about this."
Boom.
And the more that they said that, the more I kept looking for the silver bullet, and then coming to them and saying,
they never
"Does
stop
this
thinking about it.
change your mind?
They don't.
Does
They
this
never stop
change your
thinking
mind?"
about it. Once you put the
True.
seed in there, they never stop thinking about it.
But I couldn't stop. I would come to them every time saying, "Does this change your mind? Okay, well then how about this piece of evidence? And then what about this one? Does this make you consider your belief to change?" And eventually they were all like, if Paul's going to be there, then you don't really want to be around too much. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to introspectively look at yourself and decide, all right, if I continue on this path, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
And then you got to make decisions as to, do you want to be alone forever, or do you want
I'm not
to?
alone. I have a wife and a child.
Let's see.
Sure, but that
And I have friends that know flat Earth.
But that
I wanna-
combative behavior
add
will lead on to children and the wife eventually.
The child knows that's a second law of thermodynamic violation.
Hold on.
Yeah, but chemical, my wife is not into the flat earth, for example. I'm not worried about that.
Look, the kind of people. Here's the thing: you don't actually have to argue with anybody. Because in the end, it's not you or your arguments or anything.
I know it's
that
about
is
water
convincing.
level.
It's not about water level either.
Oh, what's it
And
about?
some people, because of experience of the life
What
of
about?
something, can
Sorry, I
listen
got a
this,
phone call. Hold on.
can decide and
Evidence.
say, even if they know that flat earth,
Hold on.
it's flat earth, even if they know that it's
Evidence
deceiving.
is not what. Evidence is not what convinces people.
I'm saying that some people, even if they know that something is happening big, they will maybe also decide to say, I don't give a shit.
And that's
And
the people that I'm getting rid of.
no,
After the
I'm telling you, I am one of these persons who can tell that.
Ultimately, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the truth here.
Listen, this only because of personal experience. I'm not saying about nothing else. Because of personal experience, I can say I don't give a shit if it's sphere or flat, for example. You know why? Only because I was only because I was in the hell, and I know how I was in the hell, and because of that, I don't care anymore. You know, but still I care. That's me, but only me. But I can understand people if they don't care anymore because they was maybe in the hell and they don't care anymore.
Okay. So look, I'm going to tell you all the truth about.
Les Moore was one of the most hard-headed people I've ever met.
No,
You guys remember Les? He used to come in here. He was from New Jersey, and he was the most hard-headed person. Am I right?
It's just a Jersey thing. I'm really sorry, guys.
I'm thinking that's what it boils down to. Maybe he's
Guys,
got to
can y'all
go
hear
to
me?
these tactics. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was just seeing. I think my mic might have gone out there for a few minutes. I was saying people are not being convinced. People have their beliefs, and it's not because of evidence. It's because of what they want to believe.
Yeah, and if you can prove the lie.
Hold on. No. That's not where I'm going with this.
Okay.
The people who are going to wake up, it doesn't matter if anyone reaches them. It doesn't matter if they're alone in a closet for the next 20 years, they'll wake up. Because it's already in them to wake up. That's who's waking up. Not a single one of us is actually waking anyone up. We're agitating, yes. We're providing a place for them. And we're showing them that, yes, there are other people who believe what you believe. But the people who are not going to wake up or are just not going to. There's no argument. This is not about facts. It's not about logic. Those things are great, but people decide what's true to them based on what they want.
All right. Mimus,
not because of evidence.
I snap out on those people because what they want is fundamentally wrong, and it doesn't matter. Like what they want, it's about what they find to be true.
No,
like, I snap out.
I'm saying
dude.
something on a deeper level, though, is that there
Yeah, I
is no conversion. There is no conversion. No one's converting.
Right, until they embrace water level.
No, it's not until. No one. Hold on, y'all gotta let me finish. Y'all gotta let me finish because I'm making a point here. Okay. No one is converting. There are people who have truth in their heart and they seek it. And they're a type. And they already have that in them. Whether or not they ever learn this or not doesn't change that. We aren't separating anybody. We're not converting anybody. These people aren't.
Mimus,
go ahead.
Am I doing something wrong then? Like, it doesn't in your theory, it doesn't matter how I teach because people who are awake are already awake. It doesn't matter. I'm just blowing fucking hot air. So why are you so fucking mad at me?
Hold on. Did you just listen to what you said?
Yeah, I'm just blowing hot air. So why?
So what do you
so
think
mad?
about what you're doing? What do you think about what you're doing?
I think I'm bringing it to the light for everybody to see whether they want to wake up, whether they're going to or not. Teach everybody to go forth and preach the gospel to every single creature.
Aren't you supposed to season your utterances with salt and not have a bad word spoken amongst you?
I don't. I tell them water level.
But you just said preach the gospel.
Yeah, the gospel is water level. That's it. The Bible is a flat earth book.
But that's not
There's more than the shape of the earth in the Bible. There's
No, I
also
know.
how
Actually,
to be a good
and in
man,
fact, that's
Yeah.
to
just
live in Jesus'
incidental.
image.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, and
the
you
Earth
go
itself
forth.
is just an incidental part of reality. It's not the most important thing that there is.
Yeah, but it's flat. The water is level.
I know, but
So
it's
I
not the
teach
most
people that.
important thing in life.
It absolutely is, because people think they live on a ball, and that's wrong.
You think 500 years ago, when everyone knew it was flat and they were still murdering each other and still had slaves and were still corrupt and still wicked and there were still nation states,
All
they
right,
had
dude.
flat Earth.
All right, man. They
did.
like I don't
They
even know
were
what to
still
say about
wicked.
that, dude.
They were
Cool.
still wicked.
Cool. But now we're
They were
living in
still wicked.
now we're living in a lie and wicked, when we could be living in the truth and wicked. So your fucking point is void.
No, it's
Because
not.
the Earth is still flat. You're
Saying
trying to tell
what
people
the
that
Earth
the Earth is a
is
ball.
not going to change people where they need to really be changed.
Well, then why are you teaching flat? You know what I mean? This is a
Because
problem.
it's fun.
It's fun. Nothing about this is fun.
This is a great fun for me. I
You
love
should
it.
be mad as hell and not take it anymore.
Yeah, the best thing to do is not get emotional about this.
I think, like someone else was suggesting, the real truth, his name is Jesus Christ, and he came for each
Right.
one of us.
Amen.
And the flat earth is
just incidental.
In the
simply
Bible.
a deception. It's simply a deception of the evil that is in this world that
Yeah.
you need to be aware of while finding your way to Christ. So it's not the be all and end all. And if someone can't see it,
That's
you
all nice,
shouldn't.
but it's only for Christians.
By the way, the Hebrews had biblical cosmology, and they fell into burning children.
Okay, but their biblical cosmology, dude, is fuck flat, bro. I'm sorry. So can I just please share another one of my teachings? It's Google image biblical cosmology. Remember I told you I was gonna have bumper stickers that say that? Well, I do. I wrote that shit in white marker on my tailgate. Biblical cosmology. Google image biblical cosmology. And when I teach people, I tell them, if you go to a church and you ask them to explain this to you, they will kick you the fuck out. It's not about the shape of the earth. It's about the lie. These people are fucking liars. And that's it. And that's the end of a lot of my conversations with people. And it gets them to understand. I show them my phone, Google image biblical cosmology, and I show them, look, this is what the Bible says about the earth. It doesn't matter whether you fucking like it or not. This is it. You're fucking beat. And if you go to a church, they'll kick you the fuck out. It's about the lie. These people are fucking liars.
Like, I wouldn't take anyone who had used that kind of language, I wouldn't take seriously.
It doesn't fucking matter. I'm showing you cold
does.
hard facts. Good. Oh, cool. It does matter. I just
Does
show them
matter.
and I go, okay, well then Google image biblical cosmology and tell me that it's different because
If
of
you
the
were
way that I
talking to me
taught
like
you.
this, I'd just laugh. I'd laugh in your face.
Well, then you wouldn't Google image biblical cosmology and you'd be
Right, I
lost
wouldn't.
still. So I know. So, you know what I mean? Bye, you know?
Okay, well, that would be on you, not me.
I know, but you got to understand, like, it's either take it or leave it. These people, like you said, they're already awake. If they're awake, they're already
Yeah, well,
awake. Blah, blah, blah.
look, people,
So,
there are
then
heart
have it.
conditions. There are heart conditions that exist. Some people desire truth and some people desire a lie. So the question is, why are you getting all worked up about it?
Because the people who are desiring lies are wrong, and I'm sad for them.
They're not
Stupidity,
wrong.
It's wrong. I'm sad.
They're not wrong. They desire
Fundamentally
a lie.
wrong. I know.
No.
Desire to lie and prove that
That's
shit.
not
If you don't prove
being
it, if it's
wrong. That's
oh my
not
God,
being
it's
wrong. That's
define
desiring a
wrong.
lie. As in
Define
factually
wrong.
incorrect.
Yeah, there you go. You're
We're not
factually
talking
incorrect.
about that. We're not talking about that. They
I'm talking about
know.
fundamentally incorrect. That's what I'm saying. That's what I teach
You gotta
people.
listen.
Hey,
You gotta listen.
fundamentally incorrect.
They choose it though. They're
and I'm
choosing.
snapping them out of it.
They're not wrong because of ignorance. They choose it. You can't snap
ignorant.
an NPC out of what they are.
Yeah, I just call them ignorant. I tell them that it's wrong. Sorry, it's fundamentally wrong. If you don't look at this information, if you just say you don't care, then you are fundamentally incorrect. motherfucker. You know what I
you
mean?
just
I
yell
snap
wrong.
out, dude.
And by the way, it's so low IQ to cuss all the time.
I don't care.
I do.
Cool.
I judge people on that, by the way. Like
Good-
people who cuss
good
a lot,
job,
that just
dude.
tells
That's
me
really
that they
cool.
have very low impulse control.
All right, well then prove fucking water level wrong.
I don't have to.
I know you don't because it doesn't exist.
Water level does exist.
No, I'm saying the proof of it being wrong doesn't exist. I don't have to do that. That's what they all
But you're
fucking
not-
say.
You're not
Can't prove
extremely
a negative.
articulate. So I feel
They're
like the
proving
reason you're
negative.
getting angry during your talks with people is because you're not good at articulating or communicating.
It's because they don't care. They willingly say, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Maybe they don't care because the person who's talking to them is going F and this and F that, and, you know. Because around your kids?
I pick and choose my battles, dude. You don't understand. I know how to speak
Well, you're not demonstrating it here.
because I don't have to.
No, you
Right?
don't. I mean, you
you
don't have
admitted to
I'm
it
not
as
saying you
well.
have to, but it's just that
Like
you're
you said,
choosing
this is
not
the fun
to.
place. This is the fun place where I can be myself and express. Like this is my safe zone. You guys are like
No,
family.
this is a place where we like empiricism and we like the scientific method, and it is fun.
Yeah, observe, test, and repeat water level.
It is fun to debate people on live stream.
The debate is over.
That's why.
Water's level, and that's that.
But chemtrail, have you heard of the concept called a one-trick pony?
Yeah, but once they embrace water level, I take them through everything. Like I teach
Okay.
them. Like I'm an actual fucking
But
teacher.
water level is your one trick.
Yes, and then once they embrace it, I make a friend, a real fucking best friend. All of my friends are my best friends. I take that one trick pony and I train it. Like all the high school guys went into high school and taught the whole school that Earth is flat, bro. We got in the newspaper for flat Earth. Like we are the flat Earth school. It's fucked up, dude. Like I'm not kidding, man. I really try really hard, and it's funny because people are like, "Oh, your delivery."
Look, your passion is admirable. I'll give you that. And the fact that you're out on the street and you're actually doing this in person,
Yeah, and
it's
not gotten
admirable. I think what Mimas was saying earlier about if people have the ability to wake up to the next layer, they will. I don't know if you've watched the movie Inception, where people go inside of a dream, inside of a dream, inside of a dream, like they layered. When they wake up, they have to wake up in layers as well. It's kind of the same thing here. You all your passion is right in terms of wanting to spread this truth, and you're not wrong. It is truth. What we're saying is that there's another layer, and when you're ready to wake up to that layer, you will. And that's the layer of humility, where you make all your engagements, you leave them as friends, or that you want to have a follow-up conversation with them where you've learned from them just as much as they've learned from you.
Have you ever seen King of the Hill?
I don't watch movies or listen to music or any.
Do you know what King of the Hill is?
No.
But okay. I'm gonna say you do know what King of the Hill is, and you know.
All right, cool, dude. You're calling me a liar. See what I mean? People fucking suck. It's like you need to start taking men seriously.
I can't because he cussed so much.
Well, then bye.
By where? What? What do you mean by?
I'm just saying. Then you don't have to talk to me. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Well, I do. I run
too
the
much.
server.
Right, but I cuss
I
too
do
much,
have.
right?
I literally have to talk to you because I run the server.
Well, then I guess I just won't curse around you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Bobby asked Boomhauer, "How do you meet so many women?" Because Boomhauer is really good with the ladies, and so Boomhauer is going to take them and show them how to get girls. And you know what Boomhauer does? He just goes up to every single girl that there is and starts asking for numbers, and just eventually one of them just gives him his number.
Yeah,
and that's how it's done. It's that simple. But I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't yell at every girl and scream at every girl who doesn't. That's kind of like what you're doing. The people that don't agree with you. Rah, 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 rah.
All right, well,
on.
explain why you won't give me your number. And they never do. They never fucking explain.
Why
That's
would you ask
exactly,
that, though?
Exactly.
They never fucking explain. They
They
just
don't
make
have
up
to.
shit. I know they don't
don't
have to, which makes them fucking stupid. And I don't tell them that. I just leave
Meme, and
I
they
nailed
say that flat earthers are in an echo chamber, and we all just do the same thing and believe the same thing.
Yeah,
No,
you just do that. Yeah.
no, we don't do that.
Yeah, except for
chemtrail,
water
man,
level.
you shouldn't do that. That's what.
That is
that's
a bad attitude.
Yeah.
That's a bad
Yeah, man.
attitude. I'm going to talk like your dad. That's a bad attitude.
Well, you can't prove it wrong.
I can.
Who
I'm
gives
just
a
saying,
shit?
it's a bad attitude.
do.
I'm not sitting here giving you.
Like, who wants to hang out with a person like that? That's fucking.
Only
Let me tell you
people who
something. If
understand.
I was with a guy
People who
and we
understand.
were like, hold on, if I was still single and I was with a guy and we were going out, he was my wingman at a club and he was asking girls for numbers and then pestering them as to why. Well, why won't you give me your number? Huh? You got a real reason? I would ditch him. I would leave him. I would get in the car and leave him at the club.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
Because
he's
that dude is
essentially destroying your reputation just being near that man.
Then put him on Mount Everest, let him suffocate.
Yeah, one of the guys was like, I can't even take you out in public anymore. And that's when I cut him off. I was like, well, then.
At what point are you going to
he
listen?
cut you off, bro, because he can still
cut
hang
you
out
off.
with people.
Yeah, he was right. He cut you off. You didn't cut him off. If the boss
Well, no,
calls you in
he
the
was
office and says you're fired, you did not quit.
He didn't tell me I was fired.
That's not what I'm using that as an example.
Dude, he can't
Your
even
friend
get it.
cut it off with you.
Yeah, because I talk so strongly about how flat the earth is. Like,
Yeah,
big
you
fucking
make-
deal.
Let me ask you.
It's just
People in your
misdirected
real life.
passion.
All right, let me ask you,
People
Chemtrail.
in your real
Is-
life. Hold on, one more thing, Helio. One
Go
more
ahead.
thing. People in your real life and the people in this room are telling you you have an issue. At
Right.
what point do you listen to us and stop externalizing, but internalize what we're saying to you?
When my wife says it.
Ooh.
I haven't met your wife,
sure about
but
that, though?
is
Like,
is
it
flat
seems-
Earth? Hold on, is flat Earth the only thing that you talk about everywhere you go, Chemtrail?
Yes.
Okay, well that's a problem.
Cool story.
No, it's a
Look,
problem
maybe his
for
wife
everyone.
is the one that holds him back, right? Maybe his wife is the one saying, no, don't get in the fight, right? So maybe he does need to listen to his wife when he's out there talking to these crazy people who think they're animals about not being animals, right? So I don't know. I just try to play the devil's advocate.
Well, yeah, they're animals. I tell them that shit
it's
straight to their
just-
face.
Passion misdirected.
Dude, this dude might be even worse than Hollywood. I don't even know, man. This is crazy. Like Hollywood has an obsession with Antarctica, but Chemtrail has an obsession with
Water
just
level.
like spitting
your-
flat Earth in front of everyone's face as soon as
Yes,
he goes out in
sir.
public. That's weird.
Yes, sir.
What's
Like
your
all over my
second
car.
point, Chemtrail?
What?
What's your second point that you raise?
Oh, the second point, like after water level?
Correct.
Biblical cosmology.
Because it shows water level, correct?
And Jesus.
My bad.
And then after that,
But
That's when
Jesus
he
also told you to live in his image, but you're not.
oh,
Do you took?
oh,
Hey,
cool.
hey,
Thank you.
Chemtrail, do you ever shop for vegetables in the supermarket?
That like when I buy food, I don't buy meat or cheese or dairy or any of that.
I didn't
eat
ask
meat.
about meat or dairy. I asked if you, when you're buying vegetables, when there's somebody standing next to you, do you talk to them about flat Earth? Or just like, don't buy that vegetable because Earth is flat. And this vegetable is
Dude,
this.
That farm is awfully
I
flat. people
Vegetable
say.
isn't flat, bro.
I should record my interactions. I really should. I really should. But yes, dude, yes, all the
I
time.
think every recording you make will reinforce everything that we're talking about tonight.
Like, man, I really should. Like, I might. Oh man, it just takes a lot out of me because I like to do shit really
record
good,
yourself going to the farmer's market or the local supermarket. Yeah, we'd love to see that.
Oh man, that's a good fuck.
Do you talk to your wife exclusively about flat Earth as well?
No. Of course not. We skateboard, but we both don't watch TV or anything. Yeah,
What's her conspiracy of choice?
I mean, like whatever's after.
If she can start the conversation.
Whatever's after flat Earth, like the ones controlling it, how they're evil.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I love my wife, and she's a flat earther too, but I don't look for approval from my wife for literally anything.
I don't need approval. I'm just saying she approves. You're fucked.
What?
I'm saying I don't look for approval. She just approves, blatantly approves. Like, that's just it. It just is the truth. Like, she's not a science denier. That's it. That's all it is.
I got a question for you.
Did you not understand what I said?
Yeah, you don't ask for approval from your wife.
You literally told me earlier that the person that you look to for feedback with how you talk is your wife.
Right. That's the only way that I would change.
Oh,
but
my
she
wife
hasn't given
me. I wouldn't change for a woman in 1,000 years.
Well, she hasn't given me any reason to change, so I must be doing something right.
Okay, I got a question for you. You say that your tech is to talk about biblical cosmology and then
water level
Jesus?
Water level and then biblical cosmology.
And then you say, and then Jesus?
Yeah, Jesus is always in there.
Okay, my question is, when you talk to them about Jesus, do you use this foul language?
It kind of calms down. Like I said, I pick and choose my battles, but
you're using this foul language until you bring up Jesus. And then you actually expect them to take you seriously?
Well, like I said, it doesn't matter if they take me seriously or not. I just talk how I talk. Like, I could stop cursing, but it's not.
Helio.
Oh man,
Helio,
like,
you there?
yes,
Hold on,
I
just a
guess.
second, Helio.
Yeah, I'm here with
Hey, I got a question, Helio. Name the last time you heard me really curse.
I can't, actually.
It's because I don't.
Are you about to tell him to fuck off?
I mean, I don't.
Oh wow, foul language.
Yeah. Oh wow, foul language. Where's that new personality you're supposed to be putting on for Jesus? I used to cuss when I was younger, and like violent. I was like a violent person.
But I think it's evident.
To be honest, I think
the feedback is not received.
Hey, check this out. Overall, we've actually, Chemtrail, thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
I think you should back off a little bit. We have some new people that actually want to get involved. And so, all right, cool. Can you mute yourself so we can talk to some new people?
Yeah, go ahead. I can just be quiet.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be great. So Blue Pill is VC verified. I just gave Gibby VC verified. Talk to Gibby. The microphone wasn't so great, but can you try your mic, Gibby? I just gave you VC verified. VC verified in there. Oh, now Gibby says he can't talk. Just talk to him for like 20 minutes. Mike was sounding like crap, but anyway, so I gave him VC verified. He's okay. So, but the who was the other guy? The Blue Pill has VC verified. Blue Pill, you want to open your microphone and talk to us? And every Flat Earther continue on the talk, but I'd rather not talk about what Chemtrail was talking about. Unless it's productive about talking to people on the street or, personal relationships. So it's pretty sure that went on for about an hour. But weird is like, I was about to say something about it again. All right, so we have Scrat's it's flat.
Yeah.
Have BC verified. What's up, Scrat?
Hey, not much. Just driving.
How long you been in this Discord? I haven't talked to you before.
Since Monday.
Oh, that's just a few days ago. Cool.
Yeah, I'm completely new to this. Well, the whole Discord thing.
Yeah, it's a trip, isn't it?
Yeah, I actually had to go to Geek Squad and have them show me how to do it, and I'm still. I don't even know how to
Oh,
read
I
the
think I heard you
messages.
talking yesterday. You're a trucker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard you talking yesterday. Cool.
Yeah, I figured if I can do this, it'd make the trip go by a lot faster.
Hell yeah, man.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I've always kind of like, I could be OTR, right? But
I'm not really OTR. I'm home every day, every night.
Oh, okay. So you just kind of like in and out.
I do line haul.
You're not
Yeah,
on the road again.
On road
I pulled
again.
Just can't wait to
I
get
pulled
on the
doubles
road
from
again.
Denver to Wyoming.
Oh, so you're in the Northwest?
Yeah, in Colorado. I pulled doubles from Denver to Wamsutter, Wyoming. Meet a driver from Salt Lake. We swapped trailers. Then I just head back to Denver.
I used to have a friend that went from, I grew up in Arkansas. I had a friend that went from Little Rock to LA and back. It was 3 days, man. He actually was like a mail truck. It was like US mail.
Oh, okay.
Back and forth. Like it took him 3 days to get there and back.
You said you go to Salt Lake every day or what?
No, I meet a driver from Salt Lake halfway.
Oh, okay.
But, like there are
I live
times
not
where,
far from Salt Lake, is why I asked.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I meet him in Wamsutter, Wyoming.
Oh, I see.
Cool. So you're just hanging out, driving your truck, listening to Flat Earth stuff?
Yep.
So how long ago did you come across the topic?
I've been a flat earther for probably since 2015 or maybe 16.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know.
probably about the same time as me.
15, 16, that's old school. So that's you're with me and Helio.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been listening to I listen to Oakley every day, but
yeah,
I didn't.
Good choice.
Well, yeah, I always listen to them. The pre-recorded ones.
Yeah.
And
Let's
so
be real
I'm
here.
like
That's the
days
only
behind.
choice.
What's that?
Let's be real here. That's almost the only choice.
Well, I was getting so upset because there were times where they were misunderstanding people, and I knew what the person was trying to get across, but he didn't know how to say it, and I would yell at the freaking radio or my phone, and because they weren't catching on,
That's my
and so
favorite part.
I just wanted to get the point across.
100% guarantee you they knew exactly what the person meant. They just wanted them to be hyper precise.
Actually, there's a couple times. It was like one time when well, the topic was, I gotta make sure I say this right. The person wanted to know why, when the sun sets, why does it set in the north? And they were, I think they were,
Dude, the sun
basically
doesn't
because
set in the north.
It sets in the
Who
east.
told
well,
you
no,
that?
further
Sets
from
in
the
the
north.
west. In the west.
Well,
I mean,
no,
yeah, it sets in the west.
right.
Good Lord, see, I'm
North,
retarded. It sets in the west.
north.
I'm sorry.
Wake up, guys, wake up.
Yeah, well, I'll have to wake up. Yeah.
Well, no, you know how the sun curves to the north. Well, because when it's noon, I see it all the time. When it's noon, it's right overhead, a little bit to the south, and when the sun sets, it's a lot further north in the west than it was at noon.
What's this?
Yeah,
Where
it
it's
circles around
important?
you.
It's important to understand the equinoxes when it comes to that. So where you are in relation to where the sun is, you're gonna have to understand that to actually make any kind of argument about where the sun is.
I understand that.
God rocking, your mic is really soft.
Hello?
Fuck him up.
You might have to mute God Rockin'.
He's hot micing again.
Yeah. There, I got him. Somebody unmute him though, because I'm gonna forget.
Oh, he can unmute himself.
Well, I muted him. Can he unmute my mutes?
Yeah, he can unmute himself. He's Gold Plus.
Okay. Oh yeah.
I just muted him. Anyway, go ahead.
I did the local mute. Oops.
No, you local mute. You better unmute that because you won't be able to.
Yeah, I did.
All right, cool.
It said I was muted earlier, knowing I was in the.
Oh, this is Gibby. I was talking about earlier. I was talking about the bad mic. Gibby, do you have any questions? Let's see if your mic is good now.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have any questions for us flat earthers that are just going over generalities about years and years of people talking about flat earth?
Not really. I mean, like, I know the Earth is flat, but like.
Like what? Why do you think the earth is flat?
I know the Earth is flat, but how is it flat?
No pressure, Gibby. We're all nice guys here. And ladies.
I only knew the Earth was flat for like 2 years, 3 years.
How did you come across the information?
I watched YouTube a lot.
Yeah, I watched YouTube a lot.
And what
too.
arguments convinced you to like think that the Earth is flat?
Hey, don't be shy, Gibby.
That's a loaded question. You gotta say
I
what
just talked to
convinced
Gibby
you.
for like 15 minutes earlier. Come on, Gibby, don't be shy.
We won't judge. Just speak. Be yourself.
Water level.
Continue. Maybe it was mic issue because there was a mic issue earlier, and I was trying to get him to work through that. But continue, gentlemen. Gibby has VC verified. He can come back in anytime.
I did want to say that, yeah, the reason why the last person was saying about the sunrise and sunset is that the sun, since it's making circles around us, it appears to like rise in the east, but it does make a circle, and then it sets in the west, but it is still making like a circular trajectory. So It's not so much that it's like setting directly west. It's still doing that circular trajectory, just setting in that area. So
Yeah, well, sure. I mean,
Yeah,
we're
you know
talking
what?
about the movement. Oh, my bad. I know we all want to jump in on that. I was going to say something about the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer, or whatever, movement of the sun between the two tropics. That's all I was going to say. Somebody.
Yeah, you know what convinced me that the Earth was flat? It was simply other people thinking that the Earth was flat. That's how simple it was.
Well, I know people are like, how do you explain the seasons? It's like, don't we all experience the seasons? Doesn't the sun move over there in the winter and over there in the summer? Okay, well, what do you mean? How does that make the Earth a globe? It's weird. It's like, well, where's your model? What model? Nobody needs a model. What are you talking about? Like, well, you're just too dumb to figure it out. Dude, I am smart enough to figure out that your model's dumb. And then they'll make fun of me for saying their model's dumb. I don't give, to be honest, I don't care what they think about me, but I do understand their model, and I think it's dumb. It actually doesn't make sense in physical reality. It really doesn't, especially when it comes to the seasons. Go ahead, everyone.
Yeah, there's not one single thing about it that makes sense. It goes completely against everything that we know and experience.
Yeah, like this image I just posted. How could the analemma work like that on a globe? This is on every globe. Why wouldn't it be the same? Like the equator would be the center of that figure eight. It would be the same on both sides. They're going to have to explain that shit. But this is where we observe the path of the sun. They debunk themselves by putting this on a globe. Put this on all their globes. I can show like 20. I can show like 20 globe models. They put the same analemma on there. Sorry, Hank, you're breaking up a little bit. Try again, bro.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Hello, I'm back.
How about now?
Hold on, Gibby. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Gibby, did you hear what I just said about the analemma? Or are you still just trying to jump back in?
Yeah, I was fixing my mic and I guess it kicked me out.
Okay, well, we can hear you. Hey, Gibby, can you just hold off for a second? Hank, let's check your mic again.
It's probably just my reception. I move around, bro. It's probably good.
I know. Yeah, it sounds good now. Sounds good now. You were going to respond on the analemma?
Well, you were going to talk to the young new person. I was going to let you go ahead and do that.
All right, cool.
Remind me about it later because I would like to talk to you about it.
Yeah, Gibby. Well, Gibby said that he's been here before, and under another account, which I'm not sure why that account wouldn't be the same. But anyway, it sounds like cool kid. Hey, Gibby, you want to talk to us about flat Earth?
So yeah, I've been watching a whole bunch of YouTube videos and stuff about your server. I've been listening to it.
Yeah. So, what do you think so far about the stuff we've been talking about? I know we get pretty wild and crazy over here. So, what's your is there a concern? Do you think, hey, these flat earthers are talking crazy when the Earth is obviously a globe, or are you kind of like, oh, they're making sense? Earth is obviously not a globe. Which side do you stand on? You don't have to pick a side. I'm just curious I'm just picking your brain. Where do you think? Do both sides have a good argument, or where are we at here, Gibby?
I think both sides have a good thing.
Okay.
And everybody on the YouTube side was saying I'm a girl.
My bad. Hey, we get a lot of young people here that sound like a girl when they're boys. So I apologize, Gibby, for saying that you're a boy. Hey, and that's a bonus on this side as far as I'm concerned, that you said I'm a girl. So woo! I love it. Because people are born girls or boys. But that's my opinion.
That don't matter. We're trying to talk about the Earth. He gets enough of that at school. It doesn't matter.
Anyway, so Gibby, so what have you after listening to the two sides debating? What do you think so far? Come on, Gibby, you don't have to be scared because well, I mean, as far as like flat, it's like Earth. I mean, you said you've been here before on another account. You've been following kind of what we're doing, with flat. Do you understand any part of the argument? Looking at the horizon.
Yeah, what's a good globe proof that you can't explain on the flat Earth side?
It's okay, Gibby, if you just want to listen for a while. We can still keep talking amongst each other.
Did my question come through?
I heard you.
Yeah, she heard you, I think.
Okay, cool.
It's all good.
There's
Hey,
just
Gibby.
no globe proof. That's why.
No, it's all good, Gibby. You can keep listening. I mean, you don't have to speak up right now. It's all good. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. So anyway, yeah, she said her mic broke.
Sound like we asked him to rap battle.
Her. I think we established that. Her.
Oh, it's a girl?
Yeah. I was saying because I thought it was I mean, I can't tell when it's someone's like a early teens or whatever. It's hard to tell sometimes. But she just said, "Hey, I'm not a male. I'm a female." So, hey, Gibby, you're welcome back anytime. She's just putting live stream voice text. Her mic broke, but I talked to her for about 20 minutes earlier, so she's cool. Anyway, I gave her VC verified. We'll move on. Go ahead, everyone else.
So yeah, I'm curious what the analemma looks like from the equator, and I'm betting it's more symmetrical, if not perfectly symmetrical. I think that the place that we would find it to be symmetrical would be the equator because it's right in between the totality of the path, right, of the sun that the sun takes. And I'm betting this has more to do with perspective and may not even be a flat Earth argument.
It's well. Are you talking about the picture I posted with the
Yeah, I bet
middle
that
of
was
the
taken up north, or I bet it was taken down south. I don't think it was.
no nobody
Because if it looks
takes images like that from the south. So it's just really weird.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying the entire idea of the globe was presumed. Nobody has been all over the globe and said, "Hey, well, here's the globe," you know. And the same for the flat Earth, right? I mean, nobody's done the whole flat Earth, thing, but we're not the ones making the claim. They say, "Here's the globe, and this is what this path of the sun on the globe is."
Anybody else care to address this? Maybe somebody living a little closer to the equator?
Wouldn't if the Earth, what they claim about the Earth being the third rock from the sun, and the seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. Once a year, it goes from one side to the other. Wouldn't the analemma of the sun look a lot closer to like a figure eight than what they show us on these globes? It would have to. It would have to. It wouldn't be a large, big globe. We're in a little one in the northern hemisphere. It's like these guys are so far outside of their. It's like we post analemma video all the time, which is just like once a month we'll take a picture from the same point. You see the same figure eight in the sky, but they put this on a globe, the same thing, as if it's a function of Earth being, as relative to the central sun, right? And we're the third rock with a tilt 26.4 degrees, boom, in an elliptical orbit. Do you guys know what I'm saying? I'm not explaining it really well because
I think you're double speaking or double thinking maybe, because you just said a few minutes ago that whatever the lights in the sky are doing, in not so many words, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So I think analemma is one more of those things. Except for flat earthers want to use this as an argument, and I think maybe they shouldn't.
No. If I post this up, this is what, like, all models of the globe are going to give you this analemma on a globe. The one that I posted. Post it again if you're not understanding it. This one. Now, if the Earth is at a constant tilt of 23.4 degrees, and that's what causes the season, wouldn't that central line of the analemma be on the equator? And wouldn't both loops of the analemma be exactly the same?
Depends on where you're standing. If you're standing up north due to perspective, it would make the other one look further.
Right. This is the model,
It's
though.
the apparent location. Right. It's not the sun's actual location in the sky. It's the apparent location, right?
Okay, well, you can figure it out the way you want to. I guess you can make all kinds of stuff up about it, but they have a model for us that we can predict everything happens but the analemma of the sun should work the same way if it's a constant 23.4 degree tilt. 6 months later, it's going to be pointing it's going to be, the axis to the sun is going to be different. And that's what causes the seasons. And that shit makes no sense at all. So, and that's not what we experience here on Earth. And we can prove that shit all day long. And so they say, where's your evidence that the globe Earth is not true? No, they actually don't ask us for evidence that the globe is not true, because they're totally scared of their claims, and they can't prove it. So they say, where's your evidence for the flat Earth? Like, dude, it's right in front of your face. You don't have to ask us for evidence of flat Earth. You're the one making the claim. Look at this shit. You're throwing out globes that are they're supposed to be 6 months apart in their heliocentric model, 6 months apart, 23.4 degrees, spinning around the sun, causing seasons, and then you have this analemma.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up? You guys can interrupt me. That's fine. I probably should be interrupted, but this is the shit that goes on my brain. If I'm wrong about this, and just throw me to the dogs,
Hello?
Hello. Who was that?
Hello, sir. What can we do for you?
How you doing, Hank?
Oh, I'd say they live. What's up, brother?
Good, bro. Good, bro. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. Just got through with the yard.
Where do they live?
They live
all
on
around
Earth. They live on Earth.
They live on a plane.
It's They Live.
They live? Oh.
You shut your mouth.
They live.
They live. They live.
Hey,
they
dude.
live.
No, it's They Live. He's making fun because Quantum Eraser did it.
It's like there's been a spell about the globe cast upon humanity. We're trying to break the spell to show them that this globe thing is not only the weirdest thing, because ancient cultures never even considered this, but it's just like modern culture are so dumbed down that they'll believe any freaking thing that you say to them.
What'd you say?
You're talking to me.
Modern people, the modern kids are so indoctrinated and so dumbed down, they will believe anything. And that's true, because the globe makes no sense. It's ridiculous. And for them to believe that it's a damn shame.
Hey, you know what's
Actually,
fun,
I think the number one most indoctrinated people were the ones that watch television. I don't think it has so much to do with
hold on.
Like blaming.
I disagree.
Okay, sorry, blame the boomers.
No, I'm about to do that. I believe the most dumbed down people, and young people aren't really voting anymore. The boomers are the ones that vote, and they believe the news, so they're the most dumbed down. So anyway, that's all I was going to say on that point.
And not all boomers are like that.
I know that. I'm just saying, as a general public, just like we've made a generality about the young people. Yeah, they don't watch the news, but they're going to college, so they're fucked.
Speak for yourself.
All right, I'm not speaking for myself.
I'm just joking.
I'm not a boomer yet. I'm not in the boomer
This is
culture.
a multi-generational.
I'm Gen X, bro. What the fuck? I'm Gen X.
Hey, I'm a boomer, so watch out.
We're not fighting cultures. We're fighting these fuckers they're bringing these generational curses of misinformation upon our real Earth. It's fucked, man. It's fucking
91
pisses me off.
1991.
1991 was the best year ever. When
man, I was born that year. What am I considered? What am I?
I graduated in 1991,
Millennial.
so I graduated from high school in
Millennial or
1981.
yeah, millennial. You'd be millennial. I think millennial is like 80 to 2000 ish, and then after that it's Z, Generation Z.
Millennial starts in 80s.
I think so. People that were born basically
No.
by millennium.
No, Gen X is people that graduate. I'm Gen X.
I thought Gen X was like 60 to 80. X
No.
is 60 to 80.
say-
Millennial are like 80 to 2000 and 2000, and now it's like Generation Z.
Millennial is supposed to be graduated year 2000 is the start of it. So if you graduated 2000, that's like your
Side joke, Joe.
Wait. What are you saying, Lou? Lou, you saying that
you have to be
2000
born
is
to be a
Gen X?
millennial, or 2000 the year that you have to graduate
Yeah,
from
that's
college?
millennials, right? Yeah. I'm Gen X.
Graduation from high school graduation, the graduation class of 2000. That's where the millennial name
Right.
comes from.
Right.
So
In that case, you'd be about 18. So that means you'd be born by 82, 80-ish.
Yeah, it's like 81 or 82. But I don't know if it's too clear though. Cause yeah, I mean I graduated 2000. I was born at the end of 81. Depending on how you classify that, because I've seen it both. I've seen it where they say I'm at the end of Gen X, and I've seen it where they say I'm at the beginning of millennial. I don't really
The last non-technology generation are the millennials. They're pretty comfortable with non-technology, a bit more personal relationships, not as automated as a Z, which tends to like a lot of Twitter, a lot of technology, a lot of social media. Z is characterized by a lot of social media. The millennials are starting it, but the Z they're the ones that are the social media generation.
Call it Gen
Sure,
Z.
and for
Citation.
Because it's the last generation to be alive.
to actually not have. See, like I said, I was Gen X, and it was like, dude, I'm here now. I'm like, I love the technology. I love communicating with people that I couldn't communicate with before about a lot of the shit that was going on in my brain and my spirit. And I finally found a way here that we could actually communicate together. But it's been so exploited by people just like, none of this shit ever existed before. It's just like within 20 years, everybody just took total advantage of it and said, you know what? You fucking dumbasses, you didn't know how to do this 20 years ago. You don't even know.
Is 60 to 80, and they generally characterize them as the children of the baby boomers, roughly. Latchkey kids not taken care of by their, hippie, drugged out parents. The parents in the boomer generation were a bit more me, a bit more selfish, too busy to raise the kids. That's the first latchkey generation that they identify. The Generation X kids left home alone while the parents are pursuing their career, their self-actualization.
Not when I had a back.
Could Gen X be a code like Generation 10?
Or when I didn't have that.
I don't know why they said Generation X. I'd have to know to see why that is. I guess they thought that we were nearing the end of the age or something. I don't know.
What about this latchkey? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I got locked out.
Latchkey is, like a type of key room.
Yeah, I know. I had to play outside, is what I was saying. I had to stay outside and wait.
Psychotic.
I tell you, I can feel something's coming on.
Is hot micing?
Yeah, God Rockin's always hot micing.
You got a hot mic.
I thought I muted his ass. I love God Rockin. He just keeps forgetting to mute his
Always.
when he's not talking.
He doesn't. I don't know. He must not give a fuck. He just.
No, I think he gives a fuck, but he just forgets. Which is even sadder. with.
Guys, I'm so sad. There's been so many people wearing masks. Like, so many.
Oh, I saw a weird one this morning.
Really?
Yeah. Like, okay, so like around here, we're like I've told you, pretty much no one's wearing it. But this one dude at the gas station, I was getting coffee. This dude was taking up the counter where I wanted to get my sugar, so that because it was near the hand sanitizer, he was wearing 2 masks and wiping down his hands and his cigarettes that he bought, his packs of cigarettes. He wiped them down with hand sanitizer, and I had to wait for his ass. Oh my god. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? You're freaking me out right now, old dude. You're
It's the Delta, and I just, I got an email, like, LA County has a mask mandate again. And then Vegas, they were going to reimpose it, but that they didn't, and now it's just for the employees. But they were also going to vote on that. I just am so sad. I went shopping. So many people were wearing the fucking mask. I'm about this close to going to Florida, guys. Like, I'm about to peace out and never look back.
The guy with the cigarette obviously cares about his health.
Hell yeah, man. You gotta keep that clean. Fuck no, I wouldn't do that, though.
But yeah,
He got multiple packs, so he's really worried about it.
At this point, though, you know, anybody wearing a mask, it makes you turn your head. Like, somebody wearing a mask right now in this neighborhood stands out. So that dude wearing 2, wiping down his cigarettes and shit, like with
Hey, man,
I can live with that. It's the people that talk to you like you're a terrorist because you won't get the jab. Those are the ones that, you know, make me feel a little edgy.
But how awkward is it though? Like when you look at someone in the eye when they're wearing a mask, it's so awkward. I just can't even make eye contact anymore with people. I just mind your own business, plug in your headphones, and ignore people because it's so depressing to see everyone just putting it on just because they saw the news.
I give him resting bitch face so hard.
I think it's really important to talk to the people who are like, I'm vaccinated. You know, oh, sorry, I said it. Shit. Never mind.
All right.
Yeah, the ones that are scared because you're not. You know, you just want to like rub their face in it. Well, you're covered, bro. Right?
Yeah.
Right? That's why you got it. So you're covered. So you don't have to worry about it.
That doesn't work for them for some reason, and they don't see a problem in the logic either.
Yeah, that's why I rubbed their face in it.
And they
bad dog. Bad dog. You don't get that. That doesn't make sense.
I'm like this close to being news for having like a psychiatric breakdown in Target. Like, I'm this close.
Anybody hear me?
I should do it while wearing a flat earth.
So I don't know if it's because they overheard me talking with my uncle who was there with me at the hospital, but they did not once ask me if I've been tested or vaccinated for COVID. Not once in the ER.
How many people here? Good question. How many people here have never been tested and I guess a good chunk not got the fucking vaccine, but who all here hasn't been tested?
I think your question should be who here has been.
Yeah, better question. Who here has?
There you go.
I have.
No, nothing.
You've been tested?
Nope.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm being
if they ever came up to me and be like, yeah, no, if they ever came up to me and tried to test it, I'd be like, I'll spit on it. You're not jabbing that in me, you know?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is getting a COVID test tomorrow. She's studying all night for it.
Just study hard.
I like that one.
I'm still in that category where, like, I swear to God, I caught it back in January of 2020, like before it even hit the fan, you know?
The flu, you mean?
That's when I had it too.
No, man, I was dying. I was hanging out with the loader doing snow removal, just fucking dying. Like, I felt like I was dying, and I was just like, damn, this is one deadly flu. No, I swear to God, I had it back then.
No, you can't catch something that's never been proven to be real, dude.
Right?
Sorry.
I believe that
Sorry.
COVID is real, but it's lab made, just as a cover up for the vaccine.
They don't isolate it, then you got no virus. Duh.
It's one
Yeah.
of
So
those
my question for this guy who
things
says
where
he's
it's
got
only
it,
it's only real if you believe in it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, bro.
were
CMT is real.
were your symptoms like radiation sickness? Did they match the symptoms of radiation sickness?
Well, when you have the flu, you know, sometimes you can't taste, sometimes you can't smell because, like.
Yeah, that's radiation sickness. You just described radiation sickness.
And then it was hard to breathe. I was still smoking. I was still smoking joints left, right, and center. Hard to breathe, exhausted, smell and taste was lost, but it was like a flu. And I just felt like I was dying. Like I was sweating. It was minus 40 here. I felt like I was dying straight up. I was like hanging out with a fucking loader trying to cool off. It was like minus 40 and it wasn't cold enough.
Yeah, it's a
So
bad
the flu
flu.
might be a vitamin D deficiency that you get in the wintertime because you don't get enough sunlight, so not as much cholesterol in your skin turns into vitamin D. That's why people get vitamin D deficiencies in the wintertime. So that's why it seemed like a flu, but not quite like a flu, because it wasn't a vitamin D deficiency, radiation poisoning from 5G.
Yeah, no, like I got plenty of vitamin D.
Yeah, guys, I might get off. All right, bye.
How would you get radiation poison?
I'm just saying the
radioactive.
symptoms match is all I'm saying.
I also caught something in January 2020 as well. I felt weak for a day, but there was nothing really. So I
Oh
just
God,
brushed
no!
it off.
I was down for like a week. Fuck, I was down for almost like 2 weeks.
No, it was hardly anything. I just felt weak for a day. That was it. Like the next day, fine.
I felt like crap for like 3 days, and we all got sick at the same time. But what's really weird is when the whole thing first started coming out, one of my cats got sick, and then all of my cats got sick, except for the one that got sick to begin with. And then it's like, and now that it's like, you know, over, like not that long ago, me and everybody I worked with got sick. But, you know, whatever. It wasn't like I felt like I had to call in. Am I still on?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, good, bro. Do you ever do any street teaching with Flat Earth? Do you ever go out in the street and talk to people? Just random strangers?
I mean, yeah,
Elijah?
I talk to random people, but I can't say that I've done any street preaching per se.
Okay. So there was a guy in here earlier, and he was saying that he has to be like yelling and shit. He lives in New Jersey. Do you think the people in New Jersey are like so busy with their own lives that you actually have to almost yell and fight with them just to look at what you're talking about?
No.
And I'm saying, is it a cultural thing?
Of course not. I mean,
So it's just
a lot of people are also battling. A lot of people are battling fitting into a narrative that they've been given, you know? And living in New York City, a lot of people just, and I know you said New Jersey, but just New York City, for example, like there's this idea that, oh, we got to be racy, we got to be on the move, we got to, you know, not be considerate, you know, and then it's reinforced through TV. But I mean, it's just an idea. We're people just like everyone else. And there are people like standing right here. If I were to stop and talk to them, they seem like they would, you know?
So isn't it necessary in just about every culture? I know that Nathan Oakley and QE, for example, they love to yell at people and grab them by their short hairs and take them to the woodshed and all that stuff, right? Doesn't it make, sense that sometimes you have to yell to get through to people's, like, just to wake them up a little bit? Like, maybe not fight them, but like
I
with
don't know.
words, like, you don't know?
I don't know. I've never yelled at someone and saw my message reciprocated. Meaning, like when I'm yelling at someone, it's like to throw a verbal punch. It's not so that they understand what I said, and it's not so that I can assess and understand that they heard what I was trying to relay. Right? So in that sense, this is why I don't think it just wastes energy to yell at people, because all you're doing is throwing punches. If that's what you want to do, fine. I come in here and do that sometimes because sometimes I'm angry. But when I want to teach someone, never. Not me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think it boils down to the difference between people that are, like open to seeking truth, open-minded, capable of learning something new, as opposed to the people that come in here and tell us that they're here to learn, but they can't like set their ego down for 5 seconds to listen to a different point of view without getting triggered.
Oh yeah, those aren't.
Hey,
it's two totally different people, of course. That's why I try to, assess who I'm talking to. It's hard to do when other people are around, because if it was just me having a conversation and I ask questions in the way that you've seen me ask, like, if I ask like 2 or 3 direct questions and they're not responding, and then I spend another 20 minutes trying to see if they're doing that on purpose or if that's just because we've all done it, right? I've yelled at someone and said, "Oh, come on, you and this, preaching the Bible shit." And I mean, come on. Like, we have the solar system and science and it. Like, I've said that before Flat Earth. Like, and I remember the person I said it to, because the moment I joined Flat Earth, I remembered that conversation. So I can't believe that I couldn't receive whatever it was she was saying. I don't even remember what she was saying. I just remember what I was rejecting. And it was something that I thought she was saying. So I'm often trying to find out if that's what's going on with someone, or if they've been here 5 years and they're just playing a game. Because there's a difference.
I appreciate the input. I really do. Someone said my name?
Yeah, Hank, I was wondering what specifically did that guy say he was saying, that they were ignoring, that made him feel like he needed to yell? Because I'm quite the opposite. I feel like I don't need to yell anything at anybody. In fact, quite the opposite. Not only that, sometimes I almost caught this on camera once, but I didn't. I don't know. But it was kind of like what happened with Witsit the other day, where he says to some woman, "The Earth is flat," and she's like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, it's flat. The Earth is flat." And she turns around or whatever, or looks some other direction and starts yelling, "The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat." Like, I've had a few people do that even, and I embrace it. And I said, "Yeah, go ahead. I didn't come down here to not tell people that the Earth is flat. You want to bring a crowd around me? Fine, good." But I mean, when people do this, at least a few times, I've known to do that specific thing. They didn't mean it in a like, "Oh, hey, look at this guy, he's crazy." They meant it in a way like, "I'm trying to figure this out. I want to ask this person walking by."
I've had a dog before, but I have 2 cats. Maybe.
I think you're hot micing. Elijah?
Oh, sorry, guys.
It's all right. Continue.
Well, yeah. So I was just wondering, what did that guy say that he was saying? Was he going through the
Oh,
3 points with
yeah.
people, or was he
Sorry.
just?
Yeah, it was something that happened earlier. It was chemtrail. He came on, and it was a conversation that lasted for, I guess, about an hour. But it was pretty much him against everybody else, and I was trying to look at it from the other side to see it from his point of view. And I know that Nathan Oakley yells at people, and gets praised for it, but he's normally yelling at the hard-headed ones. And I
Are
guess
you
that,
talking about chemtrail?
yeah. He's not here,
Oh,
so
he's
I'm not really
at
trying to talk.
everyone though. I mean, because
I'm
he
not
doesn't
really
listen.
trying to talk about him. I'm trying to talk about his techniques.
Yeah, he doesn't listen. That's exactly what I was just talking about. Like, flat earthers aren't exempt. There's someone who talks at someone but doesn't listen to what they're saying or the needs of the conversation. From a case by case situation. He doesn't know how to do that. No offense, I think
Well,
he's cool.
everybody's got their own way. I really railed against Pancho Pete when he first started, and he's one of my favorite guys now. But I railed against his technique and pretty much called him out, not in private like I was supposed to, but in public. And then I realized that it's everybody's own style. I guess everybody does their own thing.
I don't like when people do it in Spanish. I'd rather do it in English. The flat smacking.
El mundo es plano.
There you go. I don't like it. Say it in English.
So I was walking down the street earlier today, and I was walking, past a taco truck. I had a woman standing in front of it outside with a mask on, and I didn't really feel like talking with her so much because I had somewhere to go and something to do. But I said to her, "Just so you know, the Earth is flat and stationary, and there is no virus." What are they going to do? Kill you?
Yeah, but if you were watching a movie, right, and you, how am I trying to say this? Like, yes, you're right. You're 100% right. But in the context of that person's day, you know what I mean? Like, just how did they hear what you said? You know what I mean?
She had an expression on her face like maybe she would have argued with me. She didn't say anything because I didn't stop walking while I said this to her. I was saying this while I was walking. But the point is like it gives them something to think about while they're standing in line at the taco truck. The Earth is flat and stationary, and this Mexican beer germ might be a hoax. Something to think about.
Yeah. I've used the
The
moon to
Mexican
engage.
beer is a real thing. There is you could buy some
No,
of
bro, it's
this.
only like 3%. It's not real.
I mean, you could buy some at the store. So there you go.
Man, we got 15% here, bro. You get 18%, I think. I think you can drink. So when you compare that.
There's a person on the YouTube stream named Doug Elta. They're a baller. If they want to come in, yeah, go ahead and join.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. How's you guys doing here?
What did you say?
How are you doing here?
How you doing, man? It's all good.
Yeah.
It's a flat stationary plane, right?
Huh?
What is the Earth? What shape is
It's
it?
flat. I'm not
Flat?
convinced it's flat now.
You're not. Are you
Hmm?
convinced it's a ball?
Can you say that again?
Are you convinced it is a spinning ball?
Not really anymore.
Okay. So what are you convinced of?
I
Anything?
think that the Earth is more more flat than I think it was.
Slightly flatter than a ball? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you know about the globe? Anything?
And kind of hoax and a conspiracy made by organizations so that they could profit of it.
All right. How long you been looking at this subject?
Just looking a few days ago, not that much.
Literally just a few days.
Yeah,
Okay.
it takes a lot of reading.
But up until 3 days ago, you just assumed the globe was real, or is that not right?
Yeah, the globe is real.
So you're telling me in 3 days, if you've decided the globe's not real?
Yeah, I think the evidence is lean over to the flat Earth. But I still need to read more because like there's a lot of troll in lobbies and you convince them.
I don't know, man. That
Hmm?
for somebody looking at it for 3 days, I wouldn't expect you to have any conclusion on anything. Somebody else
Yeah,
want to try?
but I need to read
I was gonna
more.
say, welcome to the server. There's a lot of information here. So if you're new, I would sit back and check out all the information here. There's also going to be a lot of conversations where a lot of the answers to the questions that you have may be answered. So if you have a direct question, you could ask it. But it's also good to sit back and listen. So welcome.
So I have like an opinion questions. I want to ask you guys about your opinions more than uh uh how the earth is flat because I can read why the earth is flat, etc. So what do you think about this globe believer that always talk in lobby and spamming around and say that oh the earth isn't flat?
Here's the thing. In this server, for the most part, we focus on evidence and proofs and things that we can like put in our arsenal to debate some of the people that you're talking about. Uh, what you're talking about is just kind of talking about characters and why would they lie and all those things, which we won't have an answer to. So um, there's definitely going to be conversations about that, but uh, for the most part, you're going to see that people here just want to focus mostly on the evidence. So if anyone else wants to kind of answer what he asked.
I would just say that I'm not worried about people that sit in the chat and pretend it's a globe. They're just like the lowest thing on our radar. You know, we're looking for people that want to come in here with intellectual honesty and actually address the issues that we're raising. Because this subject is, a lot of us have a passion about it because it's such a, you know, grand conspiracy, if you will, but you know, the lie is the thing. It's not really about the shape of the earth, it's the deception and the generational deception that's went on. And we're trying to get that brought to light. So these people that sit in the chat and chat skank and stuff about talking about their silly globe, but they're like the lowest thing on my radar. Does anybody else want to answer?
Yeah, I wanted to chime in on that too. So I agree with both of those gentlemen. It's like, you know, if we were to think about any new concept that you're being confronted with, the people in this server, I believe, and I know because I'm one of them, is we focus on the math, the things that we can readily observe. We can demonstrate to other people like, hey, look at that. Like, doesn't that look a little strange? Doesn't make you scratch your head? If somebody doesn't even want to join the conversation and have like a civilized back and forth, number one, that's telling. You know, there's no way to know how many hours of research anyone's done before they've come to a conversation. I know personally the people in this server have done like years and years and years of like wanting for someone to disprove the math that they see, what they observe. So when someone comes in, all you have to do is listen to the back and forth and you realize who's actually looked into this more, who's operating off of emotion and who's operating off of reason and logic. And most of the time the reason and logic lies on our side.
Well said, Vagabond. I agree with that.
Thank you, brother.
Well, that's because if you use reason and logic, you can't possibly believe in a ball.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and also like if you like spamming on inside the channels, then it's not going to solve anything. Like you're not going to move forward with the conversation, right?
Yeah,
It's a tactic.
spamming works. But the idea of a meme does work, right? Like in a lot of ways, like a meme is an idea or you're trying to convey, right? And in a lot of ways, like the religious so sometimes it can take hold. Like if you got like a really good image and you put it with a really good quote or something, right? Those will take off. But just spamming them, I don't think that's. I don't know.
Like it's
Depends
really
on where.
irritating.
Aren't you supposed to spam them?
So they basically comment and they go say, "Oh, you wrong. Oh, you wrong. You stupid. Oh, you wrong," and then they start go, "Aha, you wrong." Although you kind of like prove them so hard, right?
That's a thing. They're always going to be there. You're always going to have the ballers that are fighting a lot, and you have the choice to either engage them or kind of ignore them and just do more research and just find out who's right. And you're gonna, like the other guy said, you're gonna see, you can find out for yourself.
Yeah, don't be discouraged. I mean, think about it. They did this the opposite way over the past however many centuries, right? They convinced the world to disbelieve their senses. How much easier is it going to be for us to convince the world to just observe their senses? I mean, if the Earth is really as flat, Why would you be discouraged? It's going to be easy. Our job is already done for us. Creation is already there. All we have to show is, this creation, the way that they're telling us, it's a big fat lie because there's all these fingers of the creator. Fingerprints of the creator, right?
So, okay, so like, yeah, I think that is true. Like, even if you really believe really into the globe stuff, like, it's just not appropriate if you just spamming around, because that's won't going to do anything.
I disagree. I mean, how else are you going to reach people and give them the ability, to have this knowledge? Because people aren't like going into the libraries and searching for a flat Earth, right? Like they're going to get exposed to it out in the wild, on the internet. That's the Wild West, right? As much as they're clamping down on it.
So I think that a lot I used to be like talking a lot to people who are like the globe believer, and they'll say that they basically says that most of them say that you guys are dumb, so we just going to smack them up with some evidence they might find online, and then smacking up by spamming it, etc. But I don't think that's a really good way. And it's better if you just research yourself and being a bit more
Sometimes
respectful.
sometimes it says a lot more about the other people, like if you say like the earth is flat and then someone else starts posting a lot of things about the globe earth, that's a huge response from the other person. And there's also other things you could read into, you know what I mean? A lot of people are kind of afraid of this information when they're really new to it. So
Yeah,
I don't think they're afraid.
if they're spamming a single topic, you can address it. If they're spamming many topics, just tell them to slow their roll and go at one at a time, and then you can just disarm every single thing.
Yeah, but we don't know if this guy is new or not. So I can't tell where you're from.
I can claim to have been looking at this subject for 3 days.
Spamming it. So my question is,
sorry. Thank robot and for everybody else that just
Yeah, he's roboting.
Yeah.
Let's catch what they said. I didn't catch it.
You're robot and say it again.
Yeah, you're lagging.
Samuel Robot. Anyway, Cacti, you said you've been looking at this subject for literally 3 days. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like, well, I read like a lot. I read like a whole day. I just read it, and yeah, I'm not like exactly convinced that the Earth is flat, but I think it's closer to that than before.
Start out by saying nobody here wants to convince you of anything. What you think for yourself. We can supply information. And if you've been looking at this for 3 days, like what happened 3 days ago that made you look at this subject?
Can you like it's a bit laggy. I couldn't hear what you're saying.
You're also roboting, Dave.
Go ahead, Grace.
Yeah, I understand that you don't. You only been looking into this for a couple of days, so it's quite understandable that you don't have a full grasp on how the globe doesn't work and what evidence we have against it.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? What is it that actually makes you believe it is a ball?
Like me?
Other than what you've been told, what
Because
makes you think it's a ball?
because like I still don't really convinced about the geometric horizon thing, because that would be easier to explain if the Earth is a sphere. And the thing is, I still don't really convince on that part.
Yeah, that's a small issue, but if you rise on a sphere, the horizon would have to drop rapidly as you rise because it would be falling away from you. You're on a ball, but that doesn't happen in real life. And what's best, I think, to help you see that the horizon isn't a geometric sphere edge is simply take your iPhone camera, go to the beach, watch a boat sail out towards the horizon. Then as you watch it on your iPhone, it'll appear to disappear into the horizon. And then you look up, oh, there's the boat. You see it with your eyes. If you have a really expensive camera, you can actually watch it disappear from your eyesight and then look at your expensive camera and you see it again. There are not 3 physical Earth curves that you can see through based on the optics. It's just the optics.
But there's like a lot of things that can mess around with the optics too, like for example, the temperature.
You don't understand. If I can see through see through the Earth curve with one optic, and then it appears to go beyond another Earth curve, and I bring out an even stronger apparatus, and I can see it again, that means that there was no Earth curve, and it was just inside the optics. Do you understand this?
Mhm.
I'll give you a gift here. This is of a boat which disappeared from your eyesight, appearing to go into the horizon, and people back in the day claimed that this was a boat going over the leading edge of a sphere. But then, because we have better technology, we can actually zoom in, see the boat and the island behind it.
Right. I can still hear Jim Panda's voice in 2015. Well, if you can zoom back in, then it didn't go over a curve then, did it? Like, yep, that's right. There is no Earth curve.
2015.
The reason for this phenomenon is very simple. It's called the diffraction limit of light, or the Rayleigh criterion. Different optics have different aperture size, so they have different diffraction limits. So that is the horizon. And if you look into drawing and perspective drawing, you can see that the vanishing point of the perspective becomes a horizontal or horizon line when you don't have walls closing in the perspective and forcing it into a point.
So why do people lie like that in the first place? Like why you couldn't just say the Earth is a sphere? Why is so significant that you guys need to tell people that the Earth is flat?
You have
Well,
been lied
first,
to. Why they would lie is not something we can answer, because we didn't lie to you. We just told you the truth about the world and how they are lying to you. For instance, what I'm just showing you right here is called perspective. We all see in perspective. All the cameras and every picture taken is in perspective view. But when they look at a picture or look at something in the distance and they assume a globe, they actually exclude perspective from their orthographic side view calculators. And so perspective becomes Earth curve. And that's where they get it from.
So it's raining really hard here. Can you guys hear this? Or am I disrupting something? Hello.
What did you say?
I just want to make sure you guys aren't hearing the loud rain in my background. Just want to make sure I'm not disrupting anything.
No, I don't hear it. So, do you understand that we all see in perspective and that things appear to get smaller with distance?
Yeah, that's like logic.
Yeah, but the Globers don't believe that. In order to be a Glober, you must assume that things don't get smaller with distance to create the Earth curve in the Earth curve calculators. Don't you think that's a little bit crazy? That you exclude what everybody sees and knows to be real to create Earth curve?
Yeah.
And do you agree with that? Do you think we should just ignore reality to believe in a globe?
Can you say that again?
So do you just agree? So do you just think we should then just agree with the globe and just believe in it because the math tells us, even though reality shows us different, and they're not accounting for that in the math?
Nah, not really.
Cool. Do you have any other questions?
I think that I'm going to take a longer read and like mess around with trolls in chat. Because it's kind of enjoying. It's kind of fun to mess around with them. So yeah, see ya.
Well, bye.
Au revoir.
I'm so confused. So was that guy a Glober or no?
No idea. He was undecided on the fence, from what I could gather, and he was not sure how the horizon could exist unless it was a globe. So that's why I hammered it home.
Yeah, when you was talking about the iPhone, I didn't know that until a few days ago. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's because it has such a small aperture, smaller than your eye. That's why you have a difference there.
He Drace, that guy that was in here a minute ago. Yeah, I think basically what he was saying, it's easier to be dishonest than to be honest. So I'd rather do that. Basically what I heard him say. It's like, I'd just rather hang out with the trolls because it's funner.
That's how it ended up as, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what he said.
I thought he said it was funner to mess with the trolls. He was going to go like troll the trolls.
No, that's not what he said. He didn't want to answer Drace's questions. He's like, no, it's just funner to be dishonest and not answer direct questions. That's what I heard.
I can see why you got that sense from what he said, but he did say something along the lines of what Matthew was saying as well.
Oh, okay. We'll see.
Yeah, I think he was gonna go flat smack.
Think he's gonna go flat smack the trolls in the chat or whatever. Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
Third day's a flat earther, just flat smacking.
Yeah, he
Maybe
wasn't
I've been hanging out in
sure.
the YouTube chat too long. It's freaking
Yeah, it all started with
crazy.
him he was not quite sure how some things could work, and he thought might work better with the globe excuse. But then I hammered him home with this this little thing, and now he's gonna go just argue with the trolls because that's more fun, apparently.
I guess maybe I misread it. That's cool.
Yeah, you know what got me into the flat Earth? I watched Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. I got halfway through, and then I got bombarded with all this flat Earth stuff. And I thought, why am I being bombarded with all this flat Earth stuff? And like a few minutes later, the Earth is flat, and I was convinced. That's all it took.
Hey, you said that's all it took. Do you mean like there were? I mean, you took a look at some videos and you said, "Oh, I see what they're saying now." Is that what you're talking about, Astro K?
No, I didn't have to watch their videos. I just got bombarded with everybody's flat Earth video, and like a few minutes later, it come to me, why am I seeing all this flat Earth stuff? Because everyone believes the Earth is flat. So that's how it hit me. So it took me 5 minutes.
Well, check this out though. But all right. So when you said, "Okay, the Earth is flat," I mean, now look at what's happening. We're being bombarded with thousands of people that say, "You guys, why are you guys talking about flat Earth?" You know, I mean, come on. So it couldn't have been that easy, right? Well, Astro, it couldn't have been that easy.
I swear to God, it was that easy. I was convinced the Earth was flat just by being bombarded with all these videos. And then later, I started to watch them and thought, yeah, okay, I get the message.
I kind of get that too. I mean, I kind of had the same experience, but I actually avoided it for a long time. When I got a lot of YouTube videos about flat Earth, I was like, I said, even though I was already conspiratorial, whatever you want to call it, I was like, no, I'm not going to take a look at flat Earth. I mean, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. And I finally took a look at it, it was. I did think it was dumb. I was like, damn, I can't believe people I've been following for a long time started talking about flat Earth. I was like, you know what? This is weird, and I'm like, go to other platforms because I don't want to hear about flat Earth. I thought, dude, it took me 6 months. I didn't want to look at it. And I finally took a look, and then I saw what they were saying.
Yeah, to me, I thought it was a fringe thing. You know, I've heard of the flat Earth, and I thought, yeah, there's probably one or two people think the Earth is flat, and I ignored it. Well, that was my knowledge at the time about the flat Earth. It was fringe, and then I started to look into this Eric Dubé's video, and then I got bombarded, and I thought, well, it's not fringe at all, is it? How could it be fringe if I've got like 20 videos in my list, all flat Earth?
No, I totally get that, but but I've always been pretty skeptical about a lot of information, because I've been looking into this information prior to flat Earth, for 20 years. So it's like I was like, oh wow, this is this seems kind of overboard, right? And so it was like it took me a while to really even take a look at it.
I was researching giant,
up until
super soldiers, genetic research. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, up until 2015, I never even had a smartphone. I was not interested in any media, any YouTube stuff at all. And then about 2015, 16, I started to get, my partner just died, and I was getting bored, and so I took to social media, got myself a smartphone, start looking at YouTube stuff, and then I came across this. I think I came across the flat Earth video sort of like 6 months prior as well, and I had a look, and then it came into my view again, and this time it was the 200 proofs, and I got halfway through the 200 proofs, and the rest
Yeah,
you
I
know.
mean, once I gave it a chance, I saw it. Go ahead, Hank.
No, I was just saying that I was following Rob Skiba because he was doing similar work. I was listening to a lot of different people who are doing research. A lot of different people. My thing is, I never sat at the same lunch table twice because I'm going from table to table. What do you guys got? What information do you got? Because I don't know. I guess an info junkie. I'm curious. I never lost that kid-like curiosity, I guess.
Yeah, I can tell you a few things because I've been researching 24/7. So I don't sleep. I literally do not sleep. I haven't slept in over a year. So when I talk about haven't slept in over a year, I'm talking about natural sleep. The only time I get some sleep is if I get drunk. So I've been 24/7 researching loads of stuff. Like the cure for cancer, it's so simple. It's a lemon. What you do is you take a lemon, stick it in your freezer, wait 24 hours, then you grate it all in a salad, and that's it. So simple. And the reason I know it's the cure for cancer because it came up in the court case, and it was proved in the court case that a lemon cures cancer in 1 month. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here, just processing that claim about a lemon being able to cure cancer.
And there's another one, lung cancer. If you got lung cancer, just get yourself some dog wormer, and that'll cure your lung cancer. Yeah, I got that one from a vet. Like a vet told me that. Some guy had lung cancer, so he got his dog wormer out and said, "Yeah, take this," and he was cured.
This is not medical advice, at least on behalf of the server. It's just something he knows for himself.
Yeah, it's not medical advice. Don't. It's for entertainment purposes only. Sorry, folks. And of course, it's kind of funny, so that's why it's for entertainment.
Okay. So Matthew, is it still a ball?
I haven't changed my mind.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Ah, shit. The Earth is flat!
I don't think she changed her mind either, to tell the truth. But it is a funny clip.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that large doses of vitamin C is a cure for cancer, but I know that there are doctors who are using it to treat cancer. I don't think they use lemons. I think they actually intravenously inject vitamin C. But if you're not, at the hospital, you can't do that, right? So the second best way to get large portions of vitamin C is in your food. I think Moringa oleifera has the most. I think you can get it from jalapenos and lemons and limes, but I think Moringa has the most.
Yeah, I'd say it's wise to eat well and to be healthy and eat lots of fruits and vegetables just in general. So yeah.
Yeah, we support that message.
Yeah, but I just bought like a 1 kilogram bag of vitamin C. I'm well stocked up.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so vitamin C is really important. They use it to fight cancer, but I don't necessarily think one thing is a cure for cancer. There's no one like silver bullet, but I would definitely, think that if you eat lots of lemons or lemon juice, then it's an acid, right? So like you would think that it's going to make you more acidic, but it actually makes you more alkaline. And I've heard that making the body more alkaline, that cancer can exist in that sort of environment. But I don't know if that's true. That's me listening to doctors on the internet.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. Yeah, alkaline. It makes you alkaline, even though it's acid.
Yeah, I've heard it as well, and it just can't hurt to eat healthy and exercise.
I heard one thing like a hypnotist. He convinced a person that he was out in the sun, and over the course of the day, he was indoors and he got suntan just because the hypnotist convinced him he was out in the sun.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird things with hypnotism. Like you can make people see things, hear things, taste things.
You know how hypnotism works? It's suggestion, right? But here's the opposite of that. If you wear sunglasses, your brain isn't going to know that you're getting like exposed to sunlight, so it doesn't create what is it, the melanin in your skin to like counteract that, so that you don't get like injured from the sun. But here's the here. Okay, that was the opposite, right? Now here's the pro, right? So it's just suggestion, right? It's the power of suggestion. I'll just shut my door because it's so low. Okay, so it's the power of suggestion. Imagine if you could make people have visual hallucinations and audio hallucinations at the same time. Imagine if you could just put a screen in their living room and get them to see everything you wanted them to see and hear everything you wanted them to hear.
Hold on, I just want to take it back. Did I hear somebody say that somebody hypnotized a suntan onto somebody?
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, I kind of don't believe that. How is it hypnotizing going to make somebody's skin?
He convinced the body he was out in the sun and he got a suntan.
Cite your source, bro. We want to see it.
Yeah, I definitely want to see it. I've seen a bunch of claims about hypnotism allowing people to read through other people that have been turned invisible. So that's pretty interesting.
Well, the way to hypnotize is what they're doing at the moment. confusion. Confusion puts people into a trance state, and then
Way more than that.
suggestion. Yeah, I mean it's more, but that's how it starts.
Confusion is really good for embedding commands, and that's usually why they use confusion with rapid inductions. So it is helpful, but it's not everything. Like kind of like if someone's really good at telling a story, he's really good at getting you into a trance because you can see that story in your mind and you play along in your mind. And that is basically what hypnotism is. It's getting you to play along in your mind, and because you're playing along, and he's sneaking in these commands into your subconscious, he tells you, he makes you shut down your cognitive thinking. It's kind of like the foot in the door technique. If you get people to accept something enough, they will just automatically start accepting stuff from you.
Well, how about this? There's all these men, and they look like beautiful women. So that's part of the confusion.
That's not a part. That's the whole confusion.
That's all part of it. It's all part of our world. You know, it's been like that for a long time. You know, if you can convince someone that a man is a woman, and you're looking at a woman and you think, yeah, that looks like a woman, but in the back of your brain, that's a man, and you're confused.
Well, they like doing that with everything. It's the globe all over again. You're not supposed to trust your intuition and senses. You're supposed to not trust those and overwrite those with whatever the authority tells you. So it's training you in acceptance.
Well, I can do things with your mind and that. You know, I can do certain tricks, like I lost my keys like a couple of weeks ago, and I was looking around the house like for 2 days trying to find my keys, and I just said in my mind, "Keys, tell me where you are," and 30 seconds later, I picked the keys up.
Okay, so what you did right there is a technique that I learned about, and what it is you're programming your subconscious to find the answer for you, right? And at that moment that your brain is done computing, right, it's 100% loading, and it gives you the answer, like, oh, your keys are on the back porch. Eureka, right? I figured it out. So that's actually a very helpful tool, what you did just there. Do you remember how old you were when you learned to tell your brain to find something for you?
The keys were never where I put my keys. The keys were on my bed, and they've fallen off into an odd place, which I would probably never look for. And I just thought, yeah, my keys are near my bed. Where could they be near my bed? At the end of the bed. There they were.
You're right, Hank. It's called NLP, or this is taught within NLP, and most people don't use their minds in this way. They run on autopilot, just the things that pop into their minds or the things they say instead of and if they don't remember it, they don't remember it. Instead of trying to remember
so what's the theory again?
Employ the cognitive functions that we all have, we just don't know about.
Yeah, can you just go over the theory again?
Bro?
Yeah, you might be.
Can we go over the theory again? Is that what you said? I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah, can you go over? I just said something, and you said there's a reason for that. So can you just go over the reason?
Go over the reason for what?
Why I find my keys like I did.
He's talking about how he activated
an
his
ancient.
subconscious.
Yeah, they've known about this for a long time, actually. It's an old trick. So I learned about it in a book called A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga, right? So one of the things is that businessmen will often smoke cigars. That way, when they're asked a question, they get a chance to take a puff of their cigar and hold it in and blow it out. And meanwhile, they're doing this, trying to ask their subconscious to find out what the best way to answer this question is, right? So people have been doing this for like thousands of years, where if somebody says, hey, what's the answer to this, or you're trying to figure it out, or you're trying to remember a dream, what you do is like you tell your subconscious, you program it to find or answer something for you. And then it's like one of those things where if you're not thinking about it, that's when you remember it. That's what that is.
Yeah, because that's what I do all the time. What I do is, if I want to find an answer to something, I ask myself the question, and then sometimes, it comes in straight away. Sometimes I have to wait 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then the answer arrives.
But it can also go deeper than that, because you don't have to just, when you take in the information, you don't have to have it uncategorized, unconnected to anything, just like thrown behind your back. And when you look for it, you're in a black room with no options, and you just ask into the air. What you can actually do is you can connect that thing with other things. So it's far easier to remember it, and there's a lot of different techniques that are taught to people in these different aspects, like Hank was talking about, which help people employ the mind, which just the general public doesn't gain access to, because this isn't taught in schools. I always thought this should be taught in schools, how to use your subconscious and your mind and your memory. There's a lot there that needs to be explored.
Well, how about this? This is like an amazing story. I was listening to someone, and he was saying that the human body can't detect radio waves. And immediately in my head, I thought, yes, they can. And then an hour later, someone sent me a white paper explaining how people detect radio waves. Now, how did that happen?
How did synchronicity happen? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. What's this synchronicity that all seems
We
to
don't
work?
know how it happens. We just know that it does. The Bible talks about it. It says, if you ask, one door may shut and another door may open, or something like that. Be there for the seeker. The seeker just has to be seeking.
Yeah, I get loads of synchronicities. If I want to find someone who's thinking the same way I do, it takes me 5 minutes. And it could be a perfect stranger. I did this once. I had an idea that the Earth was a globe and flat at the same time, and I wanted to seek out someone who thought this idea identically to me. So I did 5 clicks or so on my computer, went to a YouTube channel, perfect strangers, not flat earthers, and they were talking about things, and then the subject switched to artists. What would an artist see if he was on the moon looking at the Earth? And then it went into things and said, well, maybe the Earth is flat. And then I said to this person, do you believe the Earth is flat? And she said, no, it's both. So, synchronicity.
That's a bit trollish as well, saying it's both. That's contradictory.
It's contradictory. But it can happen. If you've got more than 3 dimensions, if you've got 5 dimensions, mathematically, perhaps it could be both.
That would require a sphere of infinite size.
So that's called the middle of the road fallacy.
You could have 3 dimensions that are in the sphere, and you've got another 2 dimensions for flat, so you need 5 dimensions for it to be both.
Yeah, no.
What, you don't think so?
No.
No, water doesn't bend.
No, these are just ideas that were flowing through my head at one particular moment in time, you know. And I just seeked out a person who had the same idea, and you know, how did it work? I don't know. How did I seek out a person who thinks something that's so ridiculously thinking that it's both at the same time?
How do you know he actually thinks that and he just didn't tell you stuff randomly? Like, I know a few sociopaths and I know quite a few narcissists. And when I was young, I was a narcissist. So I remember what it was like. They bullshit all the time with no basis. And they will tell you whatever they think that will help them most in the moment. So it's hard to take people's words without a baseline.
Yeah, I see. When I was first into Flat Earth, I was kind of isolated. I didn't know anyone. So I thought, okay, let's find someone. Let's find a group. And I just a couple of clicks on my screen, and I came into this group, and it was the most fantastic Flat Earth group I've ever come across. You know, so if you got the intent in your mind and you believe what you're doing, you can sort of work wonders.
I can justify that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The laws of attraction.
I did something else. I did something else a favour once.
Right.
I did. I had a friend of mine. He was ordering some cannabis oil, so he was ordering like a pack of it. Took like 24 in the box or so. So I kept on saying free oil, free oil, free oil, and I did this for 3 nights over. And when he got his invoice, it was zero cost to him. So we are powerful. You just got to use our heads. You know, we're very powerful if you know what to do.
Oh, yes. For instance, using hypnosis, they have healed a bunch of stuff. And back in the day when hypnosis was first coming onto the scene, there are some stories about how they were healing blindness and healing weird afflictions that shouldn't have been healed. And the church told them, no, it's not allowed. It's not allowed. You're encroaching on our territory here.
Yeah. Talking about that.
I've seen videos. I've seen videos of street healers healing blind people in sort of like 5 minutes. You know, he said he sort of like commanded, you can see, and this blind woman sort of like 5 minutes later said, I can see.
The one that I heard was a person was watching a video that said like self-hypnosis, and they watched it and they said they hypnotized themselves, and after that I don't recall exactly what it was that they had a fear of, but after that, they like self-hypnotized themselves. They all of a sudden were not afraid of or didn't have the thing that they had before. So I thought that was kind of crazy. I don't know if anyone else has heard of stuff like that, but it's kind of speculation. But the people that it happens to, it seems like something's going on, something like supernatural in a way.
Yeah, I heard a
So
lot
you
about
guys
fear. Yeah,
know
go Hank.
Yeah, I think you're cutting out a bit.
placebo. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I can't tell if I'm being heard or not. Yeah, I'm cutting in now. Can I be heard?
Yes, but the robot a little bit.
Whenever you ask if you could be heard perfectly. But when you start explaining something awesome, then it starts roboting. Yeah, I've heard some really weird stories with hypnosis. That helping people with phobias is the smallest of them. Even placebo can do that. That just the belief that oh, this pill fixed my fear, that means it's gone. The belief is strong enough. But I've seen some old so-called scientists or psychiatrists using hypnosis on subjects, making them like think they have abilities, like they have the ability to diagnose health problems and stuff like that, and the people under hypnosis somehow are able to diagnose things even though they shouldn't be able to. And statistically, like they get more right than wrong, so it's just weird.
Yeah, I know
Do you
a
guys?
guy who does remote
Hold on,
healing.
hold on. Let me get
You
a
know,
word in. Sorry. Edward Casey. You guys know about the sleeping prophet?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Edgar Casey. Yeah. So this dude had a really interesting life, but I'll boil it down to what he was famous for was going into these trances several times a day, and he would diagnose people in person, and eventually he got to where he could diagnose people just through the letters, and he would go into this trance, what is ailing them, find the cause, and then tell them what the remedy was. Go out into the woods and pick up this plant and blah blah blah. I don't know, if history is like trustworthy, but this is kind of one of them things to where the lady was like taking notes of everything that was happening, like his secretary. So that's available for everyone to see.
Yeah, I've heard multiple claims of that being repeated. That's why it's extra weird.
I even heard that he said that anyone can do this if you just train yourself. I remember when he hearing that, and that always sticking in my head, because I do know that we have more powers than we know we do. So yeah.
well, one of the stories in the Bible, I'm not sure where it is, and Jesus says, "Everything I can do, you can do." Sort of like to paraphrase it. That's not exactly what he said, but that's what he meant.
Right. We have all this hidden potential. Like I was talking about epigenetics last week. When you look at like what we have, right? We pretty much have these awesome bodies that we can select through our actions and environments, like different outcomes. And I think the Iceman, the one who set all those world records for like swimming in frozen lakes and running marathons in the desert without water. Like, I think he's unlocked some of this, and Tesla unlocked it, right? And in an interview, this person asked Tesla, hey, you were kind of attractive when you were younger, how come we never see you with ladies? And he pretty much said that they distract him. Go back and listen to that interview. But my thinking is that this has more to do with celibacy and using that internal male energy for creativity, because testosterone gives us, the ability to be male, right? And it gives us two powers of creation, one down below and one up above. And the as above part that you're supposed to focus on is like holding that energy. And you notice that people get like sent to prison, especially here, like in between like 18 and 28, they'll be locked up, right? Because that's when the testosterone starts to like drop down. And that's why there's so much pornography on the internet, because you can't fully be a man if you're giving it away, giving it away, giving it away now, can you?
Yep, it's the best way to make also the element that is most likely to rise up against you docile. So it makes total sense why all of the porn is free.
But the creativity, it comes from having the ability to postpone gratification. If you can postpone gratification, studies have shown that you're going to be like wealthier. And wealthier isn't a status of commercial mind and well-being. And, like people that are addicted to meth, like they've completely like rewired themselves for that pleasure positive feedback loop, which takes about 30 days. I guess depending on, but yeah, and there's like that you're going to be like, oh man, I wish I could go back to that, because it releases so much endorphins or feels so good, but you feel like shit when you're off of it. And people that aren't on that, man, they're assholes, right? People that aren't getting laid, they're pretty crazy too, right? Because most of the crime comes from the inability to upward mobility in the financial system, right? So they make their own. Young men will be like, fuck the laws, I'm making my own, right? I'll just do whatever the fuck I want, sling dope, gangster, and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm monologuing. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right.
I was going to say I totally agree, and that's one of the things. Like the delaying the gratification is one of the things that you learn from nature, right? Like when you plant a seed, you're not going to get fruit for a while until you water your plants, take care of them, and then you'll get the fruit after a while. That's one of the things that I've learned is from nature, right? the how plants grow.
A good analogy. I like it.
Yeah, and can I be heard clearly?
Yes.
Another good one is for the ladies, right? If they just take the first guy who comes along, right, they may not be very happy with him as a long-term mate. So it would be better if she could have patience and choose the right mate and, wait for stuff like the mask to fall off, that takes about 3 months,
Yeah.
right? And you got to search through red flags. So it's, it really is written in the good old book, like how to, live your life and cause like the least amount of like pain and suffering for you and everyone else.
Hey guys, I had a thought I wanted to put out there. If if my connection's actually working.
We can hear you.
Sweet. Well, I was just thinking about the way our vision works, right? So we have spherical eyes, Euclidean world. So, so say we're to go up into the sky, we're going really high, 120,000 feet, and then we go 150,000 feet, and you're looking down, probably go 300,000 feet. Would we eventually just see a circle? Like our vision would just end in a circular fashion?
I actually had that exact question when I first kind of came into the flat Earth. Like, I'd been watching some videos and shit, and I think the first Discord server I jumped in, that was one of my questions, and all the flat earthers at that time were like, "No, that has nothing to do with it." And just kind of wrote me off. But I think it might, yeah, if you were to see something from very, very, very far away, something very large, but from very far away, like, yeah, the shape of your eyes might bend something into a bit of an arc, or right, like it's like a fisheye lens, basically.
Yeah, there's also the thing we could consider as you would rise high enough, the light from the edges of your vision might not be able to go all the way to your eyes, and therefore might start to look dark, and that might create what you
That's what I was
perceive
thinking.
as something that's a circle, but it might not be. Good question, though. Interesting.
Yeah, I just cut out and missed the last sort of 20 seconds there, bro. But I heard you say that like the vision might go dark or from what's too far away. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like because there's light attenuation, and as you look towards the horizon, it gets more faded and faded and faded. So if you would rise high enough up, I don't know, like if the light cannot get all the way to your eye because there's so much distance between you and that point, then what are you gonna see?
Yeah. Yeah, I just had like daydreaming, I guess, about I think I watched an interview and it was like it might have been Buzz Aldrin or one of the astronauts. And there's something in my mind that said that they were in some way telling the truth. And I know they went into they went into quarantine or something like that for 2 or 3 weeks after they got back. So who knows what sort of like mind control they might have been put under, but they actually did see a circle and darkness surrounding the circle. Anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what they saw. I'm just saying maybe. Maybe if you rose high enough over a flat enough plane, you wouldn't be able to see something. Because there's limitations to everything.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, I can hear.
So I wanted to continue about the the female reproductive system, the way that it's supposed to work, is she's supposed to find the highest quality male that she can find, right? That way she creates the highest quality child, right? And the reason that this is so important, because the evolutionists, they got it all wrong, especially when it comes to humans, is because it's sexual selection, right? And this sexual selection is programmed in us because the female gets to decide who she wants to be with, well, in at least most modern countries. Or I don't know, maybe some countries, right? She gets to choose. In the West, she does, right? So she gets to choose, and this is like going to make like a better society, right? Because hopefully that good man, the one that sticks around and helps her raise the kid. So you can't really blame women for being like somewhat of gold diggers, right? Because they're programmed to find the male that can, has the biggest, strongest chest and arms, who can carry the most amount of food, because she's going to be vulnerable while she's pregnant, but she can't really get away from that. That's programmed into her.
About how many
to find
times?
the guy who can carry the most goods back to the.
Yeah, but how many times have you heard? How many times have you heard that they're always going for the wrong guys, the bad guys, the losers? They're just for some reason attracted to them. What's up with that then?
Yeah, that's the difference between a girl and a woman, right? When a girl is young and doesn't know what she wants, hopefully her father is still going to be there saying, "No, not that one. Just keep waiting. That's not the one. Just keep waiting." And then when she gets to womanhood, most women know exactly what they want. It's the girls who go after the bad guys, and not every 50-year-old woman is mature.
It's also the role models.
We don't ever really.
If the girl has a negative role model, it can influence her in her choosing a negative boyfriend or negative type. She was used to her narcissistic father, so she seeks approval from her narcissistic boyfriend.
I just want to say I totally agree with this, because I can speak for this, because I had a great male role model who's sitting right next to me. You were just talking to him. And he's the reason why I didn't give any of those douchebags a chance to hit on me in the past. That's why I haven't had a boyfriend yet, because I haven't found a good guy yet.
Well, the good book says good things come to those who wait.
Your brother's wise.
Those who suffer with the Lord reign with the Lord.
Same thing I tell my daughters. You might have to step over a few wrong ones in life to find the right one. Don't give up on true love. Just because somebody was the wrong one.
Yeah, it's also important not to forget that you also need to make yourself available and give people a chance. So we're working on that.
This is true. You got to extend the olive branch. You build them walls up, nobody can get past them.
Yeah.
We have to know you to know how to get past them. You can't do that when there's a wall.
How many people in society? Sorry, it's amazing. How many people in society are this sociopath, narcissistic type who really never got past the temper tantrum. Terrible twos never really went away. Or how many people like that are out there? Like they got Peter Pan syndrome. They're like little man-childs.
Yeah.
And it goes both genders.
It does.
Both people have it. And they say that one's created and one is born. They say the psychopath is born. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I know that there's psychopaths out there. And they seek government positions, positions of perceived authority.
Psychopaths and the sociopaths are very similar in their behavioral patterns. Like you said, one is born that way, while the other one develops that way through narcissism and other means. Like my dad turned sociopathic for a bit because he was a drug lord and he was narcissistic and and then he got a bunch of cocaine, and then he lost himself in the cocaine and became sociopathic, and he got really bad, but it all was based on a foundation of he got abused as a child, so he was vulnerable as when he was younger, and then he built the delusions up, and the delusions reinforced the narcissism, and then the more narcissistic he got, the less he cared about other people because he was getting away with everything. So the problem with narcissism is it not only spreads through the families of the narcissist, because they will abuse their children or treat them poorly, and then the only real solution to that is co-narcissism, or you have to live with a narcissist because it's your family. And then there's like a few different ways you can break in that interaction. You either become a narcissist to cope with it, you run from the situation, or you cow to them and become codependent. And so narcissism spreads like a disease through the families and through the abuse of the relationships of the narcissist, because he can abuse the female so much that she becomes a narcissist to try to retaliate.
Well,
It's crazy.
Narcissism, though, is kind of like just bred into society. Like it's it's rewarded. These people who put nothing else, in front of their own personal gain, they're like, oh, he's a real go-getter. He's got goals, like they really do reward that. And then you're surprised when you got a society of sociopaths, well.
Yeah. Oh, he's a shrewd businessman. Who cares? He screwed 1,000 people to get where he's at.
Even the education system rewards it. It pushes that mentality because it's all about competition. It's all about who gets the A's, and so they're all competing against each other. So it promotes competitive thoughts and thinking in the kids, which then pushes them more into that kind of thinking.
Competition is a good thing. It can help others advance at a rate they wouldn't advance at. But what's not good is self-centeredness.
Yeah, but there's healthy competition, and then there's unhealthy competition.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you can't be a god just because you win at a dumb game all the time. You're just a guy that's good at a dumb game.
Yeah.
You should meet some of the guys I shoot pool with. They think because they can stroke a ball on the pool table, they're some kind of gift to humanity. And I laugh at them. Like, I beat your ass on the pool table and I walk away a humble man. Know that don't make me better than anybody in the damn anybody. I don't care if you're homeless. I'm not better than you because I shoot pool better than you. That's just stupid.
Are you better than him at pool?
Yeah, I'm better than him at pool, but I'm not better than him as a whole.
Yeah.
That's where equality.
He's probably better at drinking on pool night. He's probably
yeah, that's why equality is a false concept. We'll never be equal. We all got our own traits that we're advanced at, and we're supposed to complement each other with them traits, not use it to divide us. If you're good at loading a gun and I'm good at being the sniper, well then, we should take our respective positions and protect the community together as heroes, not the sniper's the only guy, just like the singer in the band. So, well, he only does one thing. He sings. He couldn't sing without a good rhythm. Just like the quarterback. Who gives a fuck how good your quarterback is? You know what them guys go through to protect him? You ever seen some of them linebackers on the other team? Motherfuckers are brutal.
Hey, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, we're going to see exactly what difference that makes. We're going to see what difference does the quarterback make. We're going to probably find out this season.
Well, you know what I mean, though. He's got to have a good line, too. Just like the halfback, he's only as good as his guard. Somebody got to bust a hole.
You gotta give them protection. It is a team effort, obviously. Yeah.
It is. Somebody got to bust that hole you run through with ease. That takes work, man. Shit, football players are. I went to physical therapy, sports academic physical therapy at U of M, University of Michigan. So I met some football players, and man, they're fucking beat up before they're out of college. They're already patching them up and sending them out there with a bad knee.
Yeah, especially like the linemen, they really get beat up.
Yeah, they get oxycodone, cold packs, instant stretch outs, ice baths. You ever took an ice bath?
No, I was always like, man, I see that in the movies and shit. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's true. They do that at physical therapy. So what they'll do is give you an ice bath, and then you go in a hot wrap where they cover you with these rice pillows, lay you on rice pillows that are real heated up, and cover you with rice pillows. Man, that shit's hell to go through. I don't like it. Every time I do that once a month. And it does do a lot. You know, the ice reduces the swelling, and then the heat has a 10 times better effect. You know, it loosens up things that have just you reduced the swelling in, but it's fucking brutal, man.
It's just like it doesn't make much sense to me. Like you get a bump on your head, right? And they want to wrap your ice pack in cloth so it's not too cold. But then you're gonna go and take a bath in fucking ice and just get it all like right up against the skin.
It does wonders. It does wonders for swelling, bro. It does. Ice really does. It'll reduce swelling instantly. Ice bath, 15-minute ice bath, dude, will get rid of swelling you tried to get rid of for 6 months with a fucking heating pad, and it just ain't working. It's just hard on the body.
I know they say, you know,
It really
like,
is. You got
alternating hot and cold and stuff like that. Like there's different. Clearly, I'm sure there's an obvious reason for the ice bath. I've never had one, and I can't. Like in the movies, sometimes they just like act like they're comfortable in there. It's like you can't be comfortable in there.
Yeah, listen, dude, that's what I was gonna say. The dudes that can do it on a regular basis, these are some mentally strong motherfuckers. Because when they first give you the ideal, you're like, okay, an ice bath, this can't be too bad. 15 minutes later, you're like, holy fuck, that's the worst fucking thing in the world. And then you got these guys that are doing it every 30 days just so they can play football, and they know damn well they're going in there 30 days later. You're going back in that damn thing, and it doesn't even bother them. They're mentally strong, and they can take a beating, mentally and physically. I gotta lie to myself every time I get in that motherfucker. It ain't gonna be so bad.
Yeah.
That's a lie. That's
When I
the
was
fucking
younger,
You dip your toe in like a 60-degree pool, and you're like, brr. You know,
listen. The only way to do that ice bath is jump right in the motherfucker and force yourself to stay there for the amount of time they said you got to do. That's it. Not like a hot tub where you can ease into it and then it'll loosen you up and you'll get in the groove. No, no. I mean,
yeah, has anyone heard of the 300 Club? Yeah? Anyone heard of the 300 Club?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah, the 300 elite who run the world, yes.
No, not that. No, the 300 Club is Antarctica. If you work in Antarctica, okay, if you're one of the workers, then you go for the 300. The 300 is you take a hot sauna, so that's 200 odd degrees, and then you go outside, and that's minus 100 degrees. So that's where the 300 clubs come from. And when you stand outside in the cold, all around your vision, there's a wall of mist, and you can't see anything. So you've got to walk, and then you can walk through your mist and see things. That's where the 300 club comes from. Minus 100 plus 200.
So I played football in middle school and high school, and I had like a really high pain tolerance. And I can say as a lineman, I've been through some pretty rough stuff. I had my wrist caught in between two colliding helmets on the line. I tore my quadricep my freshman year in high school and kept playing because I didn't know how bad it was. I didn't know. And yeah, those ice baths is like the most painful thing that I could think. It's torture. It's like if you're in an ice bath, and I've actually had one, just so you know, it is like it's enough to make you go into cardiac arrest sometimes, it seems like. It is so bad. So painful. It's rough.
Yeah, I mean, I've held ice before, you know. It doesn't take long before your fingers are freaking in pain. Like I could just imagine having my whole body in a freaking ice bath. That's retarded. It would be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but I've seen people hypnotized and they go in an ice bath and then they can't feel a thing.
Hold on. Okay, Mister, you can hypnotize a suntan onto somebody. I don't know if you read it, but does that mean if I'm already burned or suntan, can you just change my mind and make me pale, make me look like the my Irish ancestors?
I don't know about that one. I haven't heard that, but I've heard the suntan one.
It goes one way, but not the other. I just don't believe it.
Well,
it's really hard to make.
Okay, you don't believe it.
Already produced melanin.
So you don't believe the power of the mind?
Because once you produce melanin, it's good for like what 6 or 8 months, right?
Yeah, like your power of your mind can do all these things. If you're convinced that you're in the sun, why shouldn't you produce a suntan?
Because I'm pretty sure the tan.
What produces the suntan anyway?
On, yeah.
What produces the suntan?
You should see my
It's
neck.
your
I
brain.
work outside, and my neck looks like butter. If you can hypnotize the melanin, whatever it is, out of there, that'd be great. Because I don't think it's just my frame of mind that made my skin turn like, brown.
Well, all instructions for the chemicals in your body basically come from your brain. So, well, certainly some do anyway. So, it must work like that. If you can hypnotize a suntan, then it must be mind over matter.
Well, we just need to get a hypnotist to test this. You just get a hypnotist to test this somewhere, and that's cool. We don't need to assume that it's gonna work or whatever. We can just test it.
I'll just be happy assuming that it doesn't work, and you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
we'll go on.
It's interesting though. Like, I would like to test this myself, so I might try it because me and Karma we're gonna practice and try to learn how to actually do that.
No, bro, you ain't gonna be able to hypnotize her. She's too strong of a thinker, bro. You got to get someone that will allow themselves to be hypnotized, right? Because, okay, like imagine finding someone that would sign any contract with you and not read it. That's the type of person that you need to try to hypnotize because
It's super
she's
easy.
not going to just.
I have
not
watched
give herself over.
I know she's not gonna fall for it. Like I've watched 1,000 hypnotists do all their whole runs. I've memorized all this stuff. Part of it is showmanship and confidence, and part of it is we've tried doing it to each other, and from analyzing it in the moment, you can't let your score. The reason why she can't hypnotize me and I can't hypnotize her currently is because my mind and her mind just goes flying and analyzing what the other person is saying. Whereas when you're hypnotizing someone, you you gotta get them to just flow along what you're saying and just listen.
Yeah, hypnotizing is a lot like Star Wars, right? If you walk up to, that idiot droid and you say, these are not the droids you're looking for, right? He's not going to fact check that. But if you walk up to, like, the Emperor or Darth Vader or Luke or somebody and you say, these are not the droids you're working for, that shit ain't going to work on them. You can't hypnotize a master.
Yeah. For instance, Karma went to a psychologist who's trained in hypnosis, and she tried to hypnotize Karma. Didn't work, even though Karma was trying to play along.
She was pretty bad at it, okay? To be fair. I think she was pretty bad at it.
Yeah, well, I've shown her like thousands of hypnotists, so of course
Standards now for everything. Thank you very much.
she notices the small mistake the hypnotist makes, and that's enough to break the trance. So,
I thought I mean, you guys sound like you've probably looked into it a lot more than me, but I thought I've heard that it's actually the other way around, though. The person that most people would think, like, oh, they're too smart, they'll be impossible to hypnotize. I've heard it said that they're actually far easier to hypnotize.
Well, you got to remember the Dunning-Kruger effect. People that think they're really smart, right, might be able to convince other people that they're really smart. And then they're on that end of the spectrum where they're not as smart as they think they are and they get hypnotized. So basically it boils down to, like, like-minded people are the ones you want to do it to.
no, he's also correct in that, like, a lot of intelligent people can easily fall for it if it's done really well. Because it's not about your intelligence resisting it, it's about identifying what he's doing and realizing what he's doing and thinking instead of, for instance, there's a hypnotist I follow who hypnotized a bunch of other hypnotists in a hypnotist convention using a method he developed himself. And the main reason it worked so well was because they had no clue what he was doing to get them hypnotized. And because they couldn't identify it, they were getting confused and falling into trance states. And when you can see where he's going with it, what he's trying to do, then your mind isn't as engaged in it. You're not getting swept along with it. You analyzed it and you understand what he's trying to do, and then you expect your mind already fills in the gap what's coming next, and so you don't need to follow along to know what's happening.
So
you can think about something else, and your mind starts wandering, and it breaks the trance.
When we're talking about being hypnotized, at what point would you consider somebody hypnotized? Like, are we talking all the way has no recollection of what happened, like, and you can make them quack like a duck and blah blah blah, all that, or somehow just they were conscious of everything that happened, but somehow you changed their frame of mind and got them to quit smoking or something like that.
Well, the thing is, when you're just driving your car, you're in a trance state. When you're on what a lot of people call autopilot, you're just doing something by habit. That's part of it is trance state. That allows your body to do the things.
Like when you miss your exit, that's because
you were in a trance state. Yeah, but those are really loose trance state, and that's what hypnotism is a lot about. It's about deepening the trance states and getting them to go deeper and deeper and deeper, until they basically are just following along with no cognitive thought themselves. They're just following along, and it's a game that kind of to their brain, and their brain has already conditionally accepted everything. And because of the specific wording of the hypnotist, they just follow along. And because they don't know what's happening, they're just playing this game. I'm just getting hypnotized. He told me to follow exactly what he said, and I'm just doing that. And so what happens is their brain just starts accepting these commands as oh, you're seeing a unicorn, then there must be a unicorn there. So it'll change what she sees into a unicorn.
Okay,
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
I just
do
want to
that.
say that I have to kind of bow down to Trace a little bit because I haven't researched any of this and been involved with practicing any of it since I was like maybe 12 or 14 years old. And then I realized that it was kind of against my religion because I realized how powerful of a magic it could be used as. It could be used as a very dark thing. Because basically what you're doing is you're getting people to give up their free will, and then you control them like a marionette puppet. Now, when I was talking about, doing it to some smarter and stronger-minded people, that's because I never got past, amateur practicing in my garage. So I would much rather, try to hypnotize a kid who watches WCW and WWF and doesn't know that the wrestling is fake than as opposed to, and, this is me thinking back as a kid. I don't really want to hypnotize children. But, one that, is like watching UFC, right? Like that guy's probably going to be harder to hypnotize. That may be a bad example. But yeah, I'm not an expert.
Well, how about this?
I'll
Yeah.
tell you, the kids are pretty.
How about this? How do you think?
Because I've
Yeah.
actually tried doing these kind of exercises with the kids at work where it's like energy exercises and you imagine things, and it's almost like a little bit like hypnosis and it's supposed to help you with emotions and stuff. And the kids get so absorbed in this kind of stuff and they feel so much better afterwards. They're like, when can we do this again?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like when kids play and you're playing with your G.I. Joes or whatever. You imagine and you see the story vividly. Your guys are fighting in this war, and you imagine the whole world, and that is part of the trance state. Like the kids are really good at going into trance states, and that's one of the reasons why they program them with all the globe stuff so early, because they can vividly imagine it, and it inserts itself into their psyche when they're so young, and then they build on top of that their whole personality, and now it's really triggering to mess with this.
Yeah. Well, how about this? I was sitting next to a person, and I said in my mind, "Can you give me a cigarette?" And I didn't say a word, and the person just opened up a pack of cigarettes and handed me one. How does that work?
I don't know how it works for you, but if I were to just walk up to the average guy and say, "Give me a cigarette," and just take one, like, I don't know, I kind of feel like he would just kind of look at me funny. Right? So there's different ways.
Yeah, but I didn't
to,
say anything.
Coerce people to do what you want. Right?
I only said it in my mind. I didn't speak a word, and he just followed along and did it. Now I don't often do it, but because I don't like to do these things.
Women are telepathic. I can tell you that right now. They go on their periods at the same time. So a girl starts the job, right? She don't know when everybody else is going because they're not talking about that kind of stuff yet. They're not that close. And then eventually her period will wind up with the girls at work. And then if she has like a mom at home or a mother-in-law, right, and she's not going to work, eventually her period will line up with theirs, with everybody's at work. So this is all like telepathically. Like nobody said anything. Like they just innately like knew it, and their periods will line up. So I don't know. Does that shit work? You tell me. I don't fucking know.
Well,
I also think that's
seems to work
dependent on
for me.
sensitivity, because if
I've
I'm
done
not
it a few
close
times.
to the girls, it's not going to happen. I'm just speaking from experience here. But if you're in close proximity to someone and you spend a lot of time with them, you sync up.
Yes, you do sync up. Yeah. Yeah, it's called mirroring.
Yeah, but if you're not very close to them and you're not in their presence often and not consistently, it doesn't happen. That's
No,
why oftentimes you can
if
work
you
with
ever
a
notice at a
women
party,
that you see
right?
every day and you don't sync up.
Yeah, you go to a party, and at the beginning, everyone's doing their own thing. Everyone's sort of like doing random stuff. Then as the hours go on, everybody's mind sinks, and they all know what everybody else is thinking, and they're all talking the same subject, and they all get into the groove. And this is where everybody's mind syncs to each other, and it's all done telepathically.
I think it also depends on how open you are to it. Like, if you're very much on the same wavelength or whatever, then yeah, I think you can totally have some telepathy going. I mean, I've had cases where I sensed something was going on before it happened. Like, I'd be planning on doing overtime, and then I'd be like, no, I need to go home now. And then somebody at home is sick.
Yeah, I would get. I
Yeah,
had a
that happens all the time.
I had a best friend who we would talk about all the conspiracy stuff, and he was like my best friend for a long time. And whenever he would call me, I would get his name in my head, and I would be like, "Oh, Connie's calling me." Like, what? Yeah, before it rings, I would know he was going to call me. It was weird, but it only happened with my best friends.
I got a question. Did you and him have long hair at the time? Like uncut?
No, I don't think so.
No? What about your sis? Does she got the long hair?
Yeah, very long.
That's
I
what I
got
was
so
thought
long
too.
hair that I can sit on it if I'm leaning too far back.
Yeah. I bet you're highly intuitive. I don't know your personality type, but I bet you can kind of see things that other people can't. But yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it because I've seen this
I'm a
thing about
psychic.
No. Sensitivity is like levels.
No,
Everybody
I'm
has this
serious. She
level
can
of
predict the
sensitivity.
future. I'm not joking. She doesn't believe it herself, but she can tarot read the future. It's crazy. Like, best example, our mom. She's psychic as fuck.
Oh.
She doesn't believe it herself.
Oh.
She's like, you can't listen to me. This is nonsense. But she literally. Okay, here's an example. Back when, maybe before I was born, a woman comes to her and asks her for reading. She's like, sure, okay. And then she's like, oh my God, you're about to have a baby boy, blonde hair, describes the kid how he's going to look at 2 years old. The girl's like, I've just broken up with my boyfriend. I'm a strip dancer. I'm not about to have a kid. Fuck you. Then a few months later, she's back with her boyfriend. They accidentally have a kid. And she's like, oh, I'm about to have a boy. And she brings her friend, a woman my mom has never met, and asks for a reading for her. They say, ask her after the reading, like, do you see any kid in the cards? Any children? And my mom looks over it again. She's like, no, I don't see any kids. A little bit later, she finds out that the woman was pregnant when she came for the reading, but later she miscarries. And a bunch of other stuff like that.
Part of that also, I've tried to analyze and try to figure out how that works for her. Part of that is like she doesn't remember a lot of the things she says when she's actually being prophetic or saying something correctly. And from analyzing her body language and her facial expressions, I can see the differences in her when she's basing it off of her biases or her thoughts, or when it's just flowing from her without any thought. And when I ask her about it afterwards, she's like, "What? I said that? I don't remember saying that."
Right.
Yeah.
Can I analyze that? Do you mind if I go into that for a second? So my grandmother goes into these flow states and has knowledge of the unknown. And the only thing I can figure out is that when you're talking to this person normally, this is like them, their personality, their traits, their ticks, every little thing that they do, right? But when they're in the flow state and you're talking to someone that they don't remember this part, it's as if someone else is in the driving seat of that vehicle and they have allowed it to happen in such a way that it's like, imagine I drank too much and I'm like, dude, drive my car. And then everybody sees the car go through town and they're like, oh, that was Larry. But someone who like knows my driving would be like, no, that wasn't Larry. Larry don't drive like that. Larry drives to the light. Right? It's like, you know, when that person is allowing the flow state. And the flow state is something that martial artists use in cage fighting or in the different studies of meditation. And this flow state, like, we're all capable of it. And sometimes it's used for good and sometimes it's used for bad, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? I got, with my partner, okay, I got like a premonition that she was going to die on a certain date. and this was sort of like 6 months from that certain date, and like when it was close to that date, she went in hospital. I was in hospital every day with her for about 7 hours a day, and when the day came up that I predicted 6 months before, she died on the exact day.
Sorry to hear that, but I may be wrong about that last part about the flow state, but people do like allow their, because the meat suit is not really us, right? The meat suit is just how we interact with this realm, right? Because like we're not using it in bed when we sleep, right? But we're not letting anyone else use it either. And I think the hypnosis and maybe the telepathy thing and maybe the flow state thing, maybe I called it that, maybe it should be called something else. But we can allow these things to happen. Yeah, trance state is another way to say it. Yeah, trance state is another. But you're allowing them to flow.
Yeah, I've been in trance states.
Go ahead.
I've been in spontaneously trance states. I mean, how does that happen?
No, but I wouldn't call it like maybe I wouldn't call it that she's controlled by something else. More like she's tapping into some higher part of herself that her brain and her meat shells, her memories doesn't connect to it. We have our memories in our lives based on what we've lived here in this meat suit, but our spirits are something else, and what they know might be far greater than the knowledge that we have access to right now. So that's what I think we're accessing when we access the flow state, and we get these inspirational ideas, provided they're not dark and evil. At that point, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's coming from somewhere else.
Because there's
Well,
also
how about this?
I will say real fast. Hold on, real fast. Your headphones are making me feedback. I don't disagree with what you said. So what I'm going to ask is like, think about your mother's spirit, like her kind spirit, like when you see her face light up and she smiles at you, right? When she's in her trance state, can you detect your mother's spirit, or is it as if her spirit stepped aside for a second and allowed another spirit, maybe from a higher state of existence, a higher vibration, wherever, speak through her?
No,
Do you think that's a possibility?
No, I would say it's more like, you know how people can express different emotions. Like you're talking about her smile. That's not all her spirit. The part of us is also focus. It's like she's in a hyper focused state and accessing part of her that's not in her physical memories. She doesn't remember that part, but it's never. There's never anything beyond that. It's just she answers the questions like it's very direct. It's
it comes to her.
yeah, it just comes. It's like the information just comes to her. She spits it out, and then she doesn't even remember where it comes from or that she said it.
I mean, there's also examples of, like, for instance, when our great grandmother died, mom and grandma had been at the hospital because it was going to be her final hour soon, and they'd been with her for a while, quite a while. And one of our cousins, aunts, relative, comes over and she's like, "You two go home, rest a little bit. I'll call you if anything happens." Few hours resting and mom taking care of us kids and stuff. And my mom just gets the feeling, grandma's gonna leave. So she calls mom and she said, "We have to go to the hospital now. Grandma's dying." And they go up there and the doctor's like, "Yeah, she's leaving right now." And they're like, "Why didn't you call us?" And she was like, "Oh, I was worried you wouldn't get enough rest." If mom hadn't sensed that, they would have missed saying goodbye to her before she died. Even if she was unconscious, it's still, you want to be there.
I heard stories of twins.
There was also another time when we had an aunt that was sick, and the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and they kept putting her through tests, and she just had this pain around the midsection. And she came over, mom saw her,
She put her hand on her midsection. She's like, no, it's not the thing that they're looking at. It's not this organ. It's this other thing. I don't remember the English word for it. And she got my aunt or whatever to actually go to the doctor and be like, can you check this out? And the doctor was like, this? But she was like, please, can you check it? And they checked it. It was something extremely rare. And if they hadn't found it, she could have died. So she saved her life, actually, by sensing.
Wow.
Yeah, we have this power. Like when my partner died, the exact time that she died in hospital, I was in bed and I just awoke at the exact time. And then sort of like an hour later, the hospital phoned me and said, like, can you come in? You know? So, yeah, we got these abilities to sense things, you know. You know, it's kind of sad, but it's kind of good in a way that we can sense what's happening in other people's bodies. It's pretty amazing, really.
I mean, I truly believe in the soul, so who's to say that she didn't just visit you and that's why you woke up? You sensed her presence, you know? Like when you wake up because someone walked in the room just because you sensed someone was there. Could be something like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, because I woke up at, I think it was just before 5. And at the time I was working, I didn't have to go into work until 10 o'clock. So I never had to get up that early. But on this particular day, I woke up at a time that I never normally wake up. And, yeah. So, like, I was sensing her heartbeat all the time. And when her heartbeat stopped, I woke up.
Everyone has intuition. Everyone gets feelings and stuff like that. It's a lot of people convince themselves that it means nothing, or they convince themselves it means something else, and we kind of lock these abilities down, I think, as we grow up, and with probably diet and stuff. I think that probably plays a big role in it.
I think that I totally agree with that because I've literally seen the results myself. Like, both with this intuition thing, the more like I learned about the Tao and how things really are and stuff, the more you start experiencing these types of things and the more you're open to the spiritual stuff, the more you have it happen. Like, ever since he woke me up, so to speak, I started having more future dreams, like where you dream of things before they happen and people before you meet them and that kind of stuff. Oh, the cat broke in again.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
people
because I use this stuff
I don't know
all the
about
time.
that. I don't know
You know,
about
I actually I believe in this stuff. And once I started to believe it, then I use it. And when I use it, it's kind of like magic. You know, I can do all these strange things, and yeah, when I turn my head to it, like I can do all these sort of like things, and you know, like impossible things. You know, but it's just like magic.
So I guess maybe I was wrong with the last thing I said. I still don't know about that. But I guess if a dream were to come from somewhere, right, and you said that you were getting dreams of the future, that's really interesting because I can't. Okay, so I have lucid dreams for a long time, and one time I was like saying, okay, in my dream, I'm going to create whatever landscape I want. Right, so I was in the mountains. I was like, oh man, I've already seen the mountains, you know, because I've already been up northeast coast where the hills. Anyway, and I was like, I want to go see the desert, right? And I tried to make a desert out of the mountains, but the mountains didn't go away. But when I looked, I think it was to my right, or I looked to my left, and there was the desert, right? But I've never actually been to a desert. I live in East Texas, and I've been to the East Coast and never seen the desert of the world. So the desert I created was from a video game, Breath of the Wild Zelda. And it was like that. It was like a cartoon desert because I had no like real desert to paint. But regardless, in my dream, I still changed the landscape to the desert. But it wasn't a real desert, it was an artificial desert. So when you said that you can dream people that you never met before, I'm like, how would you create the face? How would you create the person? I mean, it would have to be given to you. The dream would have to be given to you.
Just like when I'm in my dream, I can change the mountain into whatever I desire with my mind. I can create anything from nothing. So I could create any face, anything I desire in my dreams. I've also had a future dream, which is the first job I ever took and got. I was 16 years old. I had this dream 3 weeks before I got the job, and my dad was telling me to get a job. And it was a pizza place that just opened up. I had never gone inside, never seen any of the staff members. I didn't even know it existed until we went out to try to find me a job. But as soon as I entered the doors, I was struck with insane deja vu. I remembered the dream from a couple of weeks earlier where I walked into this place and I tried to talk to the owner about something, and word for word, everything the owner said to me was in reality, was in the dream. And in the dream, I stammered my way through trying to talk to this man. And the reason why I remembered this dream so vividly was because when I woke up, I thought, why couldn't I speak properly? Why was I stammering so much? And it stuck with me because I thought it was so weird. So when it actually happened, the reason I was stammering so much and I couldn't respond was because I was having the realization that I had dreamt all of this before and I knew exactly what he was about to say.
Yeah, I missed some of what
I've
you
done
said.
that with.
As well. So I know.
Yeah, I've done that with phone calls. I've been speaking to people on a phone call, and I know exactly what he's going to say before the person says it. So I'm sort of like in a trance because I'm not really listening to the person because I already know what he's going to say, and he goes on and on and on, and I know all the answers, and it's kind of weird.
As insignificant as seeing that future moment was in reality, for me it was like a confirmation that God has a plan. The Creator has a plan, and he knows what's going to happen because of how all of us are, and knowing all of us therefore leads to a single conclusion because he knows everything, right?
Yeah, well, how about this? I've been trying to do this astral travel stuff, and I was trying there for about 9 months, and then on one particular night, I'll get a message to say you're going to do this astral travel. Then sort of half an hour later, I'll get another message. Yeah, it's going to work tonight. And I get another message. Yeah, it's going to work tonight. And I get another message. It's going to work tonight. You're actually going to do this astral travel. And yeah, I go to bed and I didn't get the astral travel. But when I was waking, I got the astral travel when I was waking. So it wasn't in the evening, it was like in the morning.
I don't know about astro traveling, but I guess it would be possible. But I know for a fact that lucid dreaming is not astro traveling. I don't think so at all. I think that it's all going on in your mind, and it happens so fast because it doesn't take your brain that long to process it. I think that if you're actually astro traveling, I think it would be like men that stare at goats, for example, a long flight to Russia to stare at their, underground stuff or whatever people astro traveling are doing or think they're doing.
Men Who Stare at Goats is based off of Robert Monroe and the Hemisync program.
Right. So I'm saying that it would be a long flight from the United States to Russia in your astral body. But if you're dreaming it and you're all in your head, it's all in your mind, then you can process that flight in a matter of seconds because your brain doesn't take as long to process, because you got a supercomputer, right? It doesn't take as long to process it than it does to physically act it out. And if you're physically out of your body and you're traveling, I guess you could fly. I may be way in the weeds.
Yeah, well, the CIA apparently seems to think there's something behind this lucid astral projection thing and being able to get information through trance states or leaving your body. But I don't think they're actually leaving their body, so to speak, like you're saying. Because I have had lucid dreams since I was a kid, and I can basically do anything on the other side. As soon as I go to sleep, it's just party time. I can do anything. So for me, dreams are one of the most funnest things ever. But I see this kind of like in the Bible when they say like, you are created in the image of God. You have your own little internal world where you can play God, but you're not God out here.
Right.
So like the world we live in would be kind of like within the mind of God, kind of like our dreams are within our minds.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, I can go into the dream state as soon as I shut my eyes sometimes. I don't have to go to sleep. I can just shut my eyes and I'm instantly dreaming. And I'm fully awake and I can control everything. So I experimented over this. And I said, okay, so I'm dreaming and I'm fully awake. And I just shut my eyes and I say, okay, let's have a park. Okay, so I'm walking in the park and like there's grass on the ground, there's trees all around, and there's a couple of houses here and there. Okay, that's kind of cool. And I say, okay, let's make it snow. So the snow falls down, there's snow all over the ground, and I'm walking in the snow now. I say, yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay, let's change my location. So let's go to an alleyway. Okay, so I'm now in an alleyway. So I'm seeing all the bricks on the walls, and I go, yeah, I'm looking at the walls. So I'm zooming up to the walls, and I can see all the details. Okay, now I say, let's touch the bricks. See how far this can go. And I say, hand come up and touch the bricks. That's I can't actually believe what I saw. I saw a hand come up and touch the bricks.
For me, I have to trigger myself into a lucid dream. So if I'm breathing underwater or if I'm talking to a dead person that I buried and I know that they're dead, or my dead cat triggered me once. My grandpa appearing in a dream, he's dead. My mother-in-law, she appeared in a dream. So all those are lucid dreams because I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing here? You can't be here. Oh, wait, it's a dream. Oh, okay. So as soon as I start breathing underwater or whatever, at that point, I turn into Neo and start flying all over the place. Low altitude because I'm scared of heights, but like Neo because I like flying. And it's just like, whatever you want to do in your dream, you are a god. In your dream, not in reality.
Yep.
But you create everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
You can create everything.
Yeah.
And I've done sort of all weird things. I've done artistry. I've painted paintings, and I've done sort of like I've done this painting, and I speeded it up 100 times because it's a bit slow painting, basically. And I say, let's paint with fir trees and violins, and I do a
I have
whole
an
lot of painting, and it was with violins and fir trees. So when you zoom up, all you can see is violins and fir trees. But when you zoom out, you can see a proper painting. And I thought, wow.
I have a really nice method for allowing you to lucid dream regularly, and that's, for instance, Hank, you know how to fly in your dreams, so what you want to do is think about how you fly in your dreams and then try to fly regularly in real life. And then all of a sudden, because it becomes a habit in real life, you will try that in your dreams and it'll work. I do that whenever I jump. I try to fly. Whenever I walk past something, I try to move it with my mind. And so, because I always try to do that in my every single dream, I just move things with my mind. I fly around. I'm always super powered.
That's
Yeah,
amazing
that's what I
because
do. Yeah, superpower.
it's like 1/3 of your life. You've got like superpowers and you can create and build anything. So if you were to like translate that to like what you learned in your dreams, translate that knowledge, I guess incorporate it, right? We'd probably be a lot better off if we could like remember our dreams and write it down and have a dream journal. Because I've learned a lot in my dreams. I remember one day I woke up and I just had a dream and I had made like this like discovery. And my wife was showing me like some videos, were they on TikTok or whatever? And I lost the information that I learned in my dream because I didn't write it down fast enough. And she distracted me with the reel and woke me up. And anyway, like what you can do in your dreams is so bizarre because, like you said, you do reality checks, right? You check reality, so you clap on, clap off, but you don't have the clapper, right? So other people, what they'll do is they'll trigger it another way. They'll wear a watch that beeps every hour. So every hour you try to do what you're talking about, as you try to break the laws of physics or break the natural laws by trying to move something with your mind because you know you can't do it in real life, but you know that you can do it in your dreams. So when you break the laws of physics in your dreams, that's your trigger. Oh shit, I just broke the laws of physics. I can fly. I can do anything. It's amazing to trigger you stuff like that.
The funniest thing is, though, after doing it for so many years, it is no longer a surprise to me. I just fly around and I'm just, this is normal. I don't even realize that I'm dreaming anymore. It's weird.
Also, it's a very strange experience to encounter a nightmare when you're lucid dreaming.
Well,
Because that is a unique experience. I don't know if
nightmares are my favorite type of dreams. That was what started me out on this exploring lucid dreaming because I had nightmares as a kid. We didn't have the best family situation, and so during the night, my mom would tell me like, if you have nightmares, just try to fly away. So I would try to fly away, and then I would sink down because of my fear, and the thing would get me, or I would wake up. So this one night, I spent the whole night before I went to sleep, like I was afraid of going to sleep. So I imagined up this imaginary me, which was like super powered and had like this cool sword and was so big and muscular and had 4 arms and all sorts of weird things. And then in the next nightmare, when the thing was catching up to me, I remembered thinking about like, next time when it catches me, I'm gonna change into this thing. And it was just a childish thought, but in that moment, remembering it, it allowed me to change into that thing. So all of a sudden I was towering over the darkness, and because my fear was gone, the power of the nightmare, if you will, just dissipated. It had no power to affect anything. Like before, and I fought it many times after that. Like, and I noticed this trend when you're dealing with what feels like an alien entity trying to interfere with your dreams, especially when you're used to being able to control everything in your dream. When there's resistance to your changing things, that generally I like to think of that as these other entities, which that's what generally woke me up, because the resistance that's interesting. And then I noticed that they seem to feed off your fear, because like when I had certain powers and I could beat it, it was easy. But then if I for a second thought, what if he had this power, he had this power instantly. And so if I was afraid, oh no, I'm not strong enough, I wasn't strong enough. But if I knew I was strong enough, I was strong enough. It was like in the dreams, in the dream state, it's so much will based, and fear. You don't want to give away your power through the fear.
It's also really funky.
Yeah,
I
they feed
noticed.
off your fear. Fear is what they feed off, and you got to be in a non-fear state. You got to switch off your TV. If you've got a TV, don't watch it. I haven't had a TV for about 6 years. You know.
Yeah, but I noticed
Good
also
for you, bro.
when I first started lucid dreaming and stuff, and I finally encountered a nightmare, I was genuinely curious because I was not afraid at all. I just looked and I was like, "What is this?" And I tried to see it for what it was, and all of a sudden, as soon as I try to do that, it shrinks into this pathetic little thing, and it's just like I genuinely pity it, and that's the moment I stopped having nightmares.
That's funny, because that mirrors my sentiment, because I kept fighting them throughout all of my teenage years. So I kept developing more and more powers to defeat them, and I would suck them into a black hole, and like lock them into different things, and imagine magical things that work in the dream because I willed them to work, and all
Yeah,
sorts of
this
stuff.
works in real life. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All sorts of stuff like that just kept escalating. It kept getting more and more epic and bigger fights, and it was like a crazy movie. It was my favorite part of my life, all the nightmares. It wasn't until I went through rock bottom. I wasn't a narcissist, as I fought my way through the hordes of demons as I thought of it, and as I hit the rock bottom, and I realized how dumb my thinking was, and how deluded I was, and there were people who loved me, and I needed to change my ways. It was at that rock bottom that I was asking, what is God? What is the Creator? How can I sit here and, like, in my wallowing self-pity, I cried out to God, and I prayed to God, and I did that as a last resort before I was already decided I was going to kill myself. So for me, that was like the Hail Mary, and in that moment, when I asked God, like how, like, can this be? I felt this wave of love and light pour over me, and like my eyes were closed, and all of a sudden I just saw white light, just everything white, and I felt this love pour over me. And in that moment, I realized, in that moment, as that love poured over me, there was also flashes of images. I saw my whole life flash before my eyes. I saw all the bad I did and how dumb it was. and I saw all the people who loved me and how much they cared about me, which I had convinced myself in my delusions wasn't true. And that saved me. And after that, in all of those, when I had the nightmares, I would think back to that feeling of being filled by light, and I would become like super powered beyond the just being able to move fast or be strong. That's when I gained the ability to just control everything. Like I could melt reality in front of me, and as soon as I start radiating this love, just the memory of the love, it's enough to make the darkness of the nightmare recede into this tiny little imp who has nothing but fear for you. It's hilarious.
Exactly. That's the same thing I felt. I was thinking of God, and I was asking God questions, and I said, God, tell me some truth. And the next morning, I was put into a trance. I was sitting on my bed at about 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was spun into a trance, and I felt all the love of God, and I felt like I never felt before. And He showed me like an image, and then I was looking at this image of like an animal on a plate eating its tail. Okay. And like the following morning, the same thing happens again. I was put into another trance, and this time I heard the words of God, and He said something to me, and I said, I don't understand that. I said, can you translate? And yeah, He translated it for me, and He said, mind overlays are important. And the first word He said, I couldn't understand, and it was translated like to mind overlays. So I tried to look up this word and I couldn't find it, but nevertheless, He said mind overlays are important, and of thinking about those words, of what those words mean. Can anybody here sort of like translate
Did you
what
say
those words
mind
mean?
overlays? Mind overlays?
Mind overlays are important. That's what He said.
I have no idea. But I'm going to respond to.
No, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and
I don't know.
Well,
the only
if you
thing I can
directly
think of
translate it to
is sort
Icelandic,
of like
yeah, if you directly translate it to
being
Icelandic, the overlays would
reincarnation.
be with breiða, which means covers or something with lace over.
Are you talking about when you
Yeah, I
visualize
mean, we have to be
something
wiped.
are you talking about when you visualize something with your eyes open in the real world?
No, I don't know. I mean, I heard these spoken words, like the spoken words directly to my head, and He said mind overlays are important.
Yeah, I don't know what mind overlays are.
I don't fully understand it either. I guess it's sort of like reincarnation, I guess.
When
Actually, I've looked up the word human, and the word human translates to forget.
When you
In
got
certain
told
languages.
this by this voice in your head, did it have your tonality or a different voice?
No, I didn't know what voice it was. I didn't know whether it was male or female. And the voice came all at once. It wasn't like we're speaking here, like one word comes after another. Like you hear one word, then there's a fraction of a second, then you hear a second word, and you hear a second word. It all came all at once as a single pulse. And the first pulse, I couldn't understand the first word. And I said, "Well, I don't understand." And then I got a translation, and it was mind overlays were important. And I got this written word. I tried to write this first word down, but I didn't quite get it because I was coming out of the trance at the time, and I was trying to write it down. In the trance, I couldn't move, so I was paralysed. You know, I couldn't move. I was feeling all this, all this love, um, euphoric love that I've never felt before me in my life before. I've never been so high like when I was in that trance, you know. And I've taken a few drugs, and I've never been that high.
When you say high, relative to what?
Well, I just felt all this love. I was in a high state.
Talking about vibration? Good vibration? Hey? Hello?
I hear you.
Okay. I wanted to respond to what Drace was talking about just a few moments ago.
Yep.
So fighting these things in your dreams, I think it's preparation for how to do it in real life, because I have a very vivid memory of walking outdoors one day and seeing like 4 or 5 boys like kicking the snot out of this kid that was on the ground. And there's no way like that I had the ability to defeat all these kids, right? If I'd have fought all of them, I'd have lost. But just my mere presence of like getting in between them and like pushing them back and like saving this kid that's getting like curb stomped, literally. Well, I guess without the curb. Um, like they all just like scattered. And then like every time after that there was a fight, like I would make sure that it was a one-on-one, both people agreed. If both people agreed to combat and they wanted to fight, I'd make sure that nobody snuck in and got like a secret punch or a sucker punch, whatever you want to call it. Right? And it's like every time after that, like no matter what, I made sure that all fights were like abiding by these rules, or I would stick up for the person that didn't want to fight. Be like, look, man, they don't want to fight. And I just remember like maybe like the stuff that we experience in our dreams is like preparation for the reality. Because you do have to fight in reality. And you can make a difference. Like your presence and your persuasion is like so strong, but you should only use it under certain circumstances. But you can really like manifest out in reality and change the world forever. Like just having the courage to like say or do the right things at the right time, right?
Yeah, my internet dropped out. Sorry, folks. I'm back now. So no one knows what that means. Mind overlays are important.
So yeah, when people got in trouble at school for getting into fights and they would go to jail, I would tell people to come fight at my house, and I would make sure it was fair. So after school, kids would come to my house and they would fight in my yard or in my neighbor's yard or at the church, and then they would shake hands afterwards and wouldn't have any more trouble in school.
Yeah. I when I was a teen, I had to oftentimes run up in between groups about to fight because there was the teens would gather together to drink during the weekends, and the different neighborhoods would have rivalries, and when one guy wanted to fight another guy from a different neighborhood, everybody from his neighborhood would come support that one guy, and then everybody from the other guy's neighborhood would come support the other guy, and they would I would undoubtedly get calls from both guys generally, and then I would come up there, and I oftentimes had to just stand between both of them and be like, do you want to fight? And he's like, yeah, talking shit. And generally, just because I arrived there and I was like, yeah, like these guys are my friends, these guys are my friends. None of these guys are fighting with you. You guys gonna have to fight on your own. They didn't want to fight. It's most of the time it's talk. When they want to fight 1v1, they should be just allowed to do that, and people shouldn't interrupt.
Yeah, it's boys will be boys, right? Isn't that how it goes? I mean, obviously, full-grown men can do a lot of damage to each other, but usually two kids, beating the snot out of each other, they don't quit.
Yeah, and you stop them before anything becomes like you're not gonna let him just wail on him while he's on the ground. You're gonna be like, hey, dude, stop, man, stop. And because everybody's like yeah, stop. He's stopping.
We've actually had that happen at work, where one time two of the boys, even though they're pretty young, actually went at each other, and the male staff were like, "Give him a second, just like let him work out a little bit of this, vent it out a little bit." They were way more chill about this than the ladies, I'll tell you that.
Here's the thing.
I'll break
think
them
that-
up.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I will break the kids up if they start a fight.
I'll tell you, I think it's a really
Well, I remember
helpful
fighting this boy.
Really helpful thing, right?
I remember fighting this boy at school, and yeah, we had a little bit of a fight. It wasn't anything serious, but sort of like 15 years later, yeah, we were drinking together, and he was the best friend.
You were saying, Hank?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, brother. I was saying that I think it could be a useful thing while the kids are young and can't really do a lot of damage to each other. If everybody is kind of going, fighting with the code, like the code that my dad told me, like you don't ever throw the first punch, you definitely don't fight someone on their own property, things like that that'll save your life because you can get shot for fighting someone in their property. That's for sure. Because yeah, we got laws here, standing ground, castle doctrine. Anyway, but yeah, if everybody follows the fight, like you don't hit them when they're down. If they get back up and they still want to fight, then you can hit them, right? But if they lay down after the fight's over, both it has to be consensual combat. And when two kids want to fight after they fight each other, they might get a little ding in the head or whatever. They'll heal. It's not that big of a deal to me, right? Because what they're going to remember is what it was like when that dude's fist had like a car crash with your face, and you'll never forget that sound. If you've really been solidly punched, it's like getting into a vehicular accident. Like the sound is very much similar. And you'll never forget that sound. And you might think like, man, I better show this guy respect because I remember the last time I got hit in the head, it really hurt. So I don't know. I kind of think that, I don't know. I think there's merit to it a little bit. Because two kids that fought each other rarely do it again because they have respect for each other now, as to when before they didn't respect that other person very much. But this only goes for mutual combat, mutually agreed upon.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Like I trusted the dude's opinions and like did not criticize the fact they let those two boys fight because they're both been aggravating each other, you know. But if a kid wheels at another kid that's not picking not trying to fight, I will definitely throw myself between them. So yeah, I
Oh
agree.
yeah,
It has to be at
that's
least
called
consensual.
assault, right?
Jeez,
That's
yeah.
sorry, I mean to talk over. Yeah.
Yeah, when I had this fight at school, I don't know why it started. I can't even know why like this guy decided to pick on me. But I was like the weaker guy. But I never really lost in the fight. It wasn't really like a punch fight. It was more like a wrestle. And yeah, he never sort of like overcome me. And then like everybody else comes in and yeah, they broke up the fight in the end, like I guess. But I never really know why it happened. And then later in life, I met this guy, like going in like the pubs and stuff in the UK, and yeah, we had a good time drinking together.
My mom taught me to defend myself, like every time, no matter what. And my dad taught me how to, right? So, like, I'm not joking. I'm not, like, trying to be funny or nothing, but I was teaching kids how to choke people out with a rear naked choke in, like, the early 90s before UFC kind of caught on. Because my dad taught it to me. And it's a really interesting maneuver because it's the one maneuver that can take somebody from like full livid to like sleeping without actually hurting them. Because when they hit the ground, you just let go and the blood flows again to the brain, and they wake up going, "Why am I here? Is mom cooking breakfast? What am I doing on the ground?" You know, like it takes all the fight out of them, and like literally just a few seconds they drop, and then when they drop, you just let go so you don't fuck up your back. Because they drop, they literally drop like a fly, like just they go down. Actually, faster than a fly. I think.
Yeah, when I was
yeah,
13.
that was helpful. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, no, Hank, I don't want to interrupt you. I keep doing it accidentally.
Yeah, just that my dad taught me that. So you can, with that maneuver, if you don't know to grab the arm, both of your hands are on one of their wrists. If you don't know about that, then you're going to sleep. And it's like, it's the best way to like disarm a person because it takes the fight out of them physically, mentally, everything.
It's like a more brutal version of timeout. Kind of like when you have a toddler throwing a tantrum and you do the lock arms and the legs so they can't do anything but squirm and, rage until they tire themselves out.
Yeah, I can see that. But then you got to, teach them like, hey, don't do that next time. Use your words. Tell me what you want,
Yeah.
Toddlers are different, but in a
So
lot of
tell them
ways,
why they're in timeout, yeah. Otherwise, it's just meaningless punishments if you don't explain why. And you got to tell them how not to get into trouble, what they're supposed to be doing. Because if you just tell them what not to do, you're just leaving them with nothing.
You're also, if you just tell them what not to do, you're using bad hypnotic languaging because not doesn't register as much as the thing you're telling them. So, like, don't mess everything out. Don't don't spill. Don't jump on the couch. Yeah, they just hear jump on the couch, and it becomes something that like I can challenge that when you're not looking, instead of being like sit responsibly, like be careful with that. Ins- yeah, yeah. You can phrase it in a positive manner instead of like phrasing it in a manner that yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, give them a positive alternative that you want them to do instead of saying no, don't do the thing I don't want you to do.
Yeah, when you've been told not to do something, then you always do it.
Well, it depends on the personality, of course, but
Yeah, that's that backfire bias I was talking about earlier. When you try to like make people do something, they're like, "Watch me not do that." Like,
yeah, it does take that a little bit. I do get that. It's kind of like when somebody's like, "I bet you couldn't do this," and you're like, "How much?"
But I could.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could now, just because you said I couldn't. I can fit in that box. Why wouldn't I fit in that box?
you know what's really interesting is the fact that like all this information's out there, and a lot of people are just watching like cat videos. Like most of the people aren't like questioning their environment. I think some people get political and they think they're in it, but they're really like not in it. But it's
Cat
like,
videos and 15 hours of porn.
I guess so. I guess so. Yeah.
Woke but not awake.
But yeah, like a lot of people aren't really awake. But then the other side of that is how much are you in touch with your inner child? Like, when's the last time you played? Like, have you been neglecting your inner child? Right? Have you been, have you been like pushing your playtime back and back and back until your inner child is just like completely defeated? So it's like you got to play, you got to work, and you got to play in your dreams. Right? That way it's 16 hours of play and only 8 hours of work.
Bruh, this is why I work with kids. My work is a lot of play, honey. It's so freaking fun sometimes. Although sometimes it's fucking come home crying like, my God, but other days so much fun. I get to do so much fun because I go with the kids. We, for instance, got to do like what's it called when you're put in a giant bubble and then you can run at other people in bubbles? We did that.
Bubble boy.
Something like that. It was like bubble balls, and then you try to play football in that. It was super fun. My favorite was crashing into other people.
Yeah, and then they take the kids to the shore and pick up crabs and go swimming regularly and all sorts of like activities with the kids that like.
Oh, and we went jumping into waterfalls and stuff the other day. It was pretty fun. I did not jump in though. Oh, I was not fun. The one in the text stream. That's the one. That's the one we did. It was freaking awesome.
Meanwhile, I sit at home and read something.
But I also have days where it's like, for instance, like you're talking about where a fight breaks out and I have to grab a kid that's my size and prevent him from rage attacking a child that's half his size, but they're the same age, by the way.
Yeah, I was the bigger child, but I only raged like one time when my teacher stole my hacky sack. I was sitting there like doing my math, right? I was actually being good for once. And then the teacher's like, "Give me that hacky sack." And I was like, "What? You must be joking." And then I see my hacky sack fly over my head into the teacher's hands into the desk. Like I like got my backpack and I like put it on the wooden desk in the front to make it like topple over. So when it toppled over, it was like blam. And then I like stabbed my pencil into the ceiling and said, "Give me my hacky sack back." I was like sent to like ISS. But yeah. I learned to control myself shortly after that, because that was like when I was like really depressed and couldn't play football, and then after that I started learning about mind over matter. And I
Oh, yeah, that
started
helps a
really
lot.
like controlling myself, because I used to be like extremely angry, extremely set offable.
I was super timid and shy and didn't know how to stand up for myself.
Yeah, I was more like you, Hank. I got angry, but I've always had a problem maintaining a grudge. It's just something I have a hard time doing. Next day, I'm like, well, whatever.
Well, the good book told me I had 24 hours, or before I had to go to bed, right, to get it off my chest. So when I played football, like if somebody would like hit me from behind or do something illegal, or like chop me at the knees, like I would be like number 37. I'm gonna get that mother. But then after the game was over, that was it.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, it's just in the. And by the way, I feel like it was unfair of that teacher to take your hacky sack when you're being good. That's just picking a fight. And like, unfair of the teacher. I would not have done that. Don't pick fights from
Yeah, it
the
was her
kid.
first year.
No. Yeah, but still, man. This is the time when you're supposed to do the king method, where even if he's just doing the same as everybody else, if he's doing something that he doesn't always do, then you go like, "Oh, nicely done! I see you're being really good today. Proud of you, man." And that's how you reinforce that shit. You don't ruin it. Very mad at that teacher.
Yeah, because the kid behind me was obviously playing with my hacky sack, and he should have been the one to get in trouble. Instead, he got away scot-free, and it was like punish the group, and I just like immediately, bam.
Punishment is breaking the Geneva Convention. I remember some kid
Exactly.
wrote it on the teacher's thing, like a child. It was so badly written. She was like, "Corporal punishment is in violation of the Geneva Convention, and therefore punishing the whole class for what the one guy did is a violation of our human rights," and something like that. And I was like, "Dang, that child owned the teacher." I saw it somewhere online. But yeah, you should, if I'd known that as a kid, I would have totally called that on the teacher, man.
So I remember getting kicked off the bus because I had an earring, and they said it was gang related. And I'm like, I live in East Texas. What the fuck? So I was like, how about King Tutankhamun? Was he in a gang? Right? So I like dispelled like all of their bad logic with like one question. And I was like never capable of riding the bus again. So I remember like walking to school after that, and like my hair freezing because I was late, didn't dry my hair. And like my hair was like frozen by the time I got to school because I had long hair when I was young.
Yeah, I know how that is. When it takes forever to freaking dry. I've once gone to the shower, went to bed with wet hair, and I woke up next morning and it was still wet at the core. And I was just like, what the hell? But it's still fun to have.
So here's something fun and interesting to research. So I tried to say it earlier, but the Native Americans were trackers in the Vietnam War. And it got to the point to where they were not allowed to cut their hair when they joined, which for a Marine, a jarhead, you obviously cut your hair as soon as you join, but not them, not the Native Americans, because when you cut their hair, they lost their ability to track. So the theory is that you're supposed to be like a natural man and like grow all of your hair out, and your hair, just like an animal's, is an extension of your nervous system, and you would be able to use, I guess, the full extent of your nervous system if you grow it out. So that's like a fun little thing because that doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense. You know what I mean?
I have heard something like this before, actually, and that they have longer body hair and stuff like that.
It's just like Samson, right?
Yeah. And I think I don't know if it was his power from the hair or if it was the power, she took his power from the bedroom. Because he was a badass until he started getting, like,
Now that you mentioned the hair antenna, aren't Native Americans pretty hairless on the body?
On the body, yes, but they grow their hair out on top of their head. That's what I was talking about.
So cutting the hair on the top of the head is then limiting all of their frequency. I have a lot of hair on my arms and my legs, so
Plenty of hair.
I got plenty of hair.
Yeah, I've been kind of testing this whole thing my whole life because I'd grow out my hair for like a whole year and then chop it off, like buzz cut. And it like every time I did it, it felt like I lost part of myself, like and like not just like the hair, losing the hair, but like part of like my personality almost like my connection. It was just so I've eventually I don't cut my hair anymore, so it's kind of long.
Yes, Spyro, love, your microphone is very low. I've had to turn you up and it's still low.
But I agree with you there. I mean, last 2 times I went to a hair salon, I cried when I got home. But that might also have been the haircuts. And that was when I was a teen. I haven't had my hair cut by a salon in like 10 years.
We just got Samson updates from Gospel Bearer. One of I've loved listening to him speak. I would love it if he spoke more here. He tells
if anybody else wants to join in, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. We're not like we've been talking about the most important bit. Flat stationary Earth.
I don't even know if the flat and stationary Earth is the most important bit anymore. I think
it is for this server.
Like the most important people, the most important thing is for people like to come together. You know.
Well, that's what the one world government wants. They want everybody to come together under one controllable race that has no identity of the past about their tribes, right?
But not in that way. I think in a different way. You know, I don't think like it's one world order. I think we need to come together in a sense of
common
love.
ground. Common ground.
Yeah, I think we need to come. Yeah, love is the main thing that we need to see. We need to love our neighbour.
So love is a spectrum, right? There's also the other end, right? Which is hate, right? Or fear, false evidence appearing real, right? So what you got to realize is that, like, if you love someone, like you love your children, and you would do anything to defend them and protect them, right? So if someone like comes and tries to harm them, like because you love your children so much, this causes like temporary hate, right? So do you hate the people who are harming your loved ones enough to like speak about it and like tell people about it and get people to realize that, hey, we got to come to like some sort of common ground where we're not so divided over who's playing, you know, football, like Cowboys or the 49ers, right?
No, I don't think that. I don't hate. I don't hate anyone. I think we've got to come together with love, as love for the sake of love. I think more than anything, you know.
Well, I
I
agree
don't
with you.
disagree with that. I just think there's another side to it too.
Well, that's what they say. You know, why do you disagree?
Well, let me give you an example. Do you love mass murdering psychopaths?
In a way, yes, but I don't love them running free, frolicking throughout the city.
Exactly. You can love parts of someone. You can love, like, for instance, the mother of the psychopath might love the psychopath, and she might love that this was her child. She had hopes for the psychopath, but that's not the
Yeah,
psychopath's
but
not gonna
I,
reciprocate that love. That love's not gonna help society by.
yeah,
But
you've got to remember these are all these are all false flags anyway. These are planned events rather than the person doing it.
it's also when you hate something, you don't have to like hate it forever. Like you can hate an action, and that doesn't mean you have to hate everything else just because you hate it. Like you can hate that someone murdered someone, and but you can still forgive him. Like if someone kills someone by accident, you can in the moment and right afterwards, because the person that died was someone you loved, you can hate the person who killed him, but and you hate the action, you hate that this happened, but after over time you might realize, yeah, it was an accident. He didn't actually mean to kill him. So I forgive him. I release this hatred.
Yeah. And from my point of view, I don't hate the action. I just see the action. I don't hate it. You don't have to hate an action. You can just observe what goes on, and that's it.
Like we all know that slavery's bad, but according to the 13th Amendment, right, it was never really abolished. It was only transformed into being duly convicted, right? So when you're convicted, you turn into a slave, you lose your rights, and you go into a work camp. Now we know that that's bad, right? It was bad for the Japanese. It was bad for whoever else has been held in like work camps like that. Maybe even it was bad for good and some for good, some for bad for some and good for others. But for the most part, it's bad, right? So my point is about it being good for others, right? If someone is like uncontrollably breaking in, stealing, breaking in and robbing, breaking in and raping houses, right? The judge like knows that slavery is bad, but he knows that he just got convicted, right? Because the evidence against him and the jury just said like he's convicted, right? So he has to turn this person into a slave, which is a bad thing to do, but overall it's good, right? So the judge has to integrate his shadow and do bad things to bad people to protect the innocent. And that's how everyone should be. But I'm not talking about vigilante like justice. I'm talking about like, well thought out, sober minded, you know, justice. Like, especially in the moment, if a fight breaks out in the street, you didn't see how it started. You probably don't want to get involved because maybe the victim is winning, right? And you don't know how it started, so you might attack the victim. Wouldn't that be the worst? You go into prison. So it's better to, if you see a fight start and there's one aggressor, then you can do something about it. But getting involved in everything, there's a lot of personal costs. And you got to think about it before it happens because you don't know what might happen to you. You might get killed. So I guess everything has to be like well thought out, and like you have to put your emotions to the side in a lot of things. But I'm learning, right, that sometimes like emotions is a good thing. But I usually stay away from that because when I see people acting on their emotions, that's where it's bad. but sometimes not acting is acting. So yeah, I don't know. I'm monologuing again. But my point was about the judge creating a
I think
slave
generally,
being a good thing. The judge creating a slave.
I think generally people make two assumptions. You know, they assume things, and they shouldn't assume things. They should sort of like take what they say, ask questions, and get like the evidence, not assume.
I've been in here for about 5 hours. I've been stopping back every once in a while. I haven't heard anything about flat Earth. Not one thing.
What you want to talk about?
That's not what I want to talk about. I'm just saying. Maybe you should practice against each other with the actual art. If somebody's out there and they're going through a flat Earth Discord and they're listening to 5 hours of nothing having to do with flat Earth, you think there might be a problem? Just saying. Just a thought.
Well, why is it a problem?
Say again?
I don't
Somebody
think
turn their
that
watch
is the most
page
important
off or shut their mic
problem that
down.
we got on the Earth here.
Yeah. That would probably be helpful, wouldn't it?
This is the server for Flat Earth, so QE does have a good point here.
I'm just saying.
You were getting sidetracked. It's true.
I'm not getting down on anyone. I'm just telling you. I've been in here for 5 hours. I've been in and out. So I'd come in and come off mute and just check it out. And then I'd just shut up and leave and come back. Right? Just an observation.
What a waste of 5 hours, you.
Of course.
What a waste of 5 hours, you degenerate, QE.
I didn't know. I didn't waste 5 hours. I was doing other stuff.
Isn't that why I was saying it's a waste? You weren't here.
Yeah.
Isn't that why I was
Yeah, I might have missed something.
Yeah,
That's
I
true.
think it's more important issues than the flat Earth. I think
I
we've
love
got a
that
lot of
watch
issues
page
going
in the
on around
background.
here.
I love that watch page in the background.
Yeah, keep going with the watch page. You know, unbelievable.
But you are quite right.
I think
AK has been derailing it a little bit, and we have been allowing him to pull us by the donkey ears.
That happens. People are Jedi mind tricked, man. They'll just go off on a tangent. Now, sometimes it's okay. I mean, some things are interesting to talk about, but you should always get it back to flat Earth, not because of you, but because of where you're at.
You're right. You're right. Totally right.
Just an idea. I'm not dogging you out. I'm not going to flamethrow you or anything.
Yeah, you're right.
No, but he's right. What we should actually try to do is create some kind of a protocol for when things are going off the rails, and even if we don't have any globers, we need to have some kind of protocol to drag it back on point.
Yeah, that's true. I come in one time, it was dreams. The other time it was, what the hell? Somebody had a football injury. Another time it was, I can't even remember. It's been too many times, man. That's all right. Carry on.
I think we can also blame the distinct lack.
Yeah, I mean, this organic.
Wait, shut the damn friggin' watch page off for the third time. Who is that?
Yeah, it was just all organic conversation. That's what.
Here, I'm gonna mute
that's
you.
what's going on at the moment. Yeah, we're just talking how we
Hello.
feel.
Hello. Just checking. Sorry. I think it was Toby Dog.
It was Astro K. He's been jumping in quite a bit.
Was it Astro K? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It was Astro K that had the watch page on. Yeah, but it's not going now. I muted I muted Toby Dog, and it seemed to stop. Hello, Echo, 1 2 1 2. Lost 3, lost. This is lost 1, and you lost 2. Over.
Whatever the issue was,
Whatever the issue was.
Now I
See,
can hear
it's
you. Is
Toby Dog.
everybody having?
See,
No,
it's
look at us.
Everybody having him?
No, look at us. Okay.
I'm gonna
Anybody
mute-
have an issue with what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, Astro K, shut the fuck up. Now, see.
Okay, I will.
Now.
He's got his mic open. Astro K's got his mic open. He's not on mute. There's no problems, right? Now unmute Toby Dog. And then talk. Hey, Toby
No, I
Dog,
haven't
Echo,
got
1
my
2
mic
1 2
open.
1 2. There you go. There it is. Toby Dog.
You gotta mute Astro K first, because he's still unmuted. He tried to talk again.
So what's my mic doing?
You've got the watch page open.
Watch
page in YouTube.
You're killing me, QE. I'm trying to communicate to you via the text, but apparently you don't see or aren't paying attention. I'm telling you, it's Astro K.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I muted Toby Dog.
I know.
Twice.
It only happens when Astro K is talking. He's server muted. I don't know who did that, but he's server muted, and you won't hear it happen again. Not while he's server muted, at least.
Jesus.
Yeah, I server muted him so you could test your theory with Toby Dog.
Yeah, I tested my theory with his mic open, and I got it twice.
Yeah, both time Astro K spoke up, so
Exactly.
No,
I
he
was
didn't.
watching him.
No, he
Yes,
didn't.
I was watching
He
him.
did though.
No,
You
he
could
didn't.
just roll back the live stream, bro.
I ain't
promise
rolling
you.
back the fucking live stream. I got better things to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could trust my word. You know who I am. You know that I'm a person with eyes
I
and
think
ears.
it's mind-numbing minutia, so I really don't care.
Okay, well, it was the conversation for the past like 3 or 4 minutes, so
I know.
I'm
I
just
know.
clarifying.
All right, let's get it back on Flat Earth then. How about that?
How about that horizon just moving around? Whatever you want. Like you could start out with an iPhone, and then the boat goes away, and then you can use your eyes, and then the boat goes away. Then you can pull out a telescope, binoculars, or a really expensive camera with a good lens, and then the boat goes away. The horizon's everywhere. It's just like magic.
What about refraction?
What?
See, I'm getting you on the subject. Refraction. Yeah, talk about refraction.
Yeah, what do you
Which
mean by
type of-
refraction?
Go over these things with each other, right? Talk to each other, see if you can ferret this stuff out, man. Everyone's on the same sheet of music. Everyone's got a good idea. If anyone's got any questions, with no baltards in here, just go over those kinds of topics, because I know as absolute fact that 99.999% of you can't argue the refraction point. Right?
I would probably agree with you.
I don't know how
gonna
to do
solve
it. I looked into it, and I'm not any native English speaker, so it's extra hard.
I'm going to solve that over the next. I should have my computer up by Tuesday for streaming. So from Tuesday for the next 3 months, you're going to get so sick of friggin' refraction. You're going to know it back and forwards. I'm going to unless you tune out, which you most probably will. But after that, if you don't know refraction, I'm going to bust your ass. Mark it.
Love it.
So you better stay tuned, and you better listen and take notes. It's not that difficult. I'm going to take it back to the woodshed, right? I'm going to pull out the nail spike Louisville Slugger, and then I'm just going to just with a flurry of blows about the Head and Shoulders. Right? It's not going to be that hard. Everyone's going to be able to pick it up. I already know. I went through it like 6 times today just to make sure I busted it down, to where it's doable for somebody that doesn't have to have a master's degree in physics.
That's great work.
Great. You didn't know what I did yet. Just hold off on that.
I can already see it, and it's gonna be great work. You always do great work.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Yep. So, can somebody tell me? Let's do refraction.
The 5 effects of refraction, or do you want terrestrial refraction?
Five effects of yeah, I want to go way, way back before we get to the fairy tale effects of refraction.
You want to go to Snell's law?
I want to go to what is refraction, then what is atmospheric refraction, and then how do they apply that to any of the fairy tales? Because if you take refraction away from it, refraction, if you take that away, guess what they're left with?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love refraction. It's my favorite topic. That's why I'm so looking forward to you going over this, because I've just read online a bunch of stuff, but it's nice to have someone go over it.
Yeah. I have to apologize to you, ballers, but you're dumbasses. I kind of set you up. I set you up all the time. You know, first it was independent variables and experiments, and then that whole thing. Then the black swan came about, and I used that photo on purpose for a reason, right? And just I'm surprised at my patience, right? But I just allow you to all gather right in the Coliseum and refraction together for a long time. Now I'm just gonna friggin' open up the damn machine guns, and there's gonna be nothing left. So I apologize, but you're some dumbass crackers.
I call it being efficient. You gather them all together, and then in one fell swoop, they all lose their heads.
Yeah. It's called tactics. You got to be tactically and technically proficient. Yeah.
Also, I kind of want to say I really agree with Trace that the things you make are really high quality. It's kind of like the difference between reading a textbook or having a really good teacher who can explain it in a concise, easy to understand way. So we really appreciate what you do for this channel.
Thank you. That's too damn damn. I should leave now.
In case you didn't know, my motto has always been, if you think something nice, you should say it. There's no reason to keep that to yourself.
You sweetheart, you.
My name is the bright light for a reason.
I should leave now. You ever see, Seinfeld? When you got it good, it ain't gonna get any better. That's when you. All right. Have a good night.
Like some kind of theme song at the
end. All right, so let's get back to refraction. So, what is refraction?
Snell's law, right?
No, not yet. What is refraction?
Well, that would be Snell's law. So,
What is refraction? That is the question. What is refraction in general?
Googling is not going to help us. So you want the definition for it?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So I'll go ahead and do it from physicsclassroom.com. Refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave. We got a big fucking problem there, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary, and is caused by a change in the speed of light wave upon crossing the boundary. The tendency of a ray of light, we got a big problem right there too, to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave, another problem, speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. This is a setup, right? You know it's all downhill from here. Oh, shit, I love that definition. I was like, I read that definition to myself and I said, oh my God, I got about 6 or 7 hanging watermelon-sized curveballs right there in front. I'm going to jack this fucking thing yard. Every single one of them. Babe Ruth is going to blush.
The boundary of what?
Still alive?
I'm telling you, want me to read it again?
The boundary of what? What's the last part?
I'm going to read it again. See if you can
please
catch
do.
on. So from physicsclassroom.com, refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave, big problem, but I digress, as it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary, and is caused by a change in the speed of the light wave, big problem, upon crossing the boundary. The tendency of a ray of light, big problem there, to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave, another problem, speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. Goodness gracious, it's over.
So it's almost like the light flows at different speeds through different mediums.
Okay.
That's just an observation from.
No,
yeah.
You got it. Yes. Okay, that's refraction. It's very simple. It's just the index of refraction is just it's just a ratio. It's the speed of light, the one-way speed of light, which they don't and never will know. The one-way speed of light in a vacuum over the material. You see any problems yet? Besides the one that pointed about one-way speed of light, they don't fucking know it. So it's a ratio, right? So if you take Snell's law, which just it's the angle of incidence, the sine of the angle of incidence over the sine of the angle of the refraction, it's always a ratio, equals a constant. That's the refractive index or index of refraction. It's always a ratio. It's always a combination. It's always a comparison between two mediums or materials. Always. You can't have a ratio with one thing. And essentially, you don't need the trigonometric ratio. I mean, that's all well and fine. That's Snell's. In fact, it's not Snell's. It's Descartes. Snell had a little different articulation of the of this, which was correct, by the way. But the trigonometric ratio is all Descartes, Rene Descartes. Just FYI. So that's refraction, right? It's all well and fine. That's all well and good. But what happens? What do we hear about? You know, like there's different types of diabetes, right? You got type 1, type 2, you got gestational diabetes, right? There's different types of diabetes, just like there's different types of refraction. You got prism refraction, you have magnifying glass refraction, but that's always with a boundary or a barrier layer, right? With a different change of speed of light. But the Baltard's got a big fucking problem. Can anyone tell me why?
There's no difference between it flying through air than flying through air. So they need a second medium for the boundary for the refraction to even take place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got it. That's basically the gist. Now, it's going to get much better than this. But Hank's got it, right? Essentially, that's it. You can't invoke Snell's law because Snell's law is defined just like the refraction is defined up above with two media. So I'll define it for you. Where is it? Where'd you go, Snell? Let's use the alma mater wiki. Here is Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, right? You'd have to, if it's refracting, then you're going to have to invoke kind of the law of refraction, Snell's law. I'm just spitballing here. Snell's law is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to light or other waves, we got a big fucking problem there, but I digress. Passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. SpaghettiOs.
You know the part where you said that if we're gonna, use refraction, we got to look up the law of refraction.
Sure.
I could just hear Jim Panda going, "Fair enough, that checks out."
I'm not going to give you the whole thing, but essentially, Hank's got it. It's like well, duh. Right? That's the well, duh problem with it. But I'm going to get a little deeper with it. But essentially, if you got that part, you're good. You're golden. You can defeat any crayon munching, knuckle dragging, ball tarred, booger eating, faith looking, eating, and tear them apart. Just with that, and then laugh at them. And anyone listening, look at. It's all over. They're finished. Well, they've been finished for about 5 years now, but this is just death throes. Right? I'm just going to help it along. I'm like a catalyst. Oh, boy. That's good. All right. So you can go back talking about your dreams. We'll be okay. Oh, boy. No, don't be intimidated. You can speak. I'm not going to jump on you. Go ahead. It's fine.
I told 3 people today they look better without the mask.
Oh, you did. That's pretty cool. That's a good one. Well, is that it?
Well, QE, I'm gonna call it a night. Everyone else in the room, I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right, cool, man. Yep, check you.
Bless up.
Yep.
Okay.
I think I'll do the same. I'm just gonna listen in on Dre's side. It's 4 almost in the night here.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep
Oh,
soon,
wow.
too.
That's late, dudes.
It's hard to leave when you're in disco, and then you're like, oh my god, it's almost 4. What the fuck?
You got to get up in an hour for the job, right?
Nah, man, summer vacation.
Yeah, cool beans. Gotcha.
I'm just tired of shit out of this. We just stay up until 8 again, and I don't know that. This time we're going to sleep.
All right, later,
So
guys.
this thing we call refraction is when the light changes its rate. And when that happens, there has to be a barrier of 2 different media. And without that barrier, there's no rate change. There's no refraction.
Yeah, there's a special case too, because if the angle of, it's all based on the angle of incidence. If your angle of incidence is 0, then you will, no matter the speed change, you will have no refraction. So there's this tiny little caveat in there. It's not all that important right at this point. It's just something, it's like an FYI. It should help people understand it a little better, though. That's why I might bring it up. Yeah, there you go. Drace just posted. See, 0, 0, and 0. If you get a 0 incident angle, then your index of refraction is going to be 0. It's just the way it is. And don't get, like I said, don't get confused. If you don't know trig, the trigonometric ratio with the signs, that's not a problem. It's just the speed of light over whatever material that the light's going through. It's the same thing. You're going to come out with the same index of refraction, no matter which one you use.
So the speed of the light or the flow of the light, the rate at which the light flows. I'm just trying to understand it. Is that
It's the speed,
would that be right?
It's the
Yeah,
speed of
the
light
speed.
through different materials. Yeah.
But can that happen though?
Can what happen? Yeah, that's yeah. They know yeah. They can predict that stuff. Yeah, even within the convention.
Wait. No, I mean the part where you described that light could travel at one speed and then keep going the same direction, but then be at another speed. Can that happen?
Light can travel at one speed and go. No, like your diagram shows here, the first one, it says 0. If it's got, that's kind of a little backwards. That's okay. It doesn't matter. If it was, if the arrows were pointed in the opposite direction, it'd be the same thing. Right? If it's got, it's all about the angle of incidence. It all boils down. That's why it's the numerator. It's the angle of incidence. Right? If it's 0, then your refractive angle will always be 0, no matter the rate change in the speed.
But is there a way that the rate could change?
The rate can, it did change. It did change. Let's say you got a 0 angle. Let's say you got a glass and air, and you have a 0 angle of incidence from air to glass. Now, the glass is going to slow down the light, right? But because it's at a 0 angle of incidence, then the refractive index is 0, even though you have a speed change.
Yeah, I get you now. For some reason in my head, I was thinking about one medium. I don't know why.
Yeah, be careful. It's always two mediums. It's a pivot point, no pun intended. It's like a pivot. At the boundary. And it's all based on the angle of incidence. It's just simple trig. But like I said, you could use the velocities of the vacuum speed of light. I don't know where they got a vacuum, but I digress. But it's always a ratio is what I'm trying to say, based on the angle of incidence. I could redefine it better than they can, I think. I haven't thought about that until now. I might do that. Not that their definitions are poor. I think they're pretty comprehensive, but I think I could get more distinctive. Not too many people bring up that. Well, you hear some people talk about like if it's 90 degrees. I'm sorry, if it's a zenith, right? Then they, even though it's not a zenith, but you follow what I'm saying, then there's no refraction. Same concept. But theirs is in atmosphere, which makes no sense. There's not two mediums, even though atmosphere is a paradox. You see, every step that you take or that they would take, I'm just going to clobber the shit out of them. They can't even speak like 3 words in refraction without me taking to the woodshed on comprehensively on each of those points. You're going to be armed with that also. I'm going to test you too. Not now, after I do the presentation like 10 times. So you got a little time. You can go ahead, fart around, play grab ass and stuff. But there's going to come a time where I'm going to go through the whole hangout and ask them about refraction. And you better know your shit, or it's your ass. Fair?
It's gonna be fun. Light some fire under our ass.
Yep. Send the word.
Makes me want to go into the debate rooms.
Send the word, because once you kill refraction, I think I've waited long enough. I was thinking about it ever since. See, I had this. I'm just hatching my plan now, but really it was conceived a couple years ago. I remember the time too, because I thought about it and I said, okay, how can I go about this? Right. Took me about 3 seconds. And I thought Nathan would get it. He goes, why are you using that photo right there with the bendy cranes? He goes, there's a couple other pictures that have no bendiness. It's straight. I said, I don't want to use them. I want this one. There's a method to my madness. You're done, Baltards. You're finished. Even the rank and file flat earthers are going to put your ass up against the wall in a plank time. Get ready. You're fucking finished. You were finished 5 years ago, but we're going to do it officially. How about that? How you like me now? Crayon munching, friggin' dumbass crackers. You fell for it. Now you're finished. You can thank me later. Somebody said I lack passion.
Who said that?
Shit. Too funny. What the hell are you going to do after I'm gone? What the hell? You going to talk about dreams and shit?
Man, you know we're going to be reading dictionaries.
Contradictionaries?
And writing those.
Unbelievable. What about two mediums of air and water vapor? Or rain? Yeah. I guess those are two mediums, right? Except water vapor, you'd have to do rain because water vapor is gas and air is gas. So not those two. It would be air and water. Yep. That would be good. Yep. That was Virgo Greg. Yeah, your first two comparisons are the same thing. Paulo? Water vapor is gas. Spyro, look, anything to say on... Don't give me a whole list of stuff. Brilliant scatter. I've heard of that before. Also known as, scattering or be it named after Leon, and refers to the interaction of light with material wave. With material? What are material waves?
They must mean kinetic, because if it's material, made out of material and it's waving, that would be kinetic energy, right?
Material wave? Yeah, I don't... That seems strange to me. Because phonons, not talking about that shit. Can I come back? I didn't kick you out. So like waving silk cloth? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. That I was thinking that same thing. Not a silk cloth. No, I didn't get that specific in the idea that I had, but yeah. I don't know. Can you come back in? You have to ask everyone in the room. If they all say yes, then yes. Oh, you stumbled in. I got you. Don't worry about it, man. Like I'm not gonna put you up against the wall or anything until I have at least 5 shows. And I'm gonna announce it. You're gonna know when they're happening. Believe me. Right? Because I'm gonna come in every VC that I'm a part of and announce it, so you'll have plenty of warning times and different times because some people can't make it. I understand that. You got life and stuff. But I'll have different times, mainly on Saturdays and Tuesdays. But you can always go back and rewind and watch it again. I'll try to go through it the whole way instead of having interruptions. I got to think about that. I'll give that a think over the weekend. But it's not going to be that hard. It's only 3. Well, I had it at 3 points and then I went overboard a little bit. I have a tendency to do that. just to make sure I'm comprehensive. But it's not that difficult. It's pretty easy to understand. Then you can write it down. In fact, I have a textual version of it. I don't think it's that comprehensive, but it'll be good enough, and I'll be passing it around. So it's game over, man. It's game over for the Baltards because that's all they say. You guys know it. Refraction. 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 What is it? Refraction. It's like gravity, right? But they're not going to get out of this.
It's one of the two major escape mechanisms.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yep. And after that, I might do refraction. I might spend like 5 weeks on refraction or on gravity again. I think it's really important. I used to, it gets tedious, right? But it's important. Somebody reminded me of it, and I knew that. Repetition is important. Especially with all the fluoride out there.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of new people coming in, and we keep telling them to go to your channel and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. Now, if I could just get my computer on board, we'll see if I can't solve the issues that I had. I got a good computer. I got no issues. Only issues I have is when I'm streaming. It just kills my damn. It just turns off. So I have to take evasive action.
Can someone check my audio now? I've been told that I was echoing. Can someone say if it's okay now?
Radio check, check 1, check 1, check 2, check 2. Lost 3. This is lost 1. Are you lost 2? Over.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Radio check.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm welcome.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. Hey, what's up? I haven't been checking the chat. What's up? Mike, you around, Mike?
What do you mean 11 o'clock? It's 5 o'clock here.
Yeah,
in the UK.
I'm Central Time, US, so it's...
Yeah, it's 11:59 here, man.
What's up, Mike?
12 a.m. What's up?
Yep, I got another signature numpty clip. You're on that message board.
Yeah, I've been listening. I've seen it.
Okay. Yep. I'm doing them every 2 weeks. I got one. This is, let's see, I did MC McBugger Eater. So I got him, then Scott Veach, then 1, 2, 3 more after that. For the next 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks. So every other Monday, I'll come out with a signature. So this Monday coming up is going to be the Booger Eating PhD M Scott Veach.
I peed for a numpty clip. It's kind of an addiction. Magnetized by the mixing.
They'll end. I don't want to continue too far past 100. I think 100 is a good sample size. I don't want to go too much because it's just like overkill.
Never ending.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be never ending, bro. It'd just be a raging on waterfall.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. So
some idiot's got to ride the barrel every now and then, though.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yep. But it'll just get too long in the tooth.
Yeah, but you always come across. You think you met the dumbest motherfucker you met, and then bam, somebody rolls up with a barrel in hand. I mean, they do it, dude.
Yeah.
I think I've heard it all, and I've heard some shit the last couple of days. I'm like, man, well, they really slit your game up from let's try to be smart to let's use the dumbest shit we can. Let's baffle them with bullshit. See, I clean stalls every day. I know bullshit from horse shit, from rabbit shit.
Yeah.
I'm fluid in shit. I know what's up.
Yeah. And it'll stop me because I need to check with my therapist. I to get those numpty clips, I got to sit there and listen to these fucking idiots. Right? It's just wearing on me, man.
Oh yeah, I give you post-traumatic stress syndrome. Get off the front line, bro, for a minute.
It's PTBSD, post-traumatic black swan disorder.
Yeah. Oh shit syndrome. Post-traumatic bullshit syndrome.
Mike, I'm telling you, it's gonna end for them badly over the next. If my computer gets up by Tuesday, it's fucking for the next 5 weeks. It's over. I'm just gonna take refraction. I'm gonna take her out back to the woodshed like a redheaded stepchild, and I'm just gonna beat it about just with a flurry of blows. You're not gonna believe how fucking medieval this is gonna be.
I was listening earlier. I like the way you come in and teach everybody else about it because they say refraction, and most people don't even know how to address it.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally not here in the atmosphere in one media. It's not what they say it is, and Snell's law really doesn't apply as far as I'm concerned.
It has to for their fairy tale to exist. It has to apply.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. You're right.
They apply the consistent to a non-consistent medium.
Mm-hmm.
That's the definition of fluid, right?
Well,
inconsistent, ever changing.
Well,
never static.
It's curtains, man. It's curtains for them. That all they got is refraction. Now gravity's still out there, but we can take that to the woodshed quick. But refraction, that I hear them say it. Obviously, they say it all the fucking time. But not too many flat earthers are fluent enough to, like you said, to deconstruct it. You will be after this is over. Easily. So stay tuned.
You gonna have a special session with Mick West?
No, that was many years ago, man. That one, and that was right here on 24/7, by the way. I haven't heard of Mick West probably since then, as a matter of fact.
That's
Is he
his
still
middle
out
name.
there?
I guess. I don't know. He was on Rogan a couple times.
Well, I don't watch Rogan, so.
I quit watching it myself. He showed his true colors.
I never quit because I never started.
Well, it was through him I found what's his name?
Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo and all them guys. I can't remember the guy's name. The Armenian.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo, who brought you to Nathan, and then I'm close behind.
Yep, all you guys. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing about your
refraction thing.
Your
Just hold on, man. Yep. I'm working on it as we speak. Not the presentation, but the computer issues. So that was November 5th, 2019, California Nightmare. Really? Wow. How time flies. Remember the 5th of November, too, buddy. I haven't listened to that in some time. I might go back and listen to it. It's been so long.
Isn't like the 5th of November sort of like a UK thing? Sort of like blowing up the Houses of Parliament?
I don't know. I'll tell you what, though, Mick West. Listen up, Mick. There's a fever in the funkcast now. Oh, boy.
I wrote a rhyme about it. You want to hear it? Here you go.
Nixon. $48 track. I think there's 49 now.
Oh, okay. 49, damn it.
It's always going to be changing, Mike, week to week, so you have to change it.
The invincible numpty video making fiend QE makes a numpty clip that's really fucking mean. Shots to refraction that kills so clean.
Yeah.
Hell, I could lay a beat to that and rap for 20 minutes in that flow.
I'm
bored.
What time is it? 11:08. I'm going to have to bolt, ladies and gentlemen.
Get out of here.
Big day tomorrow. I got nothing to fucking do. No, I got lots to do, man. I got to be working on it. So, hey, what's up, man?
Chilling. I still got to catch up on your Numpty clips, man. I'm like,
There's another one coming out. Did you already mirrored McToon, right?
yeah.
We got another signature coming out on Monday. It's your buddy M. Scott Veach, the booger eating PhD.
Yo, I think that is paid, bro. I think he's paid, bro. I be feeling bad for certain people. They're like next level. You know, within the realm of zealotry, there are a few people that are like next level. It's like they are intentionally just. It's like they're paid, bro.
You think people are paid? Really?
I think a handful of them, like him particularly. I don't know. I mean, do you believe the story of his dad being an astronaut?
Oh shit! I don't. I know there was a Veach astronaut though. Yes.
Right. So like in that way alone, he'd be paid. Just that's a little bit of a different situation. I don't know. I think a lot of them are actually just really dumb. Yeah, but like I do think they're dumb. I think they're so to an extent that literally makes them dumb. But at the same time, I don't know, man. I would not. I think some people are paid, yeah, or something like yeah, like they have like a government job.
Oh shit! The ball tarts are paid.
I think a handful of them, but I don't know, maybe not. You know, I guess I would love to know because it would really blow my mind that someone could be, because it's like, okay, you have to enter that realm of you're not trying to have the honest conversation at all with actual evidence relevant at all. You're going to do this frantic, dishonest tactic conversation the whole time, and that's what they all have to do. But there are like next levels where it's like calculated deception at a pretty crazy level. It's kind of like it doesn't really. There's literally not words that could be thrown in your direction that would even make you be honest. You know, like it's weird. So I don't know. Maybe cognitus is such a thing, but seems odd.
Since you came in late, man, my computer. I've had some computer issues. I can't stream currently because it just fucking shuts down. But coming up, refraction is going to suffer a death that is so medieval I can't put it into words. I'm just going to fucking camp out on it. As soon as my computer comes back up the stream, I got a refraction presentation that it's fucking over, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm just letting you know, besides the signature numpty clips, I'm just going to fucking drop anchor. I'm just camping out on it for like flat. Everyone's going to get so sick of it right? But after about 5 shows, I'm going to test all the flat earthers to make sure they got it, because if I take away one of their bagaks, right, and that's a big bagak, refraction.
That's the one. It's the one.
It's the one, right? Yeah, I was telling them that I kind of set them up from the beginning. They don't like me. They ain't gonna like it, but I set them up. And now that I got them all, I gathered them all, in Armageddon. It's fucking over, dude. I'm telling you, man. Just wait.
Yo, one thing I think is super funny to ask Glovers, I'm like, so do you agree that when it's clear outside, you can see further? Dude, that is a death blow to them, bro. It's so funny. They can't just say yes, dog. Like, that's so common sense, blatantly obvious and true that when it's clear outside, you see further. That if you can't say that, I mean, bro. But it's interesting. It's interesting because they can't, because, well, what they have to say is, sure, yeah. And when you can see further, that's when you have when you have the least obstructions, when you have the most optical effects. It's like, to me, I don't know. I think they lose right there, right? Or
Well,
am I tripping?
they lost for the past 5 years, dude. But
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but I'm gonna take refraction specifically, and just gnaw at the bone at it, and it's really bad, dude, for them. Really bad. It's fucking over.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah,
Sounds awesome, because, dude, I get that. Like, that's a normie response I get, bro. Like, I'm like, so, why can I see mountains from hundreds of miles away, bro? See,
refraction.
yeah, and like these people on the streets, they don't know it, but they'll peacock it as soon as they just Google. Like, they'll just Google it, bro, and then screenshot Wikipedia in their mind.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I'm taking that away from them.
Yeah, that's awesome, bro. I try to tell them stuff like it's Snell's law, 2 different medium. Don't try to talk to me about pencils.
That's the cornerstone. That's a part of it. Yes. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, it's just it's I don't know. There is no critical thought assessment. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's
Dude, it's so weird. You're making it weird. That's my new thing I'm gonna start saying on the mic. It's like, don't make this weird. Dude, for real. It's like they make it weird. It's like, trust me, I get it. I thought it was pretty insane too, bro. I had to learn everything again, and I get it. I'm just telling you, like, don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird.
Can I ask a question?
That was one.
So my question is, what has the flat Earth to do with what you can see optically?
Well, it just proves that the Earth's not a spinning ball in a vacuum, and they lied about the Earth, and we could probably all just address that fact. If we have some type of unification addressing that fact and being heard, then that's kind of the goal. That's like the whole thing.
Yeah, but if you know the Earth is flat, why have you got to prove it?
No. Yeah, I don't think you were listening. You need a unified declaration of the fact that we are now in knowledge of that fact, and then we go from there, right? Like, well, that means we're gonna go find out what's over here and over here and over here.
Well, he asked a good question, and it's really painfully obvious. If we claim the Earth is flat, every claim needs to be validated and supported. So that's an easy question to answer, because we need to validate it and support it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason this is such a so important in general is it makes everyone address that fact for sure. Like in general, like, now you can't just hear something on the TV and blindly believe it. Like, now that you have to look into everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it changes the whole game. That's why I have mad respect for anyone that acknowledges or understands that this lie is the biggest one that has to be exposed, into the matrix. They don't realize that they group it in with a bunch of other potential conspiracies you'll never know.
Well, for me, I didn't like. I didn't see the flat Earth over seeing flat Earth videos. I saw the flat Earth because everybody was in, like, everybody I saw was seeing the flat Earth. So that's how I saw.
That's not making any sense because what you observe every day is flat, stationary Earth.
Yeah. I didn't get into the flat Earth because I saw what I saw. I got into the flat Earth because everybody was into the flat Earth.
Well, that's a terrible way to make decisions, man. Jeez Louise. What are you talking about? That's what got us in trouble.
Exactly.
I'm gonna need you to chill. What he said's a big part of it. See, the part that is like, let's say, for intents and purposes, the red pill, is when you're like, oh, now everything I've ever experienced and observed is exactly as was. Like if you actually walk through life day to day afterwards, or during the transition, if you will, observing the earth yourself and paying attention to it because you never did, you're like, wait, what? What are my alternatives as to what I'm supposed to believe is happening?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. They got us because we don't even think about that.
Yep. You're
Well,
on
to
it.
me, how I saw things like the flat Earth was a fringe thing. Okay? It's sort of like, yeah, there's a couple of people who think that the Earth is flat. And then when I started watching a couple of videos, I was bombarded with hundreds of videos about the flat Earth, all from separate people. And I think, like, what's going on? Why do all these people think the Earth is flat? And the obvious answer is the Earth is flat. That's how simple it was.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it sparks your interest into looking into it, that's cool. But I mean, you got to do research and find empirical evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't do that, that's the problem.
You took away my punch, man. He said, obviously, because the Earth is flat. And I said, ah, shit.
Damn it. That's super funny, man. I knew like immediately, like, dude, if this isn't a GIF, if I could not design a GIF, it was so wild to me. Like what she did. She was just on another level, you know?
When I first seen, I'm telling you, I seriously pissed myself.
So funny.
So literally, when I saw the Earth was flat, because everybody else thought the Earth was flat, and then I started looking into it, and that's how it began with me. So I thought the Earth was flat because everybody else thought the Earth was flat, and then I started sort of like I was looking into things, and thought, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Everybody else is looking into it. And I thought, well, why are all these people looking into the Earth flat? And I thought, well, it's obvious that the Earth is flat.
Oh, shit.
You know what I think is the craziest part of flat Earth is that you can debunk the globe with the naked eyes. It's like you can just go out into the world and look out and understand what you're looking at as to how it applies to if it's a ball. And no, it's not. With the naked eyes, bro, I see things way too far. It's like the eyes have this weird little, like, they're very special. You know what I'm saying? They have like these pixels that are just insane. Although limited, as opposed to certain zooms, like our pixelation's through the roof. And so I don't know. The crazy part is I'm like, I shouldn't be able to see that. I have to wait on the P900 to catch up in a way. You know, it's pretty interesting. So
You ought to wield. You know what you ought to wield? Your Skype acumen, because you asked me a question Sunday I responded to you like, let's see, about 40 minutes later, and you still haven't fucking looked at it.
That's true. I haven't looked at Skype as a whole. Just know that.
And I know that. Jesus. Jeez Louise, man.
Jeez Louise, bro. There's so many platforms with the messaging capability, QE. Yeah. It just it gets ridiculous.
It is. You're right.
Oh, the way I see it, like my eyes have always told me that the Earth is flat.
Sure.
And no one actually said that the Earth is flat. And as soon as I come across people who said the Earth was flat, I thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And that's how I got it. And I got it in 5 minutes.
So you were
Yeah,
kind of
so,
like
like, there's-
this, so you were kind of like this lady right here.
Sorry?
There's an area.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
No, I wasn't kind of like that. I was thinking like the Earth was flat, and I was thinking, well, all these people think the Earth is flat. Why do they think the Earth is flat? And they think the Earth is flat because the Earth is flat.
Like there's an area in the Key West where you can see a lighthouse from way too far away, man. With your eyes, bro. With your eyes. With your eyes.
Yeah. I watched Eric Stubay's 200 proofs, and I watched halfway through it. So I watched 100 proofs. And then I got bombarded with all these videos that the Earth was flat. And I think, why have I been bombarded with all these videos that the Earth is flat? And I think, well, it's pretty obvious that the Earth is flat then.
Shit.
I just think it's crazy that they got us like that. Like the way that they got us was literally you can't believe anything you see. Like in a way you can see how powerful a lie is because it makes you do it. Even at the heart of it, as deceptive as it is, and they get us when we're so young with all these lies and societal pressure of adults when we're young. You know, it's like you have decided to live your life, obviously never feeling movement, never seeing a curve or any slight even inclination that you're on a spinning ball ever.
Yeah.
And you believe it.
I mean,
you believe it. You choose to throw it all away and believe that you are, in fact, on a spinning ball.
Except for space camp.
I was going through my life like normal sort of things. Yeah, it's a spinning ball and all that sort of stuff. And sort of like once I saw everybody was thinking that the Earth was flat, I thought, why? And I just thought, yeah, because they're thinking the Earth is flat because the Earth is flat. It's that simple.
Well, there's more nuance to it than that, but yeah, your eyes do tell you.
Not much more.
And everything else.
There's not much more to it than that, Hank. If you really get down to the root, not much more to it than that.
Yeah, why can you see stuff 30 miles away with a naked eye?
I agree, you're right.
Out here on the circuit, there's much more to it because they're in their death throes. That's about to end, though. All they'll have is gravity. Because after the next couple weeks, no more refraction. It's over.
Yeah, and gravity's just been buried.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a trip too, because like even when people say refraction, I'm just like, okay, wait. So you do understand that means our two options are that I'm seeing these mountains that should be blocked by a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Either A, because they're not being blocked by a mile of Earth curvature, and then it's on a flat surface, and that's just where they are, and I'm seeing them where they are as they are. because it's clear and I can see further. Or 2, actually, you're not seeing the mountains. You're seeing an illusion of the mountains that got lifted up like a mile or 3 miles, and it stopped right where it needed to make it look like it were flat, and exactly how it would look like if it were flat, where it would be on a flat Earth. It's like if you can answer that question, we can move on. And I never get an answer, bro. You'll never get an answer.
Stop being weird, man.
Stop making this so weird.
It's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. That's the trick. It's refraction trick.
They don't even realize what that means they're claiming.
Yep. Exactly.
Like, perfect example, I was talking to this random dude on Facebook because this other guy has a friend because he lives locally close to me for a long time on Facebook. He posts this meme about like a joke on flat earthers. And it's like Globers don't even know what sea mountains are, or Globers don't even think sea mountains exist. And then the response is, yeah, that quote unquote sea mountain is the curve of the earth that blocks the ships, the boats. And I'm like, oh man, look how dumb you guys look. I'm like showing a picture of. I'm like, why am I seeing these mountains, bro? And immediately Google, screenshot, Wikipedia, reply. Refraction, it's crazy, bro. Like, that person didn't even know to Bagak yet. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's it's a wild thing. And I'm like, so do you understand what that means you're claiming? He has no idea. But as I talk him through it, like, still I'm the dumb one. It's really a crazy thing. It's a crazy world we live in.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah.
And what's a sea mountain?
It's Earth curvature, dude. That's a sea mountain.
What, over the sea?
Yeah, you got the bulge. The bulge. They talked about the bulge. There is no bulge, by the way, but Mick West, Jedi mind tricked him into thinking there was a bulge. So the sea mountain is the bulge. It's numpty dipstick.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
I like the pregnant belly.
You would, you vixen.
Oh, I've never heard that phrase before. That's all.
Can you see through my pregnant belly?
You got a pregnant belly?
Now, Witsit does a thing where he asks people if you could see over their pregnant belly, the curve.
I say, like, all right, let's use an analogy. Say you got a pregnant lady, and she moves her hand down her stomach to the other
So
side.
Witchit is stealing the women's arguments now.
Yeah. That's courtesy of Kai. It's like, okay, so I go on the other side of the stomach. If the hand gets to the other side of the stomach, she can't see her hand anymore, right? Because her curved stomach is blocking her hand. The Earth has to do this if it's a ball.
Scratch where it itches, man.
No, you got to get that one. My one before that was like, if you walk up to a hill, can you see through the hill to the other side? Like, that's how you have to hit these people. Like, it's a spell, bro. They don't even know, like, out in the world.
I guarantee you they can't see through this one.
It's a numpty dipshit spell.
That's true. But what trips me out is, like, going out into the world. It's like most of them don't know. Like, the people in the trenches here on the internet, like on Discords, fighting the flat earth to, like, die. That's not the real people in the world. That's not a real representation. They don't know. They haven't heard all of the info. That's the whole thing. It's still at that point. It's still at the point where they haven't actually heard all the real info. So as they do, like, live time, I watch them, and then I watch people come out of the, like, flat earth closet, if you will, live in the distance by their friends, like, nudging them, like, I told you so. Like, I told you about that. I told you about the Antarctic Treaty. Like, they the first time they have the confidence to, like, come out in front of their group of friends about it fully, It's
Sure.
wild. We're fighting a crazy power of just simply societal pressure.
When you getting that 360 camera, dude?
Yo, I bought this 360 camera. I bought the external mic adapter that makes you charge while you can go, so it could stream infinitely in theory. I bought all like the creator kit, all this stuff. And then as I'm trying to go 360 live on YouTube, it's saying error 403 forbidden. It's as if YouTube refuses to receive it and
Really?
air it. Yeah, it's a crazy thing.
That's strange.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to find a way to work around it. I don't know what's going on. It's really crazy. I talked to people that use 360 cameras to stream, and it's just weird. Error 403 forbidden.
Error for where does it give you that in the studio?
Well, yeah. So I have a Insta. It's like an Insta 360 1x2 or something like that, and there's an app that links to your YouTube, right? And so it does that perfectly. And then as it's going through the YouTube, it's like YouTube isn't receiving it because you can look up the error 403 forbidden. It's like YouTube saying that the binding of it is being denied. It's really I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And it has
So it pops up in studio, right? When you're live streaming, you have the studio, right? And it pops up because I get little itty bitty messages down there saying my bit rate's fucked up and shit. Right?
Well, like if I say I had my computer and I was gonna go through YouTube live, like even on YouTube on my computer I use StreamYard. Honestly, I just always go the easiest route. But like
Oh,
with
okay.
this, yeah. So I would if I pulled the computer out there, but that's different. Right? It doesn't have an app. Like this is supposed to be made for the ability to mobile live stream. And I want to try it on a different YouTube. It's really weird. It didn't do that the first time, but it didn't give me that error rate back the first time, but so it went through on the app and everything, but it never came through on the YouTube. So it's really it's a weird thing. I don't know. So I have the camera. We have a GoPro 360 that Chris got that he has, but it just GoPros don't have the GoPro 360 doesn't have an external mic. So when I walk around and people are talking but don't want to talk on the mic, you can still hear them, right? It's like the 360, the GoPro 360 doesn't work for that. And it gets super hot. GoPros get really hot and then cut off. So I don't know about this other one. It's a whole ordeal, man. And they're not cheap. I bought this and got it all set up and it hasn't worked. But that would be perfect, man. And on YouTube, when the 360 loads, you can use your finger and scroll through it and see everything right as you want to see it. On Facebook, it's like as you tilt the camera, it's actually pretty annoying. But say you get the 360 and you try to upload and process it on YouTube, like it takes crazy long. Like it'll take a day to upload, 3 days to process.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so but when you do it live, it saves you so much time, right? It keeps all of that live information and processing. So you have to be able to do it like that. Then it'll just load up there and you can see all around. I don't know. I don't want to auto hoax it. You know what I'm saying? Like YouTube does mess with me in really weird ways. I saw like all kinds of subs add to me in the live analytics before, and then my sub count didn't update accordingly. So I kind of don't. Yeah, I don't like even. Yeah, I don't look at that as a drill.
Yeah, yes, sir. I've never trusted anything. Yeah, no, I don't even get into that. I don't even look at it.
Yeah, because there's no way for us to stake any way we know specifically what they're doing. You know, they got us by the balls.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
The trip. That's why I want to find some way that something, and that little clip is close to the idea where it just like it'll go viral, and it's not because it's about flat Earth. Its value is something independent of flat Earth, but you can't separate the clip and flat Earth. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, say with these cop interactions, it's like they're trying. It's just like like cops trying to abuse their power. right? That's the viral value of it. But while I'm talking to them, I'm like, yeah, I guess he's triggered that we didn't land on the moon. I'm out here telling people the Earth isn't a magic spinning ball in a vacuum, and he's getting triggered. Like, work it in there where say that the clip goes viral, flat Earth is in there just as a byproduct, and maybe you
Right.
can glitch the matrix that way. Like that's kind of my idea.
That's pretty twisted. I just thought of it superficially and laughed my ass off.
Yeah. I'm just saying in general, I want to like glitch the matrix out. I'm hoping that I can generically have a experience like that as we travel through all these different places, like something just happened. Like I would never try to force it or anything, but I think that's the way you win. It's like the whole thing is the stigma that comes with flat Earth, especially for like the younger generations. And so if you can combat that where they see people they think are cool, it makes them more comfortable to look at it, and then it's over. Like their whole battle is the younger generation for sure, in my opinion. And there are children growing up that don't know much of anything and just think like now you can privately go to space.
Hey, speaking of the Matrix, what's it? Do you ever think about maybe dressing up as Neo or Morpheus and going outside and telling people the Earth is flat?
No, that's pretty funny.
He sounded like he went into the Matrix.
Yeah. He just answered the landline.
That should sound familiar, Hank. That's what we usually get from you.
Yeah, no, it takes one to know one.
I'm trying to do like my new thing is it's always relative to where I'm at. Like when people are just walking by, like you can't really just sit there and lay this whole foundation like you have a stand-up routine or some presentation or something. Like it's like you got, since the amp goes pretty damn far, to be real with you guys, like you got like 30 seconds or something, but you have to get them where they're like, whoa, within that 30 seconds. And then you keep seeing all the other people in the crowds updating and who's still in earshot, who's new, what do they need to hear based on them being new to it. Like if you're in an area where they're kind of standing there, then you can do a lot more. And like I say, I'm in one of those situations, things like I just talk about things that they find hard to disagree with. The government doesn't have the right to take away your free expression. Whether you agree with me or not, you should agree with my right to say it, right? Like just like I agree with yours. It's just freedom of expression. Like who can disagree with that? That's even kind of logical. It's like, and by the way, they're attacking that first one and they're gonna go after the second one in theory, and they're actually gonna try to get people to give it up themselves. And just so you guys know, the Second Amendment, it protects all the rest of them, you know. No, the government doesn't actually give you the right to breathe oxygen. Believe it or not, lockdown is a prison term, not a free country term. So the government isn't going to tell us what to do. We don't have curfews. I'm not 10. So it's like they can't, it's really hard for them to disagree up to that point and then just throw flat earth in there. So they have to be like, this guy was so logical and I couldn't disagree with him, but now I have to act like he's insane. It's funny, bro, because the way it naturally goes, where I'm trying to get everyone in this short span, and so I get redundant for the audience on live stream because like I'm just trying to wake up each group of people. It's like when I get to do it all out, when people come in on I'm like, are you not going to stand up for your children? I guess you don't get it. Look, you're an adult, believe what you want to believe, but you have to understand that you had freedom growing up, and you're just going to pass this on to your children where they don't. You're not, like, they're going to just think that the normal world has curfews and lockdowns given to us by the government. You're going to hand over to your children like a slave state. That hits everybody, bro. Especially people with children. Everybody stops and it's like almost startled, turns and looks, and I have their attention, you know? And so then you hit them with children are being lied to. Like from a young age, told they're a tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, sort of, and they came from apes, and they're just animals, and there's nothing special about them, and they can get hit by an asteroid at any point in time, and they can't trust any of their senses. They're actually spinning and hurling through space, but they'll never actually be able to tell that. Like